PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Wrath was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists? Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best Nyx packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. And plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch A2, and the essence is moving in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of Nissath. No big plot, but the big sport still in Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Wrath was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got mists, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists. Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best Nyx packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. M plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch A2, and the essence says move it in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of the soft, no big plot, but the big sport still an Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a
live. Well, this isn't right. My shaman is max level. Where you at? Give me my shaman, man. Level 80 is the wrong shaman. Level 90. Let's get this boy in. And wait, do I need to copy? I need to copy account data again. I don't know if this matters for anything, but goddamn PTR servers are just messing up my my account data completely. Oh. Hello, Arja. Oh, what up? What up? Do we have anything on enhancement? People have been putting out articles about Shaman. Articles about specs in the new patch with the tier set and how it all applies, and I don't think there's a single one on enhance. All right, we don't have anything on enhance. I was thinking of maybe I would have like some pro level insight on how this plays, but we need to go, and I don't think they've added the vendors here, did they? No, just the two things. Why is it so inefficient, man? Why can't they just... Oh, new Ascendance icon, man. Oh, that looks pretty dope. Alright, cool. This should be the Mythic Plus version. I will see if the tier sets align. I have no interest in sports, but I've become fascinated with the World Cup. Yeah, it's a thing for sure. The level of energy, I don't want to say community. I don't know if it's community, but the level of energy and shared excitement is very intoxicating. It's very big, very big. All I do in my free time is watch some matches that I missed. So much football, man. There's a reason why football is the world's biggest sport. Not just because dude kick ball in net, get score. I think it's probably because it's one of the easiest sports anybody can play, so you can easily relate. But also the one that's probably at peak human skill, peak athleticism. I don't know if it's the hardest sport to play, but the level at which people play is insane. Voltaic Blaze causes your primary target to erupt in a fire nova every 2 seconds for 6 seconds. Fire Nova damage is increased by 200% if it only strikes a single target. Fire Nova reduces the cooldown of Crash Lightning by 2 seconds and increases the damage of your next Crash Lightning by 8%, stacking up 5 times. Okay. I don't have any more Fire Nova talents, right? Does changing any talents matter at all? Oh, I do have Fire Nova. I don't know if I need Fire Nova. I wonder if we play Totemic now. No. What if I save? New loadout. And plus Storm. Okay, that's weird. So this isn't Totemic though. This used to be the Totemic, the more damage while Ascendance or Healing Tide is active. Do you take that now? Increase the damage of Surging Totems, increase the critical strike chance of Flame Tongue weapon, and its critical strike damage by 100%. No idea what that means. Increase the size and radius of your totems and the health of your totems. That's removing harmful effects. Okay, I like radius. And imbued mastery. Let me see if I can get a sense of what enhance is like on live when it comes to Totemic. Can I see any Totemic info online? I could just go to dungeons on Warcraft. On Archon. Oh, Enhance has been climbing up, man. Climbing up on the meters. So currently ranked 8 here? Really? Oh, there is a Totemic playstyle, just way lower performance. Oh, okay, there we go. Show full talent tree. Export all the way to Sundering. We don't have Ascendance though. So on live, Totemic is not played with Ascendance. Let's see what we end up doing. Actually, we're gonna delete this, and we're gonna import M plus Totemic. Let's see exactly what we're cooking. So no deeply rooted elements, no actual Ascendance. Doom Winds and deeply rooted elements last longer. So then, whichever the Ascendance one is. Yeah, so this is pointless then. If I pick it, will it tell me? No. Okay. And this feels pretty standard. Crash Lightning. I need to like get up to date with what Crash Lightning is all about. Electrocutes all enemies in front of you, dealing damage. Enhances your weapon for 12 seconds, causing Storm Strike and Lava Lash to discharge extra nature damage, split between up to 5 enemies. Oh my god, more AoE capped specs. Converging Storms. Each target hit by Crash Lightning increases the damage of your next Storm Strike. Okay, this is kind of funnel. They could just buff this a lot more. Doom Winds and deeply rooted elements last 2 seconds longer, and the cooldown of Ascendance is reduced. That doesn't matter. During Doom Winds or Ascendance, Storm Strike and Crash Lightning consume... Oh, that's how I was consuming my my Maelstrom weapon, because I was Crash Lightning in. Interesting. This is very good that I read it. Okay, cool. And what about the Apex? Each Maelstrom weapon spent has a 2% chance to cause your next Crash Lightning to ignore its cooldown. The weapon enhancement effect of Crash Lightning may now overlap. Ooh. Maelstrom weapon spinning abilities deal more damage. Weapon imbues deal more damage. Crash Lightning electrocutes the area struck, dealing 50% of his damage 2 additional times over 2 seconds. And its weapon enhancement effects now increase auto attack speed by 50%. Okay. I hope I never have to play Totemic again. Stormbringer so much cooler. What's wrong with Totemic? Totemic's fine, no? What do we believe will be the meta healer? My guess is definitely something with poison. Poison dispel. So naturally that would be either Druid, Monk, Paladin. I don't think Preservation is it. I don't think Evoker can be meta outside of like a class rework. However, There's like some mass poisons at some point where poison cleansing totem might actually be really good. This could be like a party-wide defensive against poison dispel. So there's a chance that also Restore Shaman can make it up there. I am pretty sure that Augmentation might still become meta. There are a bunch of bleeds that are very nasty again, especially in the new dungeon. If I recall, there were bleeds in King's Rest. I don't remember Temple of Sethrolis. There are no bleeds in Ruby Life Pools that I can remember. I still say Druid's trees should be able to mass dispel poison. Each tree mass dispel poison, right? I mean, you're not asking for much, honestly. Yeah, so that's where I would go with it. That's basically on the kit because we don't know of any numbers yet. I mean, people are playing them, sure. But the chances that the numbers that we see right now, people dishing out, making it into live are very slim. Okay, and if I pop this baby, do I just put everything on it? I do put everything on me. Okay, my item level is 252. Do I want to craft anything? No.
Do I have a deal for you?
Enhance wants haste mastery, I believe. Possibly. Mastery haste, rather. Which is the exact stats that I don't want in PvP weapons. Crit verse, that's not it. Fist weapon verse mastery, maybe that's the one. Haste verse intellect. Yeah, so I think it's two of these.
Keep it
Two
real.
of these. All right, we got some fisties. We need trinket. What is that? Take that away. We need trinkets. I think by and large, the absolute best trinket that I've seen so far is this. This will probably get nerfed. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Enhance secondary stats in various ways. There are probably no fish left in the bag, but it's hard to be sure. Okay, well, this seems to be really good. You have a chance to follow up your attacks with guillotine. Okay, that's just pure damage. Haste. So we could take the haste one. The passive haste proc, I guess.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Okay, we should probably take... Do we take some rings? Crit haste. Yeah, probably replace the... Oh, shit! The War Within rings. Did you watch the Conquest of Azeroth Ascension? Wow, I did not. This is the kind of thing Blizzard should be doing. Private servers can do a better job at making the games fun. No, but I know that Ascension WoW has been doing like crazy stuff. What exactly about it is cool to you? I know that they're doing all sorts of cool classes that would be great to have, but you know. I think I'm just gonna take this haste verse. Can I get mastery? Mastery, verse mastery. Ugh. Probably need some form of mastery. Can I just get haste? Dude, I'm gonna have so much. Oh, I can only get one? Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, this is so lame. Sure, let's get that one. Oh, did I just buy it twice? Oh, I thought that was the necklace, dude. That's not the necklace. No matter what, verse is gonna be the main stat anyway. We have 15% versatility. Jesus Christ. Almost double versus that of mastery. Is Paladin or Rogue more worth to main in Season 2? I don't know which is more worth to main. If I have to go blind by what I know so far, it will probably be Paladin. Because when you say Paladin, I assume you don't just mean red. Because red is not Paladin. Red is red. I assume you're likely interested in probably playing tank and or heal. In which case you have like infinite more chances with Paladin than Rogue. Because, you know, Rogue cannot tank or heal. I am the MooTuber Umbilicus. Hello, hello, Alex. Yeah, PTR as always, man. This is the times. Been doing this a while. I don't know if for the whole day, probably not. But I do want to test out a couple of specs. not gonna get anything here, I don't think. Do we have any gems? Do I have to craft gems? Why couldn't they not just put everything here, dude? Why do I have to like level crafting to get consumables? It's so weird. Mostly red for raiding. Yeah, red is actually very cool next next patch. I've been pleasantly surprised. Did we shoot out? We did shoot out our red video, actually. We can go watch that. Maybe that can convince you. Okay, I'm just gonna get mastery. Oh right, mastery is the one flask that's not here for some goddamn reason. This is just gonna give me verse, bro. I'm just gonna get haste. I guess I don't need all of that other stuff. Can put my trinket there. I'm pretty sure the moon is not gonna pop it. 1.5 minutes is gonna be really weird. Everything is just like 1 minute. Maybe I just need a different trinket. I tried playing Devour and it seems really bad. Oh shit, really? Have time to work on your game, go for it, dude. I have seen people actually praise Devour. Are you sure? Yeah, no, fuck it. This fucking tooltip is ass, dude. Okay, can I get details on PTR? Give me a second. I can't with this. With Blizzard damage meter, that's ass. Okay. Let's see, and if I refresh this. It's probably better. We can close that. A new update, not now. Update all the things. And which PTR version of this is this? I have like 5 WoW PTRs. Your Tuesday is empowering Reap and not Eradicate. Rotation wise, if you play Annihilator for M+, you are doing exactly the same as Season 1, but you are doing less damage. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe we can get to play Voice cards. One would hope. But, you know. Okay, so where is this going, man? Retail PTR. This has to be it. Details damage meter. Let's go. Installing. Somebody's banging on the in the wall. All right, let's see how we're looking. Do we have details? Edit modes, add-ons, details. Yes. Or was it not load out-of-date add-ons? Hey, Yahtzee, thank you for 48 months, man. Appreciate it, dude. Is your PTR rules? I don't know what that means. PTR version of WoW, but server is offline. It's like an no, it's not. But no, you're logging into it wrong, and it's not necessarily your fault because Blizzard is not doing a very good job at letting people go in and test PTR. I still don't like it, man. I fucking hate. Should I try a totally new UI system? Maybe I should try a total new revamp on the UI. I don't like how this looks for content. So how would I use this like this? What if we do like a new layout? You have unsafe changes. Yeah, no shit. Okay, let's do new layout. New setup. So we can do this. We can put this here. Then we don't need the personal resource display anymore, I don't think. We can hide this. Visibility. Hidden. Save. Okay, we can put this here. Put this here. Or maybe put this here like this. Nope. Because a lot of other classes will have the cooldowns differently. Cast bar underneath. Buffs on top. Okay. And with this, what I can do is put this here. I've been seeing people do this for a while, and now I'm curious to see if there's any merit. Oh, this is so big. Edit mode, let's make this smaller. Can it be 100%? Oh, this is so bad, no. 135. I think the worst part about retail is that it's too complicated for new players. Every season is just about grinding and about farming, and it's full of bugs and poorly balanced PV. That's a very good point. Also, oh my god, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the 10 pounds. I support your Ravalak so much. Keep going. Hope one day will a really good game of WoW. Well, well, appreciate your support, man. It's very nice of you. As for WoW, it's struggling to do well by new players for sure. I don't know. I don't know what it could do better for new players, honestly. I think the problem there's I mean, personally, it's always going to be an issue with getting new players in because the game changes so much. Its identity is never consistent. And because of that, the story is never consistent, and because the story is never consistent, like they cannot even make like a proper game mechanic where you can just put people in and teach them all about WoW, like for instance how Final Fantasy does its story, right? Okay, so transmog is still bugged because why wouldn't it be? Oh no, it's not bugged. Oh shit. Oh, perfect. No. Perfect. This is what I want. Oh no, it's still bugged. It's never not gonna be bugged. Like, our brother here on YouTube said it like 5 minutes ago, and I was like, okay, how do I convince him that WoW is, you know, not that bad? I can't, bro. I can't. This is wild. This is PTR though, let's just say. But still, man, like fucking, this has been going on for years. Can I just put that? I don't like seeing cloaks. Use gold. Yeah, no, transmog still isn't working. Did anyone here pre-order GTA 6? No, I've stopped pre-ordering games. Definitely not pre-ordering like one of the most expensive games of the year. Until I know for sure it's gonna crank. It's probably gonna crank eventually, but AAA games have been taking advantage of pre-order sales for way too long, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't trust them anymore. I don't trust that they will deliver a quality product at release. I trust that they will eventually have the product be of high quality, and that's when I'll buy it, usually on a sale. It's most games. Very few games get a pre-order out of me. I trust Russia, but I don't pre-order? Sure, fair. I mean, we trusted Blizzard before we stopped trusting Blizzard, right? So... Okay, this clearly didn't work. So what I want is action bar 4. I need action bar 5. This is no longer a thing. Action bar 5. I don't like the symmetry of this anymore. Where is action bar 5? Save and exit. Edit mode. Action bar settings. Action bar 5. Where is action bar 5? Oh my god. It's overlapping with this one. There you go. Does it have like old? It has old keybinds. Okay. We're gonna do this. Save. It's worth to come back to WoW. I skipped season 1 mostly. You know what, man? Let me ask you this. What do you find most fun about World of Warcraft? That's what I want to ask. Let's put actually consumables there. Let's actually start to change a little bit how we do things. Why can't I use these keybinds? Oh, nope. Okay. Okay. You know what? We could do this. Edit mode. Quick keybind settings. Perfect. Okay, perfect. I've started this whole keybind movement because of the changes to the game. Let's see. Now we can have also trinkets assigned there. There is no reason to pre-order a digital game. You know what? Right. So this is what Patrick was talking about too. Yeah. Obviously, you can just buy it instantly anymore. And the fact, to be fair, that the fact that Stop Killing Games hasn't had a lot of success in the EU Parliament is kind of further disincentivizing me from purchasing digital games altogether. But obviously, definitely not pre-ordering. Enhanced PTR, yes, sir. Maybe instead of just random quests for leveling, they should do a history of WoW, have new players and people leveling, go through the different X packs to learn the history of WoW. See, this is what I was talking about earlier, Jim, is that the fact that WoW story is so messed up and so all over the place, they how would they do that? What history are they going to tell you? Because each expansion story takes longer to explore than it does to level up, which means that in order for a new player to fully experience the story of an expansion, they would have to either be max level and still play through it, or the leveling should have to take longer. And people just don't like that. Like in games like Final Fantasy, it seems like people don't have a problem with it. Definitely not as much as they do in WoW. But in WoW, they're probably gonna have an issue with it. What if playing, you make a new character and it takes about 30 plus hours to finish leveling up until you get to midnight, not even to max level. It's like 80. Would you want to? WoW is just too messy, bro. WoW has no cohesive design philosophy. WoW is purely about endgame, because nothing that you do before endgame matters whatsoever. Like if I take 30 hours to level, it's not like that those 30 hours I can take and then invest into grinding my max level gear. Nothing translates into endgame. As soon as you hit max level, the gear that you loot from World Quest is about 40 item levels higher than what you get from questing, immediately making questing obsolete. There's no point in wanting gear from questing. There's no point in wanting gear from dungeons as you're leveling up, because as soon as you hit max level, your gear essentially jumps a season ahead of what questing and dungeons give you. There's the power inflation, the power creep that you gain is so crazy that anything you do before max level is absolutely has no meaning whatsoever. So if it's just pure story, then it's about a time sink. Associating that with leveling is also problematic, because there's no point in leveling, man. There's no meaningful progression you can do while leveling to make it feel like this is good, because this is a seasonal game. You need to think of WoW as an ARPG. This is what WoW is. If you treat it like an ARPG, you're gonna have way more fun. Trust me. When a new league of an ARPG, because a season of WoW is basically like a new league of Path of Exile or Diablo 4 or Last Epoch or whatever you play, No Rest for the Wicked, whatever. I don't even know if No Rest for the Wicked has seasons. But a new season starts, you're essentially kind of starting from scratch. If you, in season 1 of World of Warcraft, you farm Mythic Raid and you get Mythic Bis item, those items will become LFR level next season. Sure, you don't have to start from level 1 like you do in an ARPG, but you're essentially starting the gearing process almost all over again, because the best gear in season 1 is the worst possible gear in season 2, so you might as well be a naked character. Because whether I am naked or in LFR gear applying to an LFR, it's still the exact same thing. There's no real difference. Your screen chat shows up with Twitch chat. Yeah, that should be right, no? Mostly progression rates, dungeons, also the lore, questing, and the world. Okay, then you should definitely come back, yeah. I feel like the lore, questing, and the world is almost ass. It's about 3 out of 10. And the 3 out of 10 is basically Blood Elves existing and having a voice. Zulaman being revamped and looking good, not sounding good, not being good in terms of questing personally, right? I have, in the last couple of weeks, I have been a little bit disillusioned with WoW, everything in WoW outside of pure gameplay. Gameplay in WoW is absolutely peak. In terms of progressing, right now, it's you know, we're nearing the end of the season. There's not much you can progress. Obviously, if you like progressing, you might want to start the season to kind of prep your character, have it leveled up so that in season 2, when it starts, you don't just start from level 1, right? You already have a max level character, you have some gear to approach the new content. Because in Final Fantasy, you have only one character and you can play what you want on it. That's definitely a good point, sure. Now, question, why are we all here and not on different game? Oh, like WoW as a whole is not a bad game. It's just parts of it are terrible and being carried by the others. The vibe, story, and the world are shit. But WoW probably has one of the best gameplay out of all of the video games out there. Like pressing your abilities, spamming big cooldowns, firing balls, swinging your axe. Like there are very few games where it feels, looks, and sounds better to do than in World of Warcraft. That's, you know, what pulls me into it. My love for the story and the world kind of started dying in Shadowlands. A little bit in BFA, but mostly in Shadowlands. There's just no reason to pre-order unless you want to support a company directly, because you can always get a copy these days. That's true. Back then there was a chance they ran out of copies when it was on discs, etc. Also, yeah, you wanted to have the physical copy. That's why I love Classic. Flame Crash Out is kind of hot. It's fucking great, I guess. Is that a Crash Out? Nostalgia. Nostalgia does a lot of heavy lifting for the subscriber numbers, for sure. For Hope. Listen, guys, I'm not saying that I'm right, and I don't necessarily think you should agree with me, but my my thoughts on the hope for WoW is that there is no hope for WoW to be a good game for me unless almost the entire staff that is responsible for the story, the world design, absolutely changes. Personally, like the game can be whatever, I don't care. It's great that we have all sorts of games, but I don't vibe with all the QT and super colorful stuff. I'm not saying that WoW needs to be Warhammer 40k, everybody dies, you see gore and blood everywhere. That's not what I'm saying. But the whole super lighthearted vibe, like 14 colors on an armor piece, like that's just not for me. That's just way too much. I don't vibe with it. I don't find it interesting. I find it distracting. It's visually exhausting, first of all, and this is in terms of aesthetics, right? The story is just very bad. First of all, in terms of like pure story design, it has very little, I'm not gonna try not to overreact. It has very little creative value. It's written in a very cheap manner. It feels like they're hiring fresh out of college creative writers or aspiring writers, and they're just writing modern stories transposed into WoW. Nothing about WoW's current story has anything to do with Warcraft. What Warcraft is as an IP, as a world, as an identity has died a long time ago, and whoever's making WoW now has either no idea what Warcraft is, doesn't care what Warcraft is, or deliberately wants a new Warcraft. That's fine, it's not necessarily bad, but I don't want new Warcraft. I don't want your version of Warcraft. I want Warcraft that was the biggest game in the whole wide world. Warcraft that accumulated 12 million players, not separated on live, classic plus, Seasons of Discovery, Anniversary, Hardcore. No, just live, just one game, the biggest game that absolutely absolutely cannibalize the industry, right? We're never gonna get there again, so that's fine. I'm not gonna, you know, live in a fantasy world. But that version of WoW, that had heroism, that had a lot more masculinity than what we have right now, that had a little thing for everybody. Because I have met all sorts of players playing WoW back in the day, like all sorts of people, and they all loved it. I haven't heard of as much complaining about WoW back in the day as I do now. Why are there no enchants or oils for shields? Why would you have an oil for shield? Enchants I get. Did you say you wanted mastery flasks? Did you actually get a crafter done? Yeah, sure. The story is not good. It's not. Lich King quote, there is no hope. I agree with you. Good point. I'm glad I don't feel alone in this. But listen, so I was actually talking with my buddy the other day. Can I just do something while we rank? Because I feel like let me actually hop into a delve or something. Then we can do some dungeons. I was actually talking with my friend the other day about oh, I can just do. Nah, fuck it. About WoW and like, oh, okay, like what was the future of WoW and so on and so forth. Here's the thing, like, I don't know how long you guys have played WoW, and today we have a lot of players that have started WoW recently in the last couple of expansions, and it's very hard to explain WoW and Warcraft to those people that never played Warcraft and WoW back in the day. And a lot of people like that usually have they don't really care, and they don't really have to, I don't think, right? But you're starting playing WoW in Shadowlands or BFA or Dragonflight or the War Within or now, and you're thinking that WoW is fine right now and anybody that's complaining is just salty or molding, is the same thing as me coming into Star Wars now and wondering, why do people care so much about this Anakin person? Who gives a shit who Luke or Obi-Wan was? Just give me more, just give me cool new characters, give me Rey and give me whatever, right? There's a point when you create a long spanning IP that's been built over decades of its own story, world, characters, vibe, theme, and so on and so forth. When you just drastically change it, is no longer the same thing. Like, if you want a fresh modern MMO that's very bright, very colorful, very light, very diverse, whatever you want to call it, then sure, then make a modern MMO and go play it. This awesome for you. But don't change the one that was so good, that had a particular niche and particular vibe, just to kind of make the game you want. That's how I feel, right? And I don't want it to sound like, what the fuck is that? I don't want it to sound like people are not allowed to enjoy the kind of game that they want. Right. So what I was saying is, if you've never played... Yo, why am I taking so much damage? What the oh, right. What? If you've never played Warcraft back in original WoW or Warcraft 3 or Warcraft 2, it's very hard to explain. But for those of us who did, imagine this, okay? Imagine going back to you playing Warcraft 3 or Warcraft 2 or WoW or TBC or Wrath or whatever, right? That's when WoW reached its peak. That's when WoW became what WoW is and what defines WoW to this day. And telling yourself, hey, listen, we're going to have an expansion that's going to revamp Zulaman and the Amani Trolls. The Amani Trolls were the first trolls ever introduced in Warcraft, by the way. So for anybody who's been with the franchise from the very beginning, it's very hard not to see Amani as like a core pillar of what WoW is. I think I have to put her as healer, dude. This is nothing's happening here. Okay, so I've unlocked Curios, but because it's PTR said, okay, no Curios for you. Right, so you go back in time and tell yourself, listen, they're gonna remake Zulaman, they're gonna put Amani Trolls in. And this is, you know, an age of WoW where you get to play a lot of playable races, and Midnight will also come with a playable race. Can you explain to yourself, back then, playing the game then, why Amani Trolls are not the playable race, but rather Haranir, a race nobody ever heard of until the War Within, and they're supposed to, and then you see a dev interview saying that, oh, no, we have no plans on putting Amani in the game, but play the Saronir, bro. Saronir's so cool. Don't knock Haronirs out. Like whenever this, like I can only imagine that the devs that are making WoW right now like have no idea what Warcraft is. They don't like Warcraft necessarily. They want their Warcraft. And I don't think for an IP like Warcraft, as is true for Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Witcher 3 or Witcher or whatever, I don't think you get to make your Warcraft, right? You get to make the Warcraft that people like. It's a product, it's a service, and it's more than just that. And you make it the way people like it, because that's why they like it. If you want a different Warcraft, then go make yourself a different game. But the problem is that these people don't have a way to make their own game. And they have their own vision, and it's so cool, but they want their story to be told. And I can respect that. But that doesn't mean that you get to like come in and mess up my game. And this is how I feel about the modern WoW dev team. That has nothing to do with like gameplay, class design, encounter design, and all of that, right? I feel like it's just people that want to make video games, and that's great. That doesn't mean that the video games that they make are not good video games, but they're not WoW. And hey, more power to you. Make whatever video game you want. That's great. We want more video games. Competition is what makes this industry so good. Maybe you can make a better MMO than WoW and give Blizzard a run for their money. Fucking hey, let's go. But don't change my WoW. This is the WoW that I like. And if you don't like it, that doesn't mean that you have to change it and I have to accept it. If you don't like it, you go away and leave my WoW alone. This is how it... But the problem is that there's no point in saying this now, because this has been going on for years, man. This has been going on ever since the big scandal in Shadowlands. And even before then, well, whatever Afrasiabi wanted to make for WoW was just kind of ruined Sylvanas, ruined Shadowlands, and ruined the game as a whole. So it didn't really start then, but, you know, it didn't really stop either. You know what I mean? Like, who here has been a fan of Witcher, of the books, of the video games, and then has seen Season 2 and Season 3 of Witcher, maybe even Season 4, I don't even know how many seasons they have now, and think that those seasons are good, and they're giving you the Witcher itch that you've been wanting to have scratched. Did you saw the last pictures of the WoW devs? No. All women with woke agenda. Listen, the thing is, I try to avoid classifying devs like that, like all women with a woke agenda. Like, women or not doesn't matter. Like, gender doesn't matter. It's not about the gender, it's about the vision. Because there could be dudes that make the same thing. Like, you don't know. It's just what you see. It's just optics. How do you know you're right? I don't care who makes WoW, man. I don't care what your gender is. I don't care what your inclination is. Hey, more power to you. Go live your best life. I hope you have part of dignity and respect and whatever you want, because obviously it's getting political once again, because we cannot have this conversation without it becoming political. But I want you to like WoW. That's what I want. That's my kind of like my only criteria. And I want you to like WoW for WoW. WoW is not what WoW could be. Not what your version of WoW is. I just bought Midnight, and leveling is something else. Do you have any tips to reach level 90? If it's your first time, you're probably gonna have to do the campaign. There's nothing you can do about it. If it's your alt, then you have a lot of shortcuts and a lot of catch-ups. So it's basically up to you. We put a leveling video out if it helps. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to get used to this UI. Our vendor has mastery flasks. Oh, of course, it makes total sense, right, Arjad? It makes so much sense. I understand it completely, but they have ruined many IPs on the same. Yeah, that's what I mean. These IPs are keep getting ruined, man. Like, there was a point where, like, I remember back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, when the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe started, and actors were coming into the roles, and they're like, oh, I hope I do this role right. I hope the fans will accept it. I hope it's what the fans want, right? But what you see right now in Hollywood is like, if you don't accept my version of this character that has been in this franchise, world, story, whatever, the way I think this character should be played, then you're the bad person. Like, in what delusional, hubris way, egotistical, selfish world are we living in, man? Where people just don't give a fuck anymore, and everybody just wants their thing at the expense of everybody else. Like, this is not a society anymore, man. This is just weird. This is wacko world. We're able to see, watch Conquest of Azeroth Ascension WoW vid. You will see who loves the game. Yeah, and I understand. I know what you mean, man, and that's great. It's just not my thing. I think they're doing great thing. I really hope that they're not gonna serve this. That's not gonna be a thing, bro. Blizzard is gonna crack down on that as well, unfortunately. What I want is for them to be like popular enough where it gives Blizzard something to think about. That's what I would like. I've seen like I've seen Ascension WoW for years, right? What they've done. We even use them as examples. We even used their footage and pointed it out, like stuff like that. So it's like what Ascension WoW. I mean, I don't know what their classes and their gameplay is now, but they were doing pretty cool stuff for a very long time. We've been you know, kind of passively following Ascension WoW for about 4 years now. Season 2, episode 1, I was out of Witcher. Yeah, no, I couldn't. I was late for season 2, and then and before I wanted to start watching it, I heard about it, and I was like, okay, not another one, no. I don't mind women, I mind the agenda. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like women have nothing to do with it, man. Like there's some incredible women game designers out there. It's not about that, but people are spinning the narrative around that it has to be around that. The other hero talents are a lot better. The other build does crap ton more damage, even on in 12.1. Are you sure? It could be, but there's a lot of fire damage with this build, with this tier set. So. Bro, I'm just not playing right, dude. Why won't you move out of the thing? Can't remember when I saw the last Harrenir character in a group, and Earthen are rarer than a unicorn. Don't know why Blizzard is so far apart from the community with what they want for the game. Yeah, they're just very disconnected, man. That's exactly what I wanted to say about the Amani stuff. Like, if you're making a WoW expansion, and a big part of that expansion, let alone the patch that we're currently going to be playing, is about the Amani trolls, and you don't understand why people want the Amani trolls, or why they should be in the game before Harrenir, because obviously there either has been a choice at the developing meeting that they had, where, okay, are we gonna put Harrenir as a race or Amani, right? I hope there was a discussion, because if there wasn't, then they're even more far removed from what the game actually is. But there must have been a discussion, and they said, okay, I think Harrenir make more sense because Azeroth, because they're tied in, because we want to write them in, because Harrenir have no leg to stand. I'm not even gonna go there, right? Harrenir is just a made-up race that they made it in such a way that it explains Azeroth. They just wanted a race that explains Azeroth. And that I couldn't give two shits about that. It's not that I don't feel like they belong in WoW. They haven't been written in. They don't have a history. They don't have proper culture. Everything is just feels shoved down our throats. But I digress. It's not about that. But if you go at a meeting and the conversation is like, okay, what races are we gonna get? And you cannot understand why Amani are supposed to be in the game, but you put Harrenir in, then I just have to understand that you don't know what Warcraft is. I don't know how else to put it. Disconnected is putting it mildly. You just don't know what Warcraft is. That's just my opinion.
Rock. Don't say I never gave you anything.
Shit, that's cool. Okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Isn't this door supposed to be open? Am I supposed to go here through a different path? The only issue with Amani is they're only more likely to join the Horde and the Alliance. They still have reasons to hate both, so having it happen right away would be more jarring than the reunification of Elves. Probably. I mean, now what you're assuming, Arcanimus, is that there would be a very cohesive way of adding them into the game that would make sense, right? But if that premise is how they're making things, right, then why did we create the Harrenir? For 20, 30 years, well, I don't know how long it's been, for however many decades, the progenitor of all races on Azeroth were trolls, and then they evolved into night elves, and then night elves into blood elves and nightborn and highborn or whatever the fuck. But now apparently the Haranir just feel like a jailer written example. They were here first. Actually, they were the first ones. Actually, they were playing. They knew they were here. Like, but I don't, bro. Is this cooked? Is this dungeon cooked? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm just spinning in circles. There's nothing to do. It's blocked. I think this dungeon is, this delve is bugged. I've wanted Tuskar. Yeah. Tuskars have had 2 expansions during which they were an integral part of the story. And I'm not even going to talk about Amani. I'm not even going to talk about Centaurs. I'm not going to talk about Ogres. I'm not going to talk about Vrykul. And like a bunch of others as well. But we're getting Haranir. Like, I don't mind Haranir existing, but it just feels so weird to get them before a lot of other people. So unstable aberrations. Okay, so it feels like I should be going here. But this door is... I think this is just bugged. Who would be the alliance solution? See, so... Here, you're starting with the premise that I care. I don't care who the alliance solution is. There's no such thing as alliance and horde. First of all, in a practical sense, that these two races these two factions don't exist anymore. The content isn't written for alliance and horde. They're not the focal point of any conflict. There is no conflict. There is no personality behind these two factions anymore. They've been homogenized out of existence, first of all. So at that point, I don't care. What? Why does that matter? Void Elves got Demon Hunter. Alliance has 2 races that can play Demon Hunter, and Horde has 1. It doesn't matter. Like, who gives a shit? Just because Horde gets something doesn't mean that the Alliance has to get something. And Alliance could get Haranir. Fuck it, why not just put Haranir in Alliance side? Clearly, if you really think about it, they would probably ally themselves more with Alliance than with the Horde. But because Horde and Alliance have been such like a homogenized mush, like porridge, there's no difference between them. So then if one gets something, the other one has to get that something too. Does that make sense? I don't know where to go. Let's do this.
Okay, so be it.
The word we're looking for is force. Sure. They pushed into the game. Xbox closed 4 studios recently, or will, no clue when. They were all woke devs. Like I said, and it never should have been about woke or not woke. It never should have been a political thing. Games are a form of art expression. That doesn't mean that morality and politics have never existed in the expression of art, but they were never really the focus point. And it was never really preachy. It's like, hey, did you know that if you think this way, you're a bad person? Like, who died and made you my teacher in life? Like, who gave you the authority to teach me about people? Like, this is how it feels to me, man. And this is not why I came here. I want to have fun. I want like goofy, over the top, epic adventures. I want to feel like I'm a part of a story and a cool experience. But fuck it, man. Like, why are we even, like, the fact that we're even having this conversation feels like I live in a bizarro world. Like, this shouldn't even be a thing. The game is either fun or it's not. It's either cool or it's not. It's not about all the other bullshit. How's enhanced after the nerf? I don't know. I don't know if it has anything to do with PTR though. All numbers on PTR are relative. There's no frame of reference on PTR because I've just leveled my enhance, and I don't know how it was before the nerf on PTR. It's the only version of enhanced that exists in Open 1. I would need to gear my enhance on live, have it like decent, and then compare it with, but like it's so different. Like we don't even have the same tier set. It's very hard to compare that way. Just here for the Tuesday rant. What up, Zakuza? There have been design changes. Traditionally, if one faction gets something, the other gets something to balance it out, even if it isn't perfect. Yeah, like, I'm not opposed to that. But if Amani make real good sense for the Horde, and there's no real good sense for Alliance to get anything back, then Alliance just doesn't get anything back. Like, just create the game for the purpose of the game, not for the purpose of fairness, or people complaining that, but I didn't get something either, because that's how you get homogenized bullshit. That's how you get boring stuff created for the purpose of fairness. That's where the fun police comes in. Well, Alliance has to get something too, because if they don't get, then they're gonna chew our asses off for giving all of the cool stuff to the Horde. Like, come on, man. Are we still 5 years old? We're not children anymore. We can accept the fact that it makes more sense for stuff to be in the game that maybe we directly don't have access to. Like, if I'm supposed to accept parts of the game that are not made for me and they're made for other people, why doesn't that make sense that we have Amani only for a specific amount of people? Do you see the double standards in this? Like, I'm not calling you out or anything, but do you see the double standards in this way of thinking? Like, if I don't like something, I should just accept that it's not made for me. But if you don't, not you, but the you, but if you don't like something, then we should make it so that it's fair for you too. Like, the double standard is wild, bro. Adults are making video games and other shit in the world, and they're masquerading as adults, but they're actually children. It's exhausting. And I don't care. I don't care as much anymore. Yeah, I was just using you as an example, Arcanimus. I'm not like throwing shade or calling you out or anything. I mean, I hope you didn't take it that way. Dude, do I have to pop cooldowns for every one of these guys? Why am I getting absolutely demolished on a +8 delve? Oh, it makes sense, dude. In season 2, I have less gear in delves than I have in season 1, bro. I'm full myth. Everything is scaled to 244 item level. This is tier 8 delve. What is actually being tested with this? Nobody in season 2 will do tier 8 delves with 244 item level, let alone tier 11 delves. What is to be gained? Are we training delve MDI? Oh! Alright, bro. Just tell me you don't want me to test your shit, bro. Just tell me you don't want me to test your shit. I'm not making a public post about this. We're using our platform. Okay, I can't. Okay, my keyboard is borked. Give me a second, guys. I need to understand what the hell's going on. I think what he's trying to say is that they're activists and pushing their message and agenda within the game we love. Yeah, I know what I know the rhetoric. I know the narrative around it, right? I personally don't care about it, and if I respond to it, I enforce it. I don't care. Activism and politics should not belong in a video game. If you want to make a change in the world, where is it? If you want to make a change in the world, a positive change, then going into a video game and changing the art form to represent your views, I don't know if that's necessarily the right way. First of all, you're alienating people. And when you want to make a change, I don't think making enemies is the way to make that change happen. I think you need allies. That's how that works, no? Am I crazy? You need to explain it to me. You need to make me understand you. You're not going to make me understand you by destroying something that I like. Especially if you think that what I like is damaging when it's actually not. And when it's proven to you that it's not and you still do it, then I have to be against you. Because you're pushing hard into my own personal space and what I like. Give me a second, guys. I just want to make a quick Twitter post. Okay, what is the item level in a tier 11 delve? How does it enhance feel now? I mean, it's fine. I need to do a Mythic Plus because this delve is just destroying me. It's downscaling my gear to a point where I just have like shit stats. Plus I have like PvP gear because the PvE gear is just ass. Didn't that start when the Alliance complained they didn't have Shaman? Yeah, sure. Like you're right. Like how far back do we want to take this, right? Wait, why am I downstairs? Oh, I'm not in. Am I in the delve? All right. Sorry about this, guys. Just putting some stuff out there. Yeah, okay, I cannot test delves. Shaman is way too squishy to do this. I'm just gonna waste all of my day trying to do this. Let's just do some keys if you guys are down. Are you wearing armor? Right? Right? Can the season just end already? I'm so done with season 1. I mean, we've been having the season for like 4 months, haven't we? What is it? April, May, June, July, right? We're like ending on the... Or like 5 months. Am I in the delve? Am I out of the delve? Where am I? WoW just needs to inject some masculinity and it will take off again. I don't necessarily know if that's even possible. Obviously I feel like as a dude, I feel like there's a severe lack of masculinity, and I feel like devs are trying to put masculinity in the game, but they have no idea what masculinity is, and they make Arator. And I mean, again, the fact that we actually have to say this is just wild to me, dude. There should be a time when games were just made and games were cool. Nobody thought about home. Is 75% masculinity okay, or should we bring it down to 57? Down for a Q or two. On PTR, Alex, we need to test PTR stuff, dude. All WoW needs is some man energy. You know what? I'm curious. I'm curious how many people think this way, right? Because obviously the community is divided. Like, you guys are saying this because maybe we are more attractive to people that think that WoW needs this kind of stuff. I don't know if we have any viewers or community members that actually disagree with this take. If you do disagree, I want to know what you think about WoW and what you think could make WoW good. But I'm pretty sure you're gonna say that WoW doesn't need to be good. WoW is just fine, which, you know, obviously is not, because otherwise people won't be complaining so much about it. The problem is that you are asking for people who think masculinity is toxic to either. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, right? 10 or 12, whichever one you want. I think 10 is 10. 12 should be fine because you don't have the affix to worry about. I can make weapons. I don't care. Just let's just get a dungeon going. I don't care that much about weapons. I wanna play a bunch of specs, and I don't want to spend half of my time getting gear for them. I don't care. It's not gonna make that much of a difference. In 10s and 12s. Not touching PTR. No, I agree. I see. I respect it. feels a bit long. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not long. It's so far it hasn't even been. It's been the shortest season so far. As a woman, we need a dose of testosterone in the game. Hey, Arja, did we train you to say that at the Marcelian&Flame School of Masculinity? Holy shit. Listen, dude, as a dude, I fucking love having a dose of femininity in the game. You cannot just have sausage fest. That's fucking lame as shit. It's so, that's not for me. Who wants sausage party, right? But, you know, there's levels to it. I do miss the edge Blood Elves had, and I agree with the take that he's the last pre-Muru Sunwell Blood. I don't know what that means. Pre-Muru Sunwell Blood Elf Arator. We need a new big bad. You know what? I don't necessarily think we do. I think Xal'Tath is decent. Xal'Tath is fine. Obviously, she's no Arthas. She's no Illidan. She's no Sargeras, right? But, I mean, we don't have to just have Arthas and Sargeras. I think Xal'Tath is fine. Xal'Tath actually is kind of cool. I think they're just not leaning hard enough. I think she should have started killing people by now. She seems so Disney. She should have actually legit killed Illyria. She obviously didn't kill Illyria. And I don't necessarily want Illyria to that. I don't know if that's necessarily good for the story. But she should have done something, man. She should have fucking killed Arator. After a whole season building up Arator and following him, he could have become a martyr character. His death could have pushed the story and characters into making like very drastic decisions. That would have made the story interesting. Nobody wants sausage party? That's what's up. I don't know who Savathon is. Blizzard, this wouldn't be the first time that Blizzard was inspired by something else to make their game. So I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. As my dear old dad used to say, there's a difference between scratching your ass and tearing it all to pieces. Ha! That's funny. I don't really care or think of masculinity or femininity in games though, but this is interesting. Why does this concern you? What do you mean? Why does this? Didn't I not? I guess you. I don't know how to answer that question. Like, what do you mean? Like, it feels, if you ask that question, it feels like you haven't been listening to what I've said. I mean, if you just came in, that's fine, I guess. She doesn't have to. Everyone in her wake does a good job of doing it for her in her name. Do they? But what characters have died so far? No characters have died. Okay, I guess she doesn't have to do it personally. Hey, what up, Alusa? How's it going, man? Zal doesn't hold a candle to Sava Mommy. Who's Sava Mommy? Oh, is that Savathon? Is that like a Final Fantasy character? Or I don't know who Savathon is. Seems really boring. She doesn't seem like an enough threat. I feel like Xal'Tath was way more interesting in The War Within. The problem is they see femininity as weak and masculinity as toxic. As a result, they make women masculine so they aren't weak. Like I don't know. I wouldn't go so far as to label it that way. Like I said, I don't really care. Like femininity and masculinity have nothing. I don't think they have anything to do with power or strength, like in a broad sense. It would take me too long to go through who Savathon is. Her lore is actually built into Destiny's. Oh, it's a Destiny character, not just half-assed into it last minute because they wanted to be a mastermind. Okay, but I understand I understand your points. Okay, that's fair. That would be a problem in creating a new character and not building it enough for people to care about it. Oh, so much Disney. This approach destroyed so much stories in other games and movies. Yeah, I don't know. What I want to see is all of this change in theme and vibe and design for WoW actually attract the audience that is supposed to attract. I want to see that audience come into play WoW. I want to see the influx of people come in and not just like the 5 noisy ones on the internet. I want to actually see like WoW grow to like millions and millions of players that actually like all of this stuff. And I want there to be like, oh shit, no, we like this. And if that's the case, and if everybody likes it but me, then fuck it, man. I guess that's it. When they tried to bring Sylvanas back in the cinematic, I laughed so hard, and that was the final nail in the coffin. Oh, really? You didn't like it? Oh, shit. I really want to know why. I kind of liked it a little bit, but I wanted them to fix Sylvanas. But if you really think about how she came in, it's a little bit goofy. You mean Astalor, not Arator. Oh, Astalor is the pre-Muru blood elf you were talking about? Savathun is a Disney character who is a god of cunning and deception, but also doesn't cover her entire story. It's just the bare bones. Ooh, sounds interesting. Yo, is Destiny actually cooked? They're actually pulling the plug on Destiny, huh? Currently 3385 M plus rating, pulling my hair out, trying to do 16s. It's definitely a step up for sure. All we need is true to lore Warhammer 40k MMO, a good one this time. The thing is right now, so see what I think you guys and I myself am doing, we're trying to overcorrect, right? That's a very natural human thing to do. We're trying to overcorrect what we think is wrong. That doesn't necessarily make us right, by the way, but all of this vibe of WoW that we feel as in lacking masculinity, we're trying to like overcorrect by saying stuff like it should be Warhammer 40k. I don't even necessarily know if you look at the broad spectrum of 40k, I don't necessarily know that it should be like I don't necessarily think that the world is necessarily like fully masculine or whatever, because you have Eldar, you have Sisters of Battle, you have Necrons who are like more or less androgynous, you have a lot of stuff there that feel like catered to a lot of people. It's definitely way darker, but WoW was never that, even though kind of WoW wanted to copy, and most Blizzard original developers were Warhammer fans and they kind of copied themes from it. If you look at WoW orcs, they're definitely closer to Warhammer orcs than Tolkien or actual fantasy orcs. I bet they'll make Destiny 3 in a few years. You think so after they pull the plug? I don't know. Destiny has been in a downward spiral for years. Bungie forgot how to make good games. It's disappointing. I think companies, I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I think companies don't know when to stop making games. I think games should end at some point. I think they're just milking the cow a little bit too much. And then you end up in this situation when there's like nothing else to milk. It's just like air and water. And then people don't like it and they trail off. And then, you know, the cow dies. I think it did, bro, it's over. It got to a point. It did the cool stuff. People enjoyed it. Just move on. Do other stuff. I just like 40k and want to PvP a green skin with my chainsword. I mean, you could play Space Marine, right? Aren't they remaking, or did they remake Space Marine 1? A lot of people here are projecting. Most people are projecting. I won't get into the D2 situation because it's just going to start an argument. All I will say, it's mainly due to the corporate side of things, mismanaging and running the situation extremely poorly. Oh shit! Ooh, nice. We have the thing. Can I TP to the dungeon from here? Yes. Thank you very much, Arja, for taking care of the group. Really helps. Aeon 2 is coming soon. Oh my god, I thought that game was already out. Alright, we have flasks, we have potions, we have everything. Blizzard has to walk a tightrope of appealing to its older player base and still appealing to new players is not an easy feat. It's not, but I don't think we're getting new players. That's the thing. Definitely not with this approach. Are you guys gonna be there at BlizzCon? Yes. It's just shitty writing that Sylvanas just up and left the maw. Makes no sense, but I guess Metzen wants her back. I mean, she could have been working to leave the maw this whole time. The thing is, why didn't she stay more? Why did she just come in to save it? Like her I don't know if her leaving the maw is necessarily the problem, although you could probably argue that as well. But her leaving just to shoot Xalatath and then just go back, that seems a little bit lame. She didn't really accomplish anything except, what, keep Xalatath from killing us or killing Arator and Varisa. I mean, yeah, obviously she probably would want to save her family. I can understand that. Bungie tried to make other games. They released Marathon. It's not good. They really did forget how to make good games. Bungie that gave us icon games like Halo and Destiny has lost their magic. It happens, man. It's probably a similar situation with Blizzard as well. The original Bungie designs that made all that cool stuff are probably no longer working at the company. And there's new people with new visions, and you know, instead of making like, I guess they made new games, right? But you know, not all games are success stories. How many games Blizzard had to cancel? She's just sure up to talk to Varisa. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, just to talk is weird. But to save her, then I guess, right? I would have expected a character of Sylvanas' IQ to be able to stop Xalatath from either using Laura or traveling to the center of Azeroth, which is probably what she's been doing, and what we're probably going to be doing in season 3. We can summon. It felt very forced narratively, especially with how we know she was sentenced to be in the maw. Tyrande either doesn't know or let her. Fair. Oh my god, I have war mode on. Oh. Do I have like a city nearby? I have leftover war mode. I cannot fly here. Wait, where am I? Let me TP out. Do I have my my toy? I don't have my toy. Rogue is also war mode on. Lol. And Rogue is Alliance. Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. Alright, well, this is a trip. Let's go to Dalaran. I don't know if... Oh, the Rogue can summon. I want the Rogue to like accidentally right-click me and attack me. What up, Biko? Do you have the Zulaman Loa altar buffs there? I don't know. I don't think so. This is like a whole new zone, though. Alright, we're just waiting for the druid. I just hope TLT, what is TLT? Has some more masculinity. Oh, the last titan. It's time for Anduin to show some variant energy. I've been so disappointed in Anduin's story since Legion. Nobody wants a king that is off crying, not leading. Yep. At least abdicate, which is, I guess, what he's trying to do. The thing, that's what I was also mentioning, Nicholas. I don't think Blizzard has the creative space to write that kind of a story, and I don't even know if they want to. Oh, this is not mythic. It's normal. You got your flask? I have haste flasks. I'm good. Alright, let's finally play some enhancement. Why do you guys give me to rant about this shit, dude?
Zul'Jan is already empowering the Fang of Ulatek.
Oh. Thank you. Yoink. When is this coming out? Probably August... the 11th? Either the 11th or the 18th. My money's on the 11th. Turbulent Time Ways ends. We need to start on the 11th because we need the season to start on the 18th. So we have a month before BlizzCon. But I guess either way could work. The generation of game developers do not know how to write a good story, mostly because they do not understand conflict, and that sometimes cannot be talked out. Oh shit, that's such an interesting way of putting it. The thing is, we're making a lot of assumptions here, but I mean, there's nothing else that we can do. We just have to run with what we see right now, right? Like, no conflict in WoW feels real. It feels like a human conflict. And it's very easy to pin the blame on devs, and I kind of don't really want to do that because I don't know if it's necessarily true. Because it puts a lot of onus on a very specific problem when the problem might, when the situation might be actually something totally different, right? Oh my god. Was I supposed to bloodlust this? Oh my god, I have 10 stacks of whatever's slowing me. Is oddly satisfying. Look at the DK pet, bro. Or is that intended? Hey, Paravel, how's it going? Ooh, laggy. Oh, I'm very laggy. Oh, so laggy, so laggy, so laggy, so laggy. Is it just me? Is it because I'm on EU?
The barrier is weakening.
Right, we cannot mount. I miss Plater. Yeah, I tried using our Plater profile for the PTR and it didn't work. I'm sure Marcelian wants drastically to update it, but I don't know if we'll have the time. Okay, there's potential here. I'm pretty sure I'm not playing the rotation right. Because I'm not used to tracking my UI the way I am right now. Because the Maelstrom weapon power is so small in the middle. But I am slowly getting used to it. I wish they would improve it somehow, man. It's so hard to spot.
Just a few more.
Upper Hands is good. It has always been a fun spec. It seems good. The tier set is a little bit passive, which, I mean, what are you gonna do? That's always gonna be the case, right? Ooh, slow. Yeah, I'm cooked. I have 10 stacks. How am I think that needs to be dispelled, Arja. I cannot move. I'm literally like giga slowed. I have to take the full frontal thing. I don't know if everybody gets it and you just didn't have time to get me out, but it's rough. I'll throw some heals out. Alright, you know what? We're popping. We're popping. I'm also using like season 1 totemic build. This might change by the time season 2 comes out. And the only reason I'm using totemic is because the tier set is around Fire Nova. And totemic kind of runs Fire Nova more, no? Or at least Fire Talent. I don't know if it matters. Maybe Stormbringer will be better. Because I know some of you guys were saying that I should be playing Stormbringer. I understand Stormbringer is better right now on live, but... Again, I point to the elves being united in like 15 minutes after years of war. Yeah, we've had that that point made as well in one of our online posts. It was very interesting. Honestly. I'm not denying it whatsoever. Holy shit, dude. We might actually start to get the hang of this. Okay, this is a treat, man. Wonder why they disallow mounting in the dungeon. I guess because it's a underground altar. Probably for the same reason you cannot mount in the second half of Mysara Caverns. That seems to be the current enhanced build according to Zorthas on PTR. And you'll have to give it to me at the end. I cannot copy paste it in mid M plus.
Be on guard. It looks like the children of Ulatek have been throwing their
Can I?
down there. That Hydra might
Zor Bass TR. Okay, so it's Stormbringer. Alright. We'll try that. We can try that. That is not a WoW only problem. I see that in a lot of games, and by devs I do mean the people writing the combat code. I mean the sword devs. Yeah, that's the ones I meant. So like I said, the combat, encounter design, class design is absolutely key. It's basically what's carrying WoW. Oh, we took it to like one of the... Oh, one exploded. Okay, I need to ping where to take this so we cannot go through that again. You can wipe us this time.
My emissary
By the way, wasn't Zorthas not playing enhancement in this season? I think this is where we need to go. Okay. Would be nice when I have to chase the puddles as an enhance. Super length. Fuck man, this is so good. Oh, the spec feels so good. Assuming that what I'm trying to accomplish is using my my procs properly, which I'm definitely messing up, but that's fine. So that's how we learn. I feel like I'm definitely wasting some Maelstrom weapon. I know for a fact that my priority is not 100% right. Feels a little bit wrong. Most of all, I'm not playing the right hero talents apparently. Which would be weird, no? If it happens again, the same season, same different season, same build. Oh. I wonder if Lava Lash during the totem is better than Crash Lightning. So you see, the stuff like that is what I don't know. I would imagine Crash Lightning is slightly better, especially since the tier set buffs it. But I could be wrong. No lag watching you. Doesn't Ghost Wolf release you from slowing effects? Does it? Oh shit. I should try that out. I didn't think about that. It's a good point.
To transform them into these abominations. They even consume each other when given the chance.
I'm gonna pop. I'm gonna do a chain lightning here. Pop my totem down. Winds. Sundering. That's it's very rough. I want to give everybody the buff. Okay, I'm doing a terrible job at handling the evolution casts. So maybe I want to be on this guy. But I only have like the stun totem because they took away my my knockup. Evolve. I stopped the evolve, but that's it. I don't have anything else, I don't think. Do I? No. Stop evolve. Okay, let's put this down. I also need to track my doom wounds a little bit so I know when I have to spend my Maelstrom weapon intentionally and not have Storm Strike or Crash Lightning spend them for me with Thorim's Invocation. That's something that I'm not doing because I didn't... I thought I had it tracked, but for some reason it's not anymore. Oh, I'm overcapping the Maelstrom weapon. Yeah, I did the stun. They're in the blood though. It's kind of hard to hit. Definitely wasting Maelstrom weapon. It just doesn't feel like Chain Lightning is impactful. It is. It's my biggest hitter. I think he plays it all. Zorthas, as in all shaman specs.
A willing sacrifice.
Hey, the PTR disconnects, baby. Fuck, that's so fucking satisfying. I wish you would take him a little bit further away from the blood stuff. I need to get like cooldown reduction on the stun totem at this rate. Tankiness, I guess, is a better way to put it. What is tankiness? I feel very squishy. That's what you're talking about. This is kind of like the main drawback that I have for playing Shaman. DPS. They're not squishy if you look at the average. I guess. They don't feel that way when I play them.
None was successful in consuming these.
Warlock is definitely a tankier range for sure. Alright. 1 DPS short. Alright, I should probably... We have Bloodlust, right? Putting this down. Oh shit, I shouldn't, oh, that was good. All right. We need to break this. Yeah, we're cooked. Need to use extra action button. Break chain.
We cannot let this creature bar our path.
Warlock is definitely tankier than mages, yeah, but is definitely squishier than before. I don't know if it's alongside mages. I don't think you can consider Warlock that way. Like I've played with Marcelian, we were pushing keys, nowhere near the squishiness that mage has. Is the survivability? I'm assuming that a big part of the survivability issues is the lack of mobility in raids. It's not nothing there screams, oh my god, I'm so tanky. Okay. Everybody has to do it. Everybody has to do it. RJ, you have to do it too. You have to press the action button, Arja. Press button. We all.
We cannot let this creature bar our path.
Down. Oh, is the rogue dipping? Rough. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the game doesn't do a good way of telling you what to do. It just pops a button and if you don't pay attention to it.
The goddess stands up.
Ooh, man, these crash lightnings are so satisfying. Death Rattle is basically the mechanic, like right now. You have to do it sooner, RJ, I think.
We cannot let this creature bar our path.
God damn it, man. These disconnects. I haven't been able to finish one dungeon. Like, how are people finishing this dungeon? Fucking hell. Alright, well, let's, How do I leave the dungeon? I have to teleport to Amani's art. Fuck that. I need to set up my Hearthstone in Orgrimmar, I think. The only thing is that there are some classes that are clearly way more tanky than others and have group defenses that help with survivability. That shit is bad. It's definitely not equal across the board. And I think, like, moving mages from 5 to 7 defensives to, like, 1.5 is just wild. Like, that's just fucking... What a swing, dude. Some of the choices made. Like, I understand mages were... We're talking with Marcelian about this. I understand mages were abnormally tanky in the War Within. It felt great as a mage player, for sure, but I understand the concept of mages being a glass cannon, right? But going from the tankiest class in the game to the squishiest class in the game is wild, dude. Like, these design swings, whether they're in the class design or otherwise, they just feel so inconsistent. It feels like we're just playing a different game. I don't know. ARPG designs. It's good, they just need to prune the rest so healing can be better. Yeah, so I don't know. My opinion about healing is that increasing HP and damage taken by the same amount will not solve it, but I could be wrong. Maybe they have access to actual good math and good math brains. I feel it's going to be a shit season for healers. I feel like increasing the HP of all mobs means that dungeons just, first of all, artificially take longer. Second of all, means damage is even more important. So healers might need to start doing damage again. Because we need to do more damage. And we have less burst. So I don't mind combat being slower. I think that needs to happen in order to fix a lot of issues. We've been saying this since Dragonflight. When they did the HP stuff in Dragonflight Season 2, it became way better for healers, so much more enjoyable. Oh, okay, then I could be wrong then. Sure, fair enough. That could be it. I am hoping to be proven wrong, because I was kind of thinking of potentially healing next season. I don't mind dealing DPS as a healer, but all right, let's switch to the Zorthas build. So I guess we're just still not playing Totemic, huh? Okay, so let's see. Edit mode, not edit mode. I always do this every goddamn single time. I never learn. Essential cooldowns. I don't understand the items. They don't show up anywhere. I'm glad that they've added items here, but they're not actually working because let's see. Maybe just crash lighting, I guess. It's kind of like the only thing that I want to track. Tempest I have. This I have. Ascendance I have. I wanted to track Doom Winds. Okay, let's put Doom Winds here. I don't know if I need to track dogs anymore. Tempest causes your next chain lightning to be instant cast, deals more damage and cast additional times. Plus, don't I have the talent that I don't have to like cast it manually? Storm Strike and Lava Lash unleash a chain lightning. This is the one, right? 100% effectiveness that deals reduced damage, and this can launch arc discharge. Is this do I lose a chain lightning if I consume arc discharge with Ride the Lightning? Do I lose a cast of chain lightning that way? Does it cast both? I guess I don't. If it casts the Empower version, I guess I don't really. Playing Healer in Shadowlands was peak. Oh, I loved it. My favorite time was definitely in BFA. Resto Druid in BFA. Fuck, man. It was cat weaving with Sunfire Azurite traits that made Sunfire really strong. That felt really nice. They played Totemi this whole season. Aren't they playing Stormbringer in season 1 too? Oh, really? Oh, okay. Why did that was looking... I just finished leveling my enhancement and it looked like Stormbringer is being what's being played. Wait a minute, am I wrong? That's Stormbringer in Mythic Plus and Stormbringer in Raid enhancements. No, Totemi, what are you talking about? I was enhancing PTRs pretty good. It's kind of like the same as always. It's not like a big difference. It's just the same enhancements. I don't feel like the tier set will change anything that we do. Voltaic Blaze causes your primary target to erupt in a Fire Nova every 2 seconds for 6 seconds. Fire Nova, I guess you just want to press Voltaic Blaze on cooldown now. Which I guess you were doing anyway, no? And that's it. You just, as long as you press Voltaic Blaze on cooldown, that's your tier set. And you just have to press Crash Landing on cooldown. Oh, thanks, Scotch P. Appreciate it, dude. I like your haircut. Looks clean. Oh, thanks, man. So, the same one I had last week. I actually haven't been to the barber yet. I am unshaven. I don't know if the camera picks it up. Man, it's taking such a long time. It might have changed in the last class tuning they did for Shaman because it had Stormbringer buffs. Probably. It might have been like a 1207 or 1205 kind of thing. Oh, is that Rathos? Is that our stream Rathos? I like any haircut but mine. I'm bald as fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I thought at one point what I would do if I was bald, and it's easy to do this while you're not, because, you know, if I was bald, I would just shave it all off. But my problem with being bald is that I cannot properly grow facial hair. Because if I'm bald, I have to have a beard. Otherwise, I look like an egg. And if I grow the kind of beard that I grow, I'll just look like... I was gonna say Freeman from Half-Life, but that's not it. I'll just look like an asshole. I don't know. Bald is sexy. Yeah, I think you're in the minority that thinks that, though. You have facial hair where it matters. Yeah, I don't think that's how it works. Because I think if I was bald with this facial hair, it wouldn't work. Thank you, Rathox, for joining, man. Appreciate it, dude. You're actually doing us a solid. There's nobody testing, man. Where the people at, dude? Where the people? People! Shave your head and let's test that theory. I did. I shaved my head. It was... I mean, it felt nice, but it looked terrible. Let's just say the overwhelming female reaction was better now than it was then. Stormbringer looks way cooler anyways. The premium hero talent in terms of aesthetics. Ooh, premium. Yeah, I guess, you know, Tempest. What up, Jelky? Life is good. It was like 20 years ago. It was like 17,000. 20 years ago, I was a minor. Dude, there's nothing. Where's the people, man? I need to test. There's no difference between this week and last week. I still have to do delves now. There's a bunch of people online. Is everybody in their own dungeon, or are people just testing different things? There's 41 people on the PTR in a game that's played by millions? Yeah, maybe that paints a picture. I'm testing enhancement right now. I'm testing melee DPS still. I wanted to do enhancement, survival hunter, maybe assassination rogue, but at this rate I'm barely able to cover one spec. We still haven't finished a dungeon in like 3 days. How does this keep happening? Alright, anything changed? So I'm playing Ascendance. That's cool. Too many cooldown Ascendants. That means I can definitely run the trinket. If I get a DPS, I think I need to make a new DPS. Okay. Roll tooltip. Cast Ascendant. Use 14. Let's try that. Okay, perfect. It's working. I'm green, dude. A green elemental. Okay, one other thing that I wanted to do is to make this bigger, bro. Is this like centered? It is centered now. Can I establish how many icons per row? Orientation, icon direction, icon size, icon padding, nope. Alright, I assume we've reset the dungeon. Can I TP in? Seen a build for enhancement where he dodged 2 apex points. Oh, really? 2 even? I mean, if there's that much diversity, I'm intrigued.
What's up? Interesting.
Been to the dungeon. Come on, man, I want to blast. I want to storm earth and fire. Can you guys see the damage meter? Or should I, like, make it a little bit more visible? What fonts do I have? Not many. Forced square. Ugh. Ugh. With disgusting font. Ugh. Is it Oswald's? No, this looks terrible too. I used to have like good fonts, not here anymore. I guess this is fine. I just make the text bigger then. Text size. And then we make bar size. I need there to be like perfect like that. I don't necessarily need spacing. Always show me, I don't care. Text, I need an outline so that it's more visible. Outline, there you go. Outline. Okay, now you guys can see this a little bit better, I think, right? I started my melee squad adventure yesterday for the 1% achievement in keys. One shot both Skyrish 20 and Caverns 20 feels is doable to get it done. Oh shit. What what do you need to get title? Like what level keys cleared?
He's put up barriers to avoid any interruptions.
Zara does not have much time. I will scout ahead. Bring down the barriers, champion.
Woo-wee. Fucking Frost Death Knight, dude. Okay, we're doing this. So far, so good. Yeah, it's not consuming my my Maelstrom weapon. Double crash lightning. I don't know if it's the correct way to play, but it feels correct. Alright, I'm gonna hold this Tempest. I don't understand what we're doing. I've wasted my Tempest now. Okay. For launching it, I think I'm still pressing... That Prismark will take Blaze on cooldown during Tempest? Probably not. Back-to-back spenders, like that. I probably don't care about spreading flame shock, right? Ooh. 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 Oh, laggy. Evade, bitch! Alright, I'm healing back, Arja. Strongest PTR class by now, Frost DK. Bro, I sucked so much ass when I played this. How? How does everybody know how to play, but I don't? Like, what kind of ball of bullshit is this? I feel left out. I feel like the lonely kid on the playground. Everybody knows a secret but me. And when I ask, people are like, just use a macro, bro. Probably have consumed my Maelstrom weapon. Oh shit, it launched... Stormstrike launched my Tempest. Is that legal? Without my consent? What the fuck? Why did it do that? Have you tried playing the game to learn the game? Bitch! Fucking shut up!
Just a few more.
So hungry. Oh my god, the druid doing the heavy lifting. What talent build are you playing, bro? That's what I was playing. Oh, game froze. No, don't let me be the victim. No, not me. Okay, we're back. Oh, froze again. No, don't disconnect me. 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 Fuck, dude. Oh, no more healer. Uh-oh. Never mind. What's going on with my keybinds? What the fuck? Why is my camera moving all over the place? What's going on with my mouse? Tank is like, I pulled one side, and I'm like, well, I pulled the other. So what's the problem? I thought this was teamwork, man. It's teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh my god, Rat. Oh, you're one of those. I haven't played Frost Decay in ages. How DPS is every main class of every other spec. Bro. Flexer. Flexer alert. Flexer. Oh my god, I am lagging. Either I'm lagging or I have 2% haste. It's one or the other, I feel. Oh.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Yeesh. Blessing of Potency. It's what I have after I come from the doctors. And delves until you complete your next one. Alright. Oh, why am I... Dude, old habits, dude. I'm pressing Lava Shock to, like, extend the... Ooh. Okay, so I have cooldowns. Do I pop cooldowns now? I think we still have a corner still. I'm gonna hold on my cooldowns until we do the corner. Okay, so I'm holding my Tempest now, right? I'm not firing my Tempest yet. So I can do Tempest, Ascendance. Oh shit, I don't have the other Tempest already. Oh, it launched it. Oh my god, it does it automatically. Oh my god, dude. I did one lava lash just to spread my flame shock, okay? Just the measly. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Do they do frontals? Was I in front of it? Is that how Jelky died? I help Arja. I heal myself. Unlike these other DPSers. Because I know what it's like to solo queue.
One step
Those
closer.
damn puddles. Shit. Was a puddle, not a frontal. Fair. They nerfed the shit out of that dungeon, out of this dungeon. So we're all just terrible players, no more Jelky. That was probably one of those puddles, right? I think we need to like stop those casts. But I already used my kick. Oh, do I never have to press... Dude, do I never have to press chain lightning? What the hell is going on? Why does the spec exist? Wait, what? No. So how come sometimes Storm Strike just constantly shoots chain lightnings back to back and consumes my Maelstrom weapon while I'm not in Ascendance, by the way, and other times it doesn't?
One more, and
Oh,
the
I
barriers
get
have
Doom
loosened
Wind
power.
separately from...
No
Do I
way
just
wrong.
get Doom Wind separately from
Jump down.
from a... Uh-oh. Oh, eat a dick, bro.
Be on guard. It looks like the children of Ulithek have been throwing their sacrifices
Why release
down.
Res?
That
Oh,
Hydra
man.
might be
Jesus
expecting
Christ.
another meal.
We were too fast, Arja. So why am I not tracking when Doomwinds is spawning? I thought I was tracking Doomwinds. Oh, it's there. I think I need that. This is gonna overlap. Yeah, it's gonna overlap with the other stuff.
Do not let it make a
Shit.
meal out of you.
I need to make it smaller. There's no way.
Watch out for its venom.
Okay, so I just need to look for Doomwinds when it spawns, and when it spawns, I just don't press.
Don't let it breathe on you.
I just don't press my my expenders, I guess. Should have used Lava Lash instead of spending on 9 Maelstrom. Shit, don't. I think we need to move away from here, no? Uh-oh. Okay, now we have the many. I'll stay on this side. Oh, never mind. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I'm out.
Your survival
Need it
wasn't
away
necessary.
from the meat corners, or we get all so. Enhanced looks about the same as it does on live. Yep, sometimes good, sometimes maybe sometimes a good, sometimes a maybe shit. Well, it plays great, but you know, it's not because of season 2 or any particular reworks. I don't think enhancement got anything outside of tuning, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it needs to, though. Would have been nice to see some build diversity, but I feel like we're playing the same thing that we're playing on live, no? However, it's still very early in the PTR cycle, right? So it's hard to tell.
Do not let it make a meal out of you.
You know what? Boom. Boom. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Shoot. I'm just pressing Wind Strike. I assume nothing else is better to press than Wind Strike. Alright, Joke, you stay on one side, I'll stay on another. Oh, let me take it, man. I have more range abilities than you do. Bottom DPS. Bitch, I beat you in DPS on a bunch of times.
Don't let it breathe on you.
Oh, relax, Jokey. Don't bring out all your macho-ness outside, man. I won't know what to do with myself. That sheer masculinity. No, he was calling me girl, Arja, cause he's a manly man. I'm the girl. And don't forget. Can not move. Do I need to press a defensive? Oh, it doesn't put like a dot on me or anything. That's good. Oh, I thought I could get out. Oh, I was greedy. That'll teach me. I want to press my cooldowns though. Do this. I never see Doom Winds pop outside of Ascendance. Isn't that how the town's supposed to work? That's why I'm tracking it. Okay, I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson. Okay, I learned my lesson. No. I was thinking of Crash Lightning consuming my Maelstrom Whip, but that's only during Doom Winds. I feel like I'm gonna get one super far away. Okay. Maelstrom weapon spenders have a 0.5% chance to unleash Doom Winds per Maelstrom weapon spend while Ascendance is not active. So I'm not seeing that unless it procs and it doesn't show on my cooldown manager. I'm not seeing it at all. I should take that as what compliment? What am I supposed to take? Oof. Ooh, I'm popping a defensive. Oh, stun. Shit. Okay, I'm holding on my stuff because it's a bit too late to pop. The RNG from Doom Winds is super frustrating. It's such a small RNG. I mean, I'm not unfamiliar with enhancement being a big performance swing. Yo.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
No, it was just damage. There's nothing I could have done. I cannot stop this. I don't have a stun. I don't have a stun. All right. Well, rip. Stun in the middle of Ascendance feels so terrible. Imprison stops it? Oh, good. Oh my god, I feel like half the time Imprison doesn't work. Hey, what are these? These are humanoids. I feel like Imprison should work on everything, man. It's Imprison. It's not like humanoids and demons or whatever it's working on. Humanoids, beasts, demons only. Yeah, this is weird. Like, why? Two years of Dragonflight, they couldn't update it to dragons. Bro. Ooh. Oh, I have Poison Classy Totem. Fuck.
Only the strongest.
What? Alright, I have Poison Classy Totem. I didn't realize. That's good. That's good. I could have used it so far. A bunch of times, actually. I know, Doom! I saw it, man! I saw it, dude! I saw it. Too late, but listen, the fact is, I have eyes. Battle ignores armor. How do you know that? How is that a conclusion you can come to mid fight? How can you tell? Check spell tooltip. Oh, what the fuck? Middle of the dungeon. Ugh. Yeah, why would it matter if you have plate armor? Most of the time, enhance feels nice, but being that squishy kind of ruins it for me. A male class shouldn't be that frail, especially when classes like Warlock feel like tanks. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Warlock feeling like tanks is fine. It's kind of like their fantasy, but I don't think there's. I'm sorry. There's anything about Shaman that's supposed to say squishy. Do I just press Crash Landing? See, this is what... So, in Ascendance, am I pressing Crash Landing on cooldown? Am I pressing anything other than Wind Strike at any point in time? Is what I want to know. It's only one poison. It's 2 poisons. I'm putting it down. Oh, Arja, don't give me that shit. You want to take the healer's job? Do we remove that shit from your bar? Poison cleansing totem. Watch Zorthas' guide. He's the shaman god. Oh, I know he's the shaman god. Yeah, big shaman. Best shaman. Is he rank 1 shaman? Enhance anyway. Okay. We get the thing soon. I'm holding my Tempest. There you go. Oh, we cannot stun those. Ah, man. Oh, the with updated cone effects. How about that? Yo, why am I doing tank level damage? What the fuck? Death rattle. Oh my god, my haste is so low! I pressed Feral Lunge twice, but it was both times in 2 different GCDs. Oh, terrible. We must stop it. Run. Run, bitches, run. I took one or two too many melees in. Oh shit! Is this my minimum range? Is that why I cannot charge?
Experimenting to create even more power.
8 to 25 rings a bell, but I can't remember. What is that? Oh, this is a fun mini boss. The best mini boss ever made. Oh my god, I have Doom Winds. Oh my god, I have Doom Winds. Whoa, 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 whoa. Too much poison, very many poison, not good. Look at poison damage very much. Woo! Yeah, we need to stop the evolve, and I need about 3 or 4 poison cleansing totems. Where can I get more, guys? Where can I get more poison cleansing totems? Where I only have the 1. I feel like I need 5 here. Can I get like at least 2 more? Do you guys? Oh my god, look at these 2 motherfuckers having so much CC, and yet I have to do my delayed 3-second stun. Bottom the pants. How do you play Demon Hunter again? Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Be great. Just be great. I'll stop for these though. What if I put in Crash Lightning during Ascendance? Would that kill my damage? I won't use Voltaic Blaze, which is my tier set. But I feel like at least Crash Lightning I have to. Oh no. Oh no, Mr. Bearman! Mr. Bearman! Oh, this is just blades. Oh, maybe he knows. Alright, we don't have an evolutionist. I'm popping a defensive. I don't know if this is defensive worthy, Arja, but I don't trust you. I'm sorry. It's damage. Jesus, the frost decay. Leave some for us, man. Holy shit. Oh, such a satisfying mini boss. Nope.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Whoa, why is my damage so... Dude, I'm terrible. It's 25 rings a bell, but I can't remember. On the charge? Shit. What charge? Oh my god, I did some damage. We did it, boys. Almost to chest.
Do you think Zul'Jin knows what he has done to Zul'Jara?
I do not know. We need to tell him while he can still
This dungeon is insane. I like it, man. It's so cool. Seeing this as a bloodlust pull on high keys. Yeah, probably, yeah. Now that I think about it. Like, I did it on Feral with like a pug group. Ooh. Peace. Later. Later. Run, RJ, run. Pull aggro into the guys that are coming back alive. Heal me while we're walking. You have instant heals. Where's the holy shocks? Constantly. Never stop holy shocking. What? What? Heal. 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 No, you're not in harm? Okay, I'll fix that for you. There you go. You're in combat now. Heal me. Thank you. Ooh. Kill the orbs. Oh, damn! What happened? Ow! My healing surges feel so tiny. If you let me die, Arch, I'm taking you down with me. You're healing me, whether you like to or not. Is your job. Do job. Very important. Ow. I have aggro. Oh, I have aggro. Oh, look at my damage.
A little longer.
What did I do different there? So I'm using Crash Lightning during a sentence. That's all I feel like I'm doing different now. Maybe that's the thing? You got Doom early, it seems. Doom wins? Oh, really? Oh, shit. Oh my god, that's the difference? It's a big damage swing, man. Doom Winds is crazy. We're chilling until the healer gets here, right? I assume that crash lightning damage channels into lightning rod, right? Oh, no more Jelky. Bye, Jelky. Bye. Oh. Oh, I got Doom Winds too again. Look. Ooh. Backstaboo! Backstaboo! Oh, kick on cooldown, kick on cooldown! Okay, so there, I don't know if I Ghost Wolfed and got rid of the thing, or if Arja dispelled me. Like I said, for sure, but getting Doom Winds definitely cranked your damage. Yeah, it seemed like it happened that time too. Well, it saves me a lot of globals, man, because Storm Strike and Crash Lightning just consumes my Maelstrom weapon. Which I guess they already do during Maelstrom anyway, so I don't know if they double dip or some weird shit. I'm healing myself. No more Jelky. That's because Jelky doesn't have Healing Surge. Arja, can you tell I'm assisting you with off heals? I am the hybrid class. Poison cleansing totem. I don't know, man. Enhancement kind of just jumped at the top of my list right now.
You think you can stop me?
Can you not dodge those? No. No, doesn't matter what you do. You get the heal absorb anyway. Somebody heal that. Hello? Hello, mechanic? Mechanic is important. Important mechanic. Do mechanic. Oh my god. Yo. What's the thing that makes me able to use Windrush in Ghost Wolf but not have my Ghost Wolf disabled? All have to suck. It's only 4 soaks. We don't all have to soak. Ooh. Activate and reactivate Ghost Wolf for the burst in speed. That's on you, Wrath. You do you, brother. Hello, hello. don't want to be loved, why not, man? Alright. Alright, alright. Alright. Crash lightning, crash lightning, crash lightning, crash lightning. Ooh. Okay, now we need to stay in the line to get rid of the poison, but fucking move! Too much blood. It's very, very bad blood. Very blood for... very blood. Okay, no more. It's on you. Good luck, Wrath. Chomp, chomp. Okay, when do we get the thing? Oh, there's blood here, man. It's not good. I'll pop elemental. Man, my burst was pretty gnarly, but I'm trailing off right now. These two are like very close, neck and neck. I'd be very interested to know. Oh. I'll be very interested to know what I could be doing to improve my damage. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, I'm not staying in that shit. No, fuck away from me. Probably leaving melee so often. But then I die. I don't want to die, man. Of crash lightning or crashing. I don't think I'm pressing Voltaic Blaze often enough. I think that's probably an issue. GG gamers, bro. MDI next. Oh my god, we finished the dungeon. Oh, I'm so happy. We finished the dungeon, dude. Imagine that. It's pretty gnarly if you think about it. GG. I'm swapping. If you guys still want to go, I want to go somewhere. You're supposed to dodge the spinning axes, not walk into them. Siler, shut up, man. If I dodge the spinning axes, so does the boss dodge my maces, bro. The last boss is not melee friendly. Probably. Okay. I want to play some rogue. Some assassination. The talent you were looking for is Ancestral Wolf Affinity. I knew there was a talent, I just didn't know the name. Yeah. Grabbing some food. That's good. That's good. That's all good. I think I need to grab a sandwich or something too before we go into the next ones. Siler, that's why I don't have any friends, man. Okay, the thing is not too bad. Oh shit, wait. Where's my layout? Where's my new layout? started playing enhancement myself, kick-ass. We were doing pretty good in M+, but as we kept going, the more drunk the tank got. I was waiting for like a punchline. Digging the change so far. There's no real changes, so enhancement is the same, no? You have more than me. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. That's what I was saying. Edit mode, new setup. Okay, rename copy. Copy layout. Okay, let's do this. Some nerfs. Yeah, but that's relative, man. Nerfs compared to what? To how it's doing on live? We're not doing on live anymore. We have a new tier set. It's a new meta. Our HP is increased. Damage is just higher for everybody. I have like about 20 to 30 more item level. Like, it's very hard to compare. The nerfs to cooldowns. I would have to. So the way that this could work, the only way that I could reliably answer that question, Frankie, is if I was very good at the video game. First of all, second of all, if I would have played my character on retail up to like max, like plus 18s or whatever, and then hopped into here and then attempt kind of like the same level of keys consistently across the board, which is obviously not happening. First of all, because everything is so buggy, it crashes so much. We barely were able to time a dungeon in about 2 hours and a half, and we don't have all of the dungeons yet. So I'm not trying to discourage you from asking questions. No question is a bad question, okay? I'm just saying it's not fucking nothing. It's all very live, new, no PTR, new UI. Okay. Alright, cool. I'm not gonna play Outlaw though. I'm gonna play Assassination. In the States, I haven't seen the changes. What do you being in the States have anything to do with the changes? To rest off PC. He doesn't make me feel too well. Sorry to hear that, man. You need air condition. Air. Alright. Let me get a quick sandwich to eat because I am dying, and then we continue. The Melee Journey. Be right back. We haven't gotten the update. What do you mean? This is PTR. Everybody has this update. It's on the PTR. Plus, US gets it better before everybody. What do you mean? Why are you confusing me, man? Why? Why you do this? Crazy. I knew I was muted. I wasn't talking to you, okay? I know Whisper has made a video on a lot of rogue stuff on YouTube. Assassination in particular, which I recommend you guys watch if you want to know more about Assassination. What I'm interested in is some of his build choices in terms of talents. It was fairly recent. I don't know if we played the same thing as on live. All right. Let's see. Okay, this is what we're doing. We're now running Apex. Let's see. So what he's doing, I was running Mutilated in raids, but I guess we're getting rid of that. Poison Bomb apparently is being ran now on the PTR. I kind of want Throne Precision apparently. What am I taking for Throne Precision? 1 point from Fatal Concoctions maybe? And a point from this. Where do we put this? Avulsion. And I guess we're not gonna go Sudden Demise. We can definitely play 1 point into Scent of Blood. Well, where is he taking the point from? From Dashing Scoundrel, really? Okay, let's try this build out. Let's see what's going on. No music today? Oh my god! No totally music, guys. I just wanted to know if you guys noticed. Haven't done any PTR at all. Work keeps me pretty busy this time of year with the heat. Oof, I get just enough time in the evening for my tours. That's fine, man. No, you don't have to. You don't have to test PTR. That's what we're here for. I'm trying to level a rogue right now, but I ran out of energy fast. It makes the leveling experience horrible. Yeah, I cannot comment on the leveling experience. I know the game is just not optimized for that, unfortunately. You got a new video from great and low DPS, melee and range. I don't think so. Great and low DPS. I don't know. Like a tier list? Like a DPS tier list? Is that what you're asking? Oh. So if we want PG after this, no. There's not enough data. It's very wild data. It's very buggy. It's a lot of stuff that makes any type of meta-analysis pointless, as far as I'm concerned. Normally when we do tier lists, we look at data, right? We look at logs, we compare aggregate data, and try to break it down based off of a couple of criteria that we usually tell you about. That doesn't exist on PTR. We can just do like a feel. Like, I feel this is good. I feel like I did a dungeon with Frost Decay. He did double my damage. Frost Decay S tier. Like that's the extent of the type of DPS series that we can do, and it's a little bit too gimmicky. We rather do like class videos usually in PTR cycles. I give you the updates on what changed, like how it plays. You know, more in the sense of, is it worth playing, right, for you? We'd rather do that if possible. Dude, edit mode. PTR new UI. Why is this not... Oh, it is. Never mind. Okay. Just ambush everything, you one-shot everything. That's great. Oh, and leveling, you mean? Yeah, I don't know how the leveling is killing. Maybe he's doing dungeons. In dungeons, I guess you probably wouldn't one-shot everything, right? Oh, look at all of these extra buttons that I have, dude. Hell yeah. I don't need that, to be honest. Okay, whenever you're ready, Arja. I don't think I'm setting anything up. Also, really, thanks a lot for doing this, for helping me with like making groups and taking away time I would otherwise spend talking to chat. I feel like I'm missing something. What is that? What am I tracking there? So why is that so far left? I don't like it. I need to adapt this for Rogue. It's covering my combo points. You know what? I could do this. Now that I'm not... If I don't need to use my resource display, I can just do this. Can you tell your little review about the first MN? Is that Midnight season? What were your goals in rating and M+, and did you reach them? Yeah, I think I did, yeah. In rating, I didn't really have a goal. I wanted to Mythic raid with my guild. They're new at Mythic raiding, so it was gonna be really hard to clear everything. I didn't like the next Mythic raid guild goal that I have is to get Cutting Edge, but I didn't really set it up for this season because I never Mythic progressed from the beginning with my guild. Because I think they jumped into Mythic raiding about halfway through last season, to my knowledge. It was also going to be like a new season with a lot of new raids, so I didn't want to set up a goal that I might not be able to realistically chase. In terms of Mythic Plus, I did end up pushing with my friends, which is goal. The only goal I had is to like do some 17s, not necessarily push, but to be able to consistently do keys every week whenever we group up, and that was really fun. Just to be able to have like a dedicated group to do keys with, that was way more fun than actually pushing contests. So I didn't have like a key level above 17 that I wanted to achieve, and I think we did. I might have done an 18 or a 19. I don't know. What was good, bad in your opinion? Good and bad about what? About my goals or about the game? I'm actually gonna wait now. About the game for a season. The good part was that it was way more accessible, and the fact that they've added myth gear to dungeons. That's not just vault. The bad part is that maybe the gear was a little bit too easy to get. This is like objectively bad. I don't really have a lot of bad. So the things that I personally didn't like about the expansion that have nothing necessarily to do with the design was that first of all, the market, the auction house kind of tanked, and I couldn't sell anything. Like selling materials for less gold than they sold in the War Within is wild to me. The fact that they've reached those prices. The fact that we didn't get Amani, or that the Amani were never planned to be added to the game, actually really killed a lot of enjoyment that I had for the expansion, a lot of hopes that I had for the future of the expansion, because I knew that they were not gonna add them in season 1, but I at least would have been nice to hope that they were definitely gonna add them in season 2 when Zulaman would become the center focus of the content. And all of this, unfortunately, to me, added on a pile of, oh, I'm never gonna enjoy WoW the way I used to anymore. And that kind of soured a lot of my gameplay experience. So WoW has devolved, as far as I'm concerned, to me just like into an ARPG fashion. I don't really care about the story or questing or zones. Doing dungeons and raids with friends is probably mostly why I play WoW at the moment. Why I fell in love with WoW has long been gone, has been designed out of the game as far as I'm concerned. I used to love orcs, seeing orcs in Orgrimmar, simple things like that, flying around the world. Like nothing like that seems like fun anymore. The world is just a mess of homogenized themes, everybody pitching in with a little bit of what they want. It has no cohesive tone or vibe. And it's been having this for a while, but I was really hoping that they were working on fixing this, because I feel like it's a problem. Obviously, they don't think it's a problem. And I just realized it's never gonna happen, not unless the entire dev team is changed, and that's not a realistic thing that happens, not in a gaming company or any kind of company. You don't just like replace your staff 100%. And the people that drive these types of movements are the loudest, and also I believe a minority that are driving these types of game design choices, and I don't think it's gonna change. I don't think it's gonna change until Blizzard bleeds money, and Blizzard is not gonna, no, well, WoW team isn't gonna bleed money, because they have amazing combat designers and class designers and overall gameplay designers, which have nothing to do with the problems that I have with the game. For a Wrath of the Lich King player who starts Midnight on a fresh account, what melee DPS class would you recommend? Go Death Knight. Death Knight is an actual winner class this expansion, and if you're coming from Wrath of the Lich King, obviously that's when Death Knights were released. Maybe it's like the most relevant comparison you can make with the two. What snack? I'm just no snack. I'm just sandwiches. Some grilled cheese sandwiches, some grilled cheese and ham sandwiches. Getting banned puts why you play into perspective. Oh, did you get banned, man? What happened? Oh, how do you know there's a 10 that needs 1 DPS? You call someone a noob and uninstall? Jesus Christ. That is okay. So here's my my balanced take on that, bro. The fact that you call somebody a deliberate insult, even if it's like such a mild one, that's on you, bro. That means you just don't know the world that we live in. You don't understand the kind of people that you're dealing with. Second of all, people are way too sensitive. It's been going on for a while. The fact that you can be banned for calling somebody a noob is wild. It's a weird world we live in. I don't think it's a healthy world in terms of the mental state. I think it's way too overprotective, it's way too sheltered, it's way too privileged. People getting upset and banning other people from being called noobs are just, I feel like they're little princesses living in a very privileged world. Which I guess is nice. Maybe this is why we need to, maybe this is the goal, right? To make life easy and nice and comfortable, so that we don't have to deal with adversity. But I feel like adversity is what builds character, and I think this is a little bit too much. No, apparently brother got banned. Well, I guess it's his word against the system, right? So, but they said it first. Yeah. Also, the report system, I think a big part of it is automated as well. Yeah, we all said much weirder shit, man. We all said terrible shit back then, and it's, yeah, I get you, man. Like, what do you want me to say? This is not a new thing. People get upset about stuff like this, and they've been doing this for like years. Yeah, you have to adapt or you end up playing something else. We've been trying to adapt for a good amount of time, but I'm curious if WoW can actually die. All right, well, if you're sure, Arja, I'm gonna try in queue for a group. There's only a 15. Like, what are you talking about? I guess they got filled. There's no more groups. You lied to me, Arja. Coming to play a Dungeon. Yay. There were two of them. I guess I was too late. All right. Well, we're getting Umbilicus in. Let's make a group. Have you seen the YouTube release from Ascension? Yeah, somebody on YouTube also said that as well. I have seen. They came into my feed. It's not for me, man. Ascension is not an MMO with longevity, and even if we call it like a better WoW, it's not gonna survive. Blizzard is gonna attack it. Obviously, it's illegal as far as I understand it, right? Or at least it's against the terms of use. It's illegal because that's why Blizzard can issue cease and desist. I'm not interested in playing illegal games, not because they're illegal necessarily, but because like why would I invest into a game that is doomed to fail? Like, it's not like this version of WoW private server is gonna bypass all the legal issues, right? Didn't they get shut down like a couple of months ago? I thought Ascension already received the cease and desist from Blizzard. Yeah, I think we would all be in prison, not Denki. The things that people go to prison these days is just wild. Yeah, Arja didn't even wait, Umbilicus. She already kicked the tank, lol. No mercy. You got 285 on a DH in 1 week. Yeah, it's, you know, it is what it is. It's just the world that we live in, guys. It is what it is. We have to adapt to the world. You cannot change the world. You can only change yourself with it, ideally, or, you know, fight a losing battle until you're depleted of energy. That's not gonna happen. We just need to keep up with the times. But if you remember, when we were kids and we would get upset about stuff, I'm pretty sure our parents and grandparents said, "Oh my god, you're so sensitive. Why do you get upset about stuff like this," right? So even though probably objectively we can all agree that what we have right now is just way too exaggerated, every generation is a little bit more privileged than the previous generation, because ideally that's what we're fighting for, right? To give future generations a better life. And what we're seeing that play out. Also, there's a certain amount of what's it called? Strong men create an easy life. Easy life creates weak men. Weak men create hard life. Hard life creates strong men. So it's a lot of a cyclical thing as well. History tends to repeat itself if you actually take a look at history. Empires rise and fall. People go through cycles of, I guess, social evolution or progressiveness. This wouldn't be the first time that we encounter something like this, but obviously it's always like with a different shade of color. Oh, did I butcher it? Oh shit, how did I butcher it? Oh shit, what's the actual saying? Also, at the end, what does it matter? The meaning is the same, no? Jesus Christ, hope you fail. Jesus. Yeah, there you go. That's those are the adults that WoW is catering towards. Like, literally, that's the exact same response you would have gotten in 2006, but we were like 15 at that time, not 35.
The winds guide you. Walk with the earth, mother.
So what do we do, man? There's nothing going on. Is this just a bad time of day to do keys? Is this a bad hour? Is it a thing of just come back later? There's gonna be more people on? Are you guys watching like other content creators? Are they doing more PTR keys or stuff like this? It feels like there's nobody here. And the airs are sleeping. I guess there are more NA players playing PTR than EU players then? What's the meta? Bro, Feral Druid is going to crank, man. S tier spec, easy. Feral Druid, Survival Hunter, Assassination Rogue. That's your new meta. Prop Warrior. And Restore Druid, easy. 6 AM West Coast, yeah, that tracks. But I've played PTR in the past, even at night, and it's kind of like the same thing. I never really felt a difference. Yeah, Hooser, so you want to tell everybody I told you that. Flame said that's the meta, and if you're not playing the meta, you're dumb. No actual research needs to be done. Only words being said. I'm having second thoughts about about doing constant dungeons on the PTR. This is very lame. Like all of these queue times. I mean, maybe we can do something else. Do we have anything else to talk about while we wait for the queues? I'm looking to see if anything was announced for WoW recently that we could be talking about. Seasons of Discovery stuff, Shadow Priest stuff, more Seasons of Discovery, Havoc DH PvP tuning. The fuck? PvP? Fire Mage talk? We're not getting to Fire Mage, no way, bro. Trading Post. Oh, Blue Rocket. New data mine maps for 12.1 PTR. Does anybody care about this shit? Data mined maps. What good does that do? All right. Well, I guess there's that. More Seasons of Discovery. All right. You know what? What's the Project Ascension stuff? Do you guys have a link? Give it to Arja in chat somehow, because I don't think you can post links in Twitch. You can post it on YouTube though. I'm looking it up right now, see if I can find it. What is this Project Ascension shit? It's been mentioned a bunch of times today. Wow, Project Ascension. Because this is not like a new server. Oh my god. Full release Conquest of Azeroth Ascension. Wow. All right, fuck it. Let's look at this shit. Let's see what you guys want. They made this power creep for retail and plus to trickle till the very end of the season. Who do they expect to be testing PTR? Streamers and people who are pushing plus 1%. That's a good point. Yeah. Well, you would think that the thing is, man, they're just not incentivizing people to test PTR. We're not seeing anything. Yeah, I'm not playing anything just yet. I need to like fully zoom in. Give me a second. I'll need to sort out some audio stuff. Okay. Can you guys see it? All right. I don't know if it's gonna be loud. I'm gonna play it. Oh, free shit on a private server.
Azeroth, a vast world brimming with lore and mysteries. For years, you've explored its storied surface, fought off the Scourge's necromancers, and tinkered with Nomergon's quirky inventions.
Okay,
you've slain cult.
That the guy narrating this whole thing, obviously, is very dramatic on purpose. He's definitely trying very hard. However, it's a lawsuit, yeah. That's what I mean. This is not gonna last. They don't own. They cannot make this stuff. That's a problem. However, the fact that it's garnering so much attention is something that Blizzard needs to take notice of. That's the thing. However, even though this guy is like very dramatic and tries really hard, it definitely feels like like a WoW video that I might have been looking at about 15 years ago, right? So you can tell that this is somebody probably that really likes WoW. The way they're going about it, of course, is just different. Bro, is this going to cause a problem on our YouTube stream? Probably not.
Worshipping ancient
the music is
forms,
just
aid
WoW
the
directly.
runes faithful in healing corrupted lands, and turned back the clock with dragons to mend rifts outside our time. But what if seeing these classes was just the beginning? What if you could actually play them? Step into a realm
Oh my God, we got all the new
reimagined
classes.
with 21
20
all
new
new
classes.
classes, where a classic world fuses with creative fire
You know
to
what
forge
the
something
irony is? Because I've seen what they've done in the past, and it was very creative and very cool. These guys are doing this for like, they're not even like WoW developers, dude. They come up with 21 new classes. All we're getting is like a spec, not even the allied races that we want.
you've never seen before. Choose your class, leap into an
Barbarian.
expanded world, and experience it in a completely new way.
Primalist.
Rediscover
Rune
the
Master.
magic, the grit,
Guardian.
and the big sweaty men killing
we have
each other
Guardian
that
too. We can
embody
have a
the
Guardian
old school era. A journey where the path forward isn't already written. This
Did
is
they actually
more than a
create new
realm.
terrain?
It's your chance to leap into a massive
Ooh, our
online
buildings
role-playing
bigger?
adventure with tens
Oh,
of
buildings are
thousands of
scaled
other
way
players
higher.
and become part of a living, breathing
Jesus Christ,
world.
this actually looks really good.
It's time to break the cycle. The journey you've been waiting for is finally ready to
And
begin.
of course they have Tinker.
Welcome to Conquest of Azeroth. In Conquest of Azeroth,
Alright.
you'll play as
Wait, where's the Tinker? Where's the Tinker? Where's the Tinker? I want to see the Tinker. Witch Hunter, Knight of Zoroth, Templar, Ranger, Venomancer, Reaper, Primalist, Brewmaster, Tinker! There we go, we have the Tinker. Dungeon filled? Yeah, well, right now I'm obviously watching this.
21 completely
from the dungeon
new
and do one if
classes
you want, but-
forged from the lore and stories of Azeroth. Set in a nostalgic world enriched with hundreds of new quests, locations, dungeons, creatures to fight, and items to claim. Face enhanced dungeon and raid mechanics, hardcore trials,
Oh my
new
God,
battleground
they
and arena
made,
maps,
like-
dungeon and raid
like
mechanics,
environment effects,
hardcore
hunger and
trials,
thirst?
new battleground and arena maps, and so much more. All with brand new classes. From the Wardens, Mountain Kings, and Witch Doctors of Warcraft
Witch
3,
Doctors!
to the Rune Masters of Warcraft
Dude.
novels, and even the Rangers and Barbarians of the Warcraft tabletop RPG. On Conquest of
Tinker.
Azeroth, you'll harness powers that have always lurked in Azeroth's
Necromancer,
background.
dude! Oh
Now,
man!
that power is in your hands.
Crazy skeletons,
These
bro!
aren't
These
just
guys are
reskin
crazy,
classic
dude.
classes. Each and every class is hand designed with custom spells, talents, specializations, icons, sound effects, visuals, and power to breathe new life
Imagine
into
if these
Azeroth
guys had
and
the
let you
resources
explore
of-
it in
of the
all
WoW
new
team.
ways. The Necromancer is a dark spellcaster, able to summon and command hordes of undead
Oh my God,
minions
so cool.
and command multiple pets at once. Necromancers can specialize in death, animation, or rhyme. The Guardian is a stalwart soldier, defending his allies and inspiring all who stand before him. Guardians can specialize as
Gladiator.
a gladiator.
Oh, it's a new
in
class, but it was a
inspiration,
warrior spec.
Or as a vanguard. The Rune Master is an arcanist of ancient secrets, carving runes into
like
their
a robe?
weapons to unleash powerful elemental magic. Rune Masters
Oh,
can
that's
specialize
Spellblade,
as
that's
a rift
Spellblade.
blade,
That's
glyphic,
Spellblade.
or an engravement. The Reaper is a merciless soul collector, lurking in the darkness to rip life from the living. Reapers can specialize
this
in
feels like,
harvest,
obviously
souls,
feels a lot
or
like Death Knight.
domination. The Starcaller is a knight of Elune, channeling the moon's magic into their arrows and glaive. Starcallers can specialize as a moon priest, a sentinel, a warden, or a
Oh
moon
shit,
guard.
Moonguard.
The Blood Mage is a sanguine spellcaster that uses their own health to cast sickening spells. Blood mages can specialize in flesh weaving, sanguine, as an accursed, or as an eternal.
Oh shit!
The Ranger is an elusive outlaw, using bow, blade, and specialty arrows to hunt down their targets. Rangers can specialize in archery, as a brigand, or as a far strider.
Oh, Far Strider is a
The
spec.
Knight
Get
of
out of here.
Zoroth is a juggernaut of wrathful flame, searing foes with hellfire
Knights of
and
Zoroth.
carving the flesh from their bones. Knights of Zoroth can specialize in war, hellfire, or defiance. The Sun Cleric is a
Some of these are a
paladin
little
of the
bit,
blazing sun,
a little bit over the
smiting
top. But
foes with righteous fire. Sun Clerics can specialize in piety, as a Valkyrie, in blessings, or as a
Seraphim.
Seraphim.
Oh fuck, man! I like the
The
concept of
cultist
Seraphim.
is a deranged fanatic,
Cultist.
swearing loyalty to one of the old gods to inherit their abyssal power.
I always thought this could be like a
Cultists
priest
can
spec.
specialize as a heretic, in corruption, as a god blade, or as a dreadnought.
Jesus.
The
What, can
Tinker
work
is a
blade and
master
cloth?
inventor, building turrets and mechs and using
This is
their
the
genius
Tinker
for
Man.
explosive power. Tinkers can specialize in mechanics, as an inventor, or in demolition.
Shit, that's so cool.
The Stormbringer is a thunderous lightning wizard,
Lightning
moving
wizard?
swiftly across Azeroth and ending
I mean, to be
foes
fair,
in
lightning
a
is a
flash.
very mage type
Stormbringers
ability.
can specialize in wind, maelstrom,
not as much
or
in Warcraft.
lightning. The Templar is a holy crusader, specializing in martial fighting and a variety of
Oh, it's
weapons
dual wielding.
infused
Get
with
outta
the
here.
light. Templars can specialize as an Oathkeeper, a Zealot, or a Crusader.
Okay.
The Witch Doctor is a master of voodoo, brewing
There's
potions,
obviously a lot of
hexing
overlap with a
foes,
lot of other
and dropping
classes.
powerful wards. Witch Doctors can specialize in voodoo, brewing, or shadow hunting. The Barbarian is a raging berserker.
Are these replacing
cleaving
the
through
original
foes
classes?
with speed and raw fury. Barbarians can specialize in headhunting, brutality, or ancestry. The Pyromancer wields the flames of the Fire Lord, using blazing magic to harm or phoenix feathers to heal. Pyromancers
Flame
can
weaving.
specialize in
So I would
flame
be,
weaving,
for instance, I would be really
incineration,
curious to see how different Pyromancer is from a Fire Mage, right? This is the real WoW. DPS with SS. What's SS? Sword and shield, you mean? Yeah, fuck yeah, sword and board, bro. Watching illegal content? It's on YouTube, man. What do you mean? Ray Shadow Lens is implemented in WoW, what we always wanted. Oh, as in this is Raid Shadow Legends themed? No, but what's impressive is not the individual classes themselves. Last time that we watched, that I watched a video from Ascension WoW was basically them talking about the Tinker class, and it felt very fleshed out. Like they had actual talent builds, actual spell interactions, mechanics, like a good spell book of stuff. So they're actually thinking this out. Now these are 21 classes. What I said, the classes themselves are not really what's interesting here, because obviously they take a lot of inspiration from the original classes. Like Reaper is definitely Death Knight. You have Templar, that's definitely a Paladin, right? They're adding new specs that make it a little bit more interesting. What's interesting is what the takeaway is that these are 21 classes that are brand new. Look at how much creative power has been put into this. This is the impressive part. It's creative power, and so far all of these classes feel like, well, most of them. I'm trying to think of what doesn't really ring like wow. There was something here. Something with rune like Lightning Mage. Lightning Mage is not really Warcraft. But Necromancer is, Cultist is, Tinker is, Witch Doctor. A lot of the Warrior and the Barbarian classes. Reaper is definitely, this is way too much Death Knight. This is, you're already, like, the only reason Reaper would exist is if you take Death Knight out of the game, right? This was cool. Moon Guard and Moon Priest, like a lot of this stuff is really, really interesting. Like this, for instance, War, and what else do we have here? Whatever the Barbarian had, or the Warrior of Zorath. Zoroth. This is a little bit too much.
Fire and
fair.
carving the flesh from their
You could
bones.
take probably this
Knights of
concept and make
Zoroth
it
can
into a warrior spec. Really? Like, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but it
Specialize in
seems like it has
war,
just a lot of overlap
hellfire,
with warrior, which is, you know, not necessarily bad. But even this is like way more interesting than what they announced or what they teased. Remember, we had the survey at the beginning of the War Within that was launched, probably right after BlizzCon or something. It was a German survey, which I don't know how realistic it is, but it seems to have been decently realistic, where they launched a survey for the German players, if I recall. Maybe you guys have received these surveys, asking about what classes they should add into the game. And there was like some weird out of left field classes that have nothing to do with WoW, like Astromancer, Lancer of some kind, like some weird Final Fantasy stuff that just doesn't, like this, like even if a lot of this stuff doesn't really make sense or is just like already exists in WoW under different names, these at least feel like Warcraft classes, like they could be Warcraft classes. I don't know how different they are from what they're supposed to, you know, replace. Like, what's the difference between Moon Priest and a Holy Priest, right? Obviously, you're probably healing more with a Loon. For instance, the Eternal, this is like the Curse of the Worgen, right? This is maybe a little bit stretching it too far away from what the concept of the Worgen is, because Worgen was supposed to be a druid form, then it became a curse, right? Now it's a blood mage spec. Okay, it's maybe a little bit too much, but still, at least these feel like what could Warcraft classes, like what could be in actual Warcraft. And this is like 21 times 3, that's 63 specs, and a bunch of these classes have 4 specs, so there's probably about 70 specs here. We have 40 right now in WoW. That doesn't mean that WoW needs to make like 21 new classes, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that WoW needs to make new classes, but look, essentially look at how much creative power has been put into this. This is basically people really liking Warcraft and wanting more Warcraft, and designing Warcraft, even if it's weird, even if it's strange, even if it's different. At least for me, from what it looks like so far, this actually feels like Warcraft. We didn't really get new classes, but like every one of these classes feel more Warcrafted than the Evoker, right? This is the most recent classes that we had. As much as I like Devour, these still feel a little bit more like Warcraft, even though Devour is pretty Warcrafty, to be fair. Venomancer. Fuck is this? Spiders and Venom. I don't think so. So see, Kazusa, that's what I don't want to get into. I don't want to say that devs don't care about us. They just want, I feel like the Warcraft that devs want to make, it's fine. I just don't feel like it's Warcraft. I feel like they want to make a good game, and they are making a good game, but it's just not Warcraft. And I want Warcraft. I don't want another game. WoW Ascension. Yeah, it's WoW Ascension. Lightning Mage is LA Shaman. Yeah, like I said, some of them are a little bit too far-fetched, right? That's not the point. The point is that that all of them feel like Warcraft classes, and a bunch of them feel like actual new things. Could have been hero specs, that's true, Stan. They could have been hero specs. You could take, like, for instance, the Witch Doctor or Shadow Hunter or whatever, all of that class, and make it into an actual just one spec. Maybe put it for Hunter, right? Maybe it's a Hunter that uses intellect gear, and, you know, similar to how Devourer was introduced at Demon Hunter as an intellect class, right? Yeah, balancing is different. That's fine. That's fine, man. But the thing is, you cannot overthink balancing as well, because the perfect balance in a video game, if you really think of balancing, Dominic, think of balancing as a spectrum, right? At 0, it's very unbalanced. Everybody's just all over the place. Some specs do 5 times the damage of the other ones. Other specs do less than a healer in terms of DPS, right? Other specs get one shot. Other specs never die. They can just solo all content, right? But this is 0. This is the most chaotic, unbalanced shit ever, right? And 100 is max balance. Max balance, what that looks like is homogenization. Everybody has, because otherwise you're never going to get balance, right? Really, balance is the spectrum, and max is just everybody's the same. Otherwise, that is what peak balance means. Everybody has a 1-minute DPS cooldown, a 2-minute DPS cooldown, a 3-minute DPS cooldown. Everybody has exactly 2 defensive that reduce the exact amount of damage on the exact amount of cooldown. Everybody has Bloodlust, everybody has Battle Res, everybody has the same group buff that benefits everybody else. That is basically max balance. That is boring. You have to agree that would be boring. So really what you want is kind of be a little bit in the middle. But I feel like we're leaning way towards a lot of homogenization and not enough towards fun. Whenever you're removing mobility and instant cast spells of Fire Mage, because Fire Mage being that mobile isn't really good for the game. I mean, that's them saying, not the players actually playing Fire Mage. Then you're really taking away a lot of identity, a lot of flavor, a lot of like wild, chaotic gameplay that is not balanced, but it is fun. So really, at the end of the day, what do you really want more? Did you see the latest trading post? That alone is enough to say it is a Warcraft. I mean, it's what is it that much different than any other trading post that we've had so far? More like a Pixar movie? Jesus Christ, I don't even want to watch it. Bro, they've been trying to create a competitive game since 2006, 2007 when Arenas came out, bro. It's never gonna be, you cannot aim perfect balance, because perfect balance means homogeny. It just means take all of your ingredients, blend them in a big pot, stir, and that's it. That's what maximum perfect balance means. So you're always going to tend to reach that particular point. The question is, where do you stop? When does it become too boring, right? They could have make it as the PoE to ascendancies that we killed Dementias, the freaking Void World, we can choose an ascendancy or whatever. Yeah, they could have done a lot of stuff, man. Clearly, it's not. That's the thing. It's just. This is just a little bit disappointing. That's what this is. This all is. Sounds like yeah. Sounds like, because why would it be different than the society that we live in, man? Because the world functions on the same rules, right? You need rules. You need rules to operate in, so that everybody understands that they're playing the same game. That's the core of any game, video game or otherwise. Like if you play football, you're not gonna pick your ball in the ball in your hand and start running across the field. That's not how that works, right? It's not like one person can pick up the ball, the other person can bite it, the other person can go take a shit in the middle of the field, right? Everybody has to have rules, but rules have kind of been a little bit weird and all over the place. Well, actually, let's make something totally different. I don't know. You're high for Classic Plus? Yeah, I'm kind of excited too. I don't want to keep my hopes up, but Midnight feels like a The World Within patch, not an expansion. We got mediocre Apex and story, nothing new, shit's time gated as usual. So an interesting point. I don't know if I would call it like a patch, because Midnight improves on a lot of stuff. Like, as much as I have criticized the team, Midnight has improved on a lot of stuff. Like, the sheer class pruning is more than just what a patch would bring, right? Revamp of Eversong Woods, like they've done, Midnight did a lot of good stuff. I want fun, nothing more. Yeah, that's the thing. So
Flames of the Fire.
let me finish my
Lord,
food.
using blazing magic
can
to
watch some
harm
more,
or phoenix feathers to heal. Pyromancers can specialize in flame weaving, incineration, or as a draconic.
Oh my god!
The Chronomancer
What?
wields the magic action,
What?
or as a draconic.
Bro! You guys are watching this right now, right? You're looking at the same thing I'm looking at, right? Do you know what's going through my head right now? Can anybody guess what's going through my head right now? Looking at this? Come on. How much you want to bet that 100% of you will get it straight up? It is true, but I meant in relation to what we're looking at, Hoodster. Compare this dragon to the lizards we got, right? Like, the model is almost the same, man, but like... There's one thin dragon. It's beefier than what we have right now on live. I keep harping on about hero talents should have been introduced better through some class spec quest chain while leveling. But then they go ahead, introduce Apex talents just as if they're regular talents. Yeah, it's... What this is doing is actually what this Ascension WoW is doing, and it's a shame because it's definitely gonna get shut down, unfortunately. It's showing what actual, because I don't know if I can call them developers, right? I guess technically they are developers, but they're working with the WoW code. They're working with the WoW asset. Some of the stuff that they're making is obviously new, some of the models and textures are definitely new, but they're working on a pre-established structure, right? That they didn't create and they don't own, right? So there's a level of accountability, or a level of not accountability, a level of ownership that I'm willing to concede to them, but not as much as maybe some other people would. So they are playing a lot on what Warcraft has already established, right? But they're doing so much, man. I don't know how big their team is. I don't know how long it took them to make all of this stuff, but I'm pretty sure it takes them less to make than the midnight creation process. Yeah, I get you, Rathios. I get you, man. Hero Talents was the laziest false sense of choice ever created, but they're not a choice, though. Instead of them going after those servers, just get their top minds. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I said when the add-on apocalypse was announced. They should have just hired or paid the add-on developers to work on their UI. Obviously, this is easy to say as an outsider. I don't know what their policy is on hiring people on their particular projects or goals or actual full-time jobs or whatever, but I don't even know that they tried. And obviously, we don't know exactly what's going on. They could have done their best. They could have been just shut down. Like, we don't know, right? But what we do know is that they fired their QA team, right? And it's very important when you criticize stuff like this, guys. It's very important not to attack the game developers, because a lot of the stuff has nothing to do with them, right? They just work in the confines that they're allowed to. Because Blizzard be like, yeah, we know you made our game better, but that's not how we do it, so off you go. Probably. I mean, that's a big if. That's an assumption.
The Chronomancer wields the magic of the bronze and infinite dragonflight, controlling time, stopping the clock, and manipulating foes.
Oh shit, imagine.
Chronomancers can specialize in time, as an infinite, or as an artificer. The Venomancer is a disciple of the skittering queen Shadra, a druid able to shapeshift into poisonous insects.
You can be an
Venomancers can specialize in fortitude,
get the fuck out.
stalking, rot weaving, or as a vizier. The Fellsworn surges with the power of the Legion.
Is this the Demon Hunter,
either
bro?
an
This is the
agile
Demon
hunter or a corrupted spellcaster. Fellsworn can specialize as an infernal, a slayer, or a tyrant. The Witch Hunter is a cunning mercenary
that's a Demon Hunter,
that
clearly.
stalks the Cold Night and slays the evil that haunts Azeroth. Witch Hunters can specialize
This
as a
is
bolt
like,
slinger, inquisitor.
What if a 12-year-old did the WoW that they wanted combined with actual some creative juices, like kind of in between? It's really fun, but a lot of it is really stretched. It is a big stretch.
Black Knight, or in darkness. Finally, the Primalist is a speaker of the earth, a friend to totemic animals, and a master of rock and stone.
Okay.
Primalists can specialize in geomancy.
This could be the tank
grove
spec
keeper,
of Shaman, by the way.
Wild Walker, or as a
Mountain
Mountain King. On Conquest of Azeroth, you'll feel like your class right from the very beginning. Summon a risen skeleton to slay your first Direbat.
Bro, this is one of my favorite archetypes in any fantasy game, dude. Whenever I play a fantasy game, whenever I go into a new RPG, fantasy RPG, there's two classes I always look for. The Druid class that can shapeshift, and the Necromancer class that can summon skeletons. This has always been my all-time favorite.
Necromancer, or build your first
Look
sentry
at this,
turret
man.
and drop an explosive landmine as a tinker. As you level up, you'll unlock even more all-new spells and abilities. Seek out your class trainers to get a sneak peek at the power you'll eventually possess.
Look how many spells they have
Once you
for this
reach level
shit.
10, you'll unlock your class's specializations, letting you customize even further. Conquest of Azeroth features a modernized talent system.
Modernized talent system. This is carbon copy of retail, but what is this? What is this on the side? Is that hero talents?
Single class tree that's the same across all specs, and a unique specialization tree that you can customize to stand out from other members of your class. All classes
I like
have at
how
least
it's phrased
3
like that. Like they've come up with it, okay?
distinct specs, and some classes even have a 4th spec to unlock additional roles like tanking or healing. The
This is a
result
male
is
tank?
a whopping whopping 70
Moon Guard?
specializations. Where
70
even in
specs. Oh, did
something
I
like
call
a
it? I said
massive
70 specs. I
40-man
called it,
raid,
right?
You will stand apart as unique and distinct even among other members of your class.
Huge, dude.
And that's just the beginning. There's more than new classes, spells, and specs. Conquest of Azeroth introduces a new role that's never existed before. The support role. This new role specializes in empowering your group so
I
that
guess
the
they're
whole
appealing to
team
classic
is more effective.
players,
Whether
right? I
you're
guess support
rallying
doesn't really
your
exist to
allies
WoW,
with
but, you know, we
inspiring
have
buffs, mitigating
augmentation.
damage, or snaring and manipulating enemies, the support role focuses on making your party more effective, dealing damage to enemies while buffing and supporting allies. Choose your new class and explore hundreds of brand new customization options, like new hair colors, skin tones, markings, and even racial variants to fully embody your new identity. Then,
It's
enter
interesting
an
'cause with all
Azeroth
of this
enriched with
diversity,
new
it just still
content
feels like
you've
Warcraft.
never seen before on any of Ascension's other realms. All of it continues to come together in a free-to-play journey of endless
This is like
possibilities
an OG
that
style
will continue to
MMO.
grow and evolve over time. Now is your chance to step into Azeroth and challenge it
fucking
as
big-
your
big
brand
totem with
new
big totem.
class. Ascension's Azeroth is a vast, expansive world that preserves the original feel of Warcraft while finding ways to expand it and make it better than
this
ever.
run on the
From the moment you step into the
Cataclysm
world
client,
on
or-
your new class, you'll discover
Jesus,
new
look how this
locations
looks,
and
man.
points
What
of
the
interest.
fuck?
Explore expanded towns and cities complete with new citizens, vendors, and quests, and challenge an
Why does
epic
this look so good, like the
RPG
open
creature
world?
overhaul that draws out the unique strengths and weaknesses of each of the 21 new classes, creating opportunities to change up your
What a
strategy
ploy
to
to
take
play the
enemies
Warcraft
down.
3 soundtrack in the
If you
background.
can, immersive item drops are yours to
Oh
claim.
my god, armor penetration
All-
rating? What? What is this? 2005? Armor pen? Did you know that Turtle WoW actually reached out to WoW that they're willing to join them and help develop something if they're working on it, and Blizz just said, "Now we're good, piss off"? Really? Really? Is that what happened? I think the real Blizzard devs work on that project. On this one, I don't know. Oh, the real Blizzard devs, you mean? No, I don't think so. I think a lot of the old Blizzard devs are done. I think this is clearly a passion project. If Blizzard's Classic Plus is only half like that, Classic will explode in new hype. Yeah, we'd like to think so, man, but I don't know if that's necessarily true. It was Wrath of Lich King client last time I played on their seasonal realms. On Ascension. Yeah, no, I meant as in the texture pack, like the world. Obviously, they're using the new character models, but a lot of the stuff is happening in like old world content. Seeing all of this, then I'm stuck on the retail PTR, not being able to test the new spec. I don't have level to 90 because they don't let us get a free trial character, or at least a template to get max level, man. Like private servers have been doing this for like 22 years, being able to create a new character that's already max level, and you just have like 17 vendors to buy gear. I've played these private servers over 20 years ago before I was able to afford playing on retail. And Blizzard cannot do this on the PTR for their 8th year in a row that I have personally been testing. I don't know if this was before I joined, before I started to test PTRs. I don't know if this was a thing then, but ever since I started testing, I never remember ever being able to have a template character. I've been struggling to PTR test for years. First of all. Second of all, like a lot of the stuff that even if it is tested and reported, they don't implement. Oh, they did Wrath? Jesus. Yeah, it's you know.
Creatures in Azeroth now have a chance to actually drop the items they're wearing, meaning you can hunt foes that drop
really?
the
You can
gear
loot the items of
your
people you
class
kill?
uniquely needs.
Ooh.
And as you venture to new locations and take down empowered foes, you'll discover powerful hidden loot waiting for you to claim.
Oh my god, epic
You'll
loot to
feel
farm?
Azeroth's expanded world from the moment you start your adventure. Spring through the forests of Elwyn as a ranger, using your bushcraft skills to stitch up maps, campsites, and even gliders to help you explore new locations. Or descend into the forgotten vault of the Inquisition as a
Oh
witch hunter,
shit!
laying waste to evil with Dark Slayer bolts and
Oh, look
regenerating
how big
with
these
potent
spaces are, man.
tonics.
These don't look so
Ravage the
claustrophobic.
Kane family estate as a reaper, cleaving through corpses and harvesting souls before slipping back into the shadows. Every starting zone has new
God, look at all
places
the
to
Night Elf
explore,
stuff.
from the towering cliffs overlooking Red Cloud Mesa to
Look
the
how much
overgrown
richer
thickets
this
of
all
Shadowglow.
seems.
You'll even encounter new mini-bosses, challenging your new class right from the beginning. As you learn your class's
I have a
strengths and
gut-wrenching
weaknesses and set
feeling
out
that
from the
I
starting
want to see
zones,
more orcs.
you'll
with
encounter a
warblades.
whole world of new locations waiting for you to explore. Ride into overhauled towns like Goldshire, Sentinel Hill, and Red Ridge,
With buildings
complete
of
with all
the size of
new
actual
quest
buildings.
lines that add to Warcraft's iconic lore. Rush to the top of an abandoned tower in Westfall to discover a secret Defias smuggling operation, or roll up the slopes of Stone
Lol.
Talon to explore the new Highwind Hold.
Oh shit, that looks so cool.
Azeroth is filled with brand new outposts.
The graphics are
towers,
terrible, by the way,
caverns,
but
ruins,
that's
and
not
campsites
the
to
important
explore.
part.
But be wary as you adventure
They're
through
obviously
the world.
using a lot of the
Azeroth and
spell
its
effects from
creatures are more
Modern WoW.
dynamic and more dangerous than ever before.
I don't know from Midnight, but definitely from the War Within. I think I've seen a couple of spell effects.
The RPG creature overhaul is the foundation.
They obviously
that
have the
makes
totems, like that
picking one
totem
of the
that
21
Thorin
new
has. That's
classes
either
meaningful.
Dragonflight or the
A
War Within.
massive upgrade that
Probably
completely
Dragonflight.
redesigns all of Azeroth's creatures from the ground up with fitting stats like additional armor, attack power,
Shit.
dodge, armor pen, unique spell
Bro,
resistances and
if
vulnerabilities,
this guy talks
and
about
so much more.
races that you
These
can
stats
play and
are
there's a
based
Mani and
on what
ogres
the
there, I'm
creature looks like.
fucking done.
Creatures wearing plate armor with big two-handed swords now actually have higher armor, deal more damage, attack slower with their two-handed weapon, and
Dude,
have
these
increased
jabs at
stats
Blizzard
like
are
strength,
funny,
attack
dude.
power, and parry. Whereas a more lightly armored bandit will have less armor and deal less damage with their dagger, but have bonus agility, a higher chance to hit and critically strike,
shit.
and a faster
Just like how
attack
WoW
speed
used to be.
that disrupts your spell casts. The class you
Oh
choose
wait, we have
determines
the
your
races. Oh, we
baseline
just have the
strength.
OG races. Aww. Hey, Mr. Pops, thank you for the 38 months, man. I appreciate it. I played on the Ascension server for like a year and I had a blast every damn time I logged in. Yeah, so they replaced the original classes with these. They would have to, because otherwise there would be a lot of overlap. I thought these were in addition to the other classes.
And weaknesses when fighting these dynamic RPG creatures. Your specialization defines your role
Tank.
and
Come on,
helps
mana
you
infused
shape your
bull while
unique
shielding the
strengths
secrets of the
further.
cosmos from all welcome.
As you level, you'll make choices in both your class
I don't know,
tree
something
and your
about old Night Elf aesthetics really pulls me in. Although I am mostly a Horde player now, I used to play a lot of Night Elves back when I started playing Vanilla WoW. Mostly because I played a Night Elf Druid.
specialization tree to decide
Reaper
where
and Fellstorm
you'll
are my
uniquely
favorite.
shine.
Oh, clearly
Finally,
Necromancer.
the
and,
abilities you choose to use in the moment
Fuck,
help you deal with the
dude.
unique situation in front
turn
of
into
you.
an actual
All
dragon,
of
man.
it comes together in a dynamic environment with immense depth. Where
There are a bunch of
different
classes that
creatures
don't
challenge
really appeal
different
to me, but a
classes
lot
in
of them
different
do.
ways.
And a
the
lot of them
class
that
you
actually do
play
appeal
and
to me could
how
have
you
well
choose
been
to
made into
build it
WoW and I would have
matters.
paid for them easy.
To start,
I would have
class
spent
differences
money
like
on a
being
bunch of this
ranged
stuff
versus
being added
melee,
into the game.
lightly armored versus heavily armored, and physical damage versus magic damage are obvious. A witch hunter thrives at range, while a Templar cleaves through foes up close. A Fellsworn dodges and avoids damage, while a Guardian tanks and blocks it. Yet even among similar classes, what you choose to play has different strengths in different situations.
This is
For
all
example,
great in theory,
heavyweight
right?
classes like the Cultist and Sun
depends on
Cleric
how it's all
both
balanced.
share the advantage of plate armor and shields to shrug off and
I've
even
talked about,
block
balance
physical
being
attacks,
can be a
making
crutch,
them
but
strong against fast attacking foes like
I can't
beasts and
take
bandits.
10 hours to make
But
one level, another
cultists
guy
can
takes
unleash
it, does it in
bursts of
2,
shadow
right?
spells to deal extra damage to holy-based enemies, whereas the Sun Cleric's holy and fire spells help
Part
them
of what
shine against
Warcraft
shadow
WoW
and
has lost,
frost-based
it's
foes.
a lot of personality and
Then,
individuality.
Specializations let you choose both your role and where to expand your strengths. Maybe you'll trade defense for offense and specialize as a Valkyrie. trading your shield for a second sword and investing deeper in your holy and fire
shit,
damage
that's so cool.
to deal even more
Like, red can
damage to
take a lot
shadow
of this
casters or frost
and
based
become greater.
Or you might instead become a seraphim, speccing even further into your shield with abilities like Righteous Slam and Seraphic Bulwark to become even better at tanking zombies and other undead. Where you choose to spend your talents creates even more
Like,
depth
just seeing
and
a lot of
customization.
new icons,
As a
new
seraphim,
stuff just
you
feels
dish
great. I
back
don't know,
out
for
the
some
damage
reason.
you deal
It
by
reminds me
picking
when
talents like
TBC first came out and I saw like
Sunflare
all
Aegis
the
and
new
Shining
little
Shield,
powers that you would
increasing
get.
your DPS against groups of foes. Or
I actually
will you
didn't
choose
feel that
block
way
and
about
heal
hero
talents
talents.
like Blessed Bulwark and Wings of Courage to increase your survivability. Both have distinct advantages, and both have
This
enemies
is
and
just a
situations
private
where
server
they'll
for WoW.
outshine
It's WoW
everyone
Ascension.
else. Decide through your talent choices where your strengths will
It
be.
looks incredible, doesn't
Even
it?
the abilities you choose to use in the moment provide depth and dimension to how you overcome challenges. As a brutality barbarian, you'll cleave through low armored foes with ease, but against a stronger, more heavily armored opponent, you might choose to switch to ranged axes and spears to kite them from a distance, bleeding them
Lol,
dry
axe
as you
thrower
stay out of
class.
harm's way. As a ranger, you might generally use your Swift Quiver to increase your attack speed and quickly take down enemies. But while hunting Moss Flayers, you might switch to Searing Quiver to ignite your arrows and exploit their weakness to fire. You can
Man,
even
these
make
seem like
decisions
such
on the
simple
fly to
game
increase your
design
effectiveness.
choices to make, and
Swap to Poison
they
Quiver to
seem
get
like they
through
would
an
make such
enemy's
a big
heavy
difference.
armor, then back to Swift Quiver to hasten your shots, interrupting a foe's spellcasting and quickly finishing off low armored targets.
Dude, I cannot help but feel
Every
like all of this was made by a salty WoW player that just wanted more cool Warcraft into the game, and Blizzard just didn't do anything. And I'm like, fuck it, I'll make my own. This just feels like that, dude. This just feels like that. It's hard to hear you while video plays. Could you change the sound? I can lower the sound a little bit, for sure. This might be a little bit loud. I wish WoW was like Ascension. Blizzard would never get even close to that content and class updates those guys did. Blizzard is good at lawsuits. Yeah, okay. Let's approach this with a little bit more sophistication. Blizzard is also a very large company, nailed down by a lot of bureaucracy, right? And when we say Blizzard, we tend to refer to one thing, but we have to criticize different things differently, right? The actual individual devs that design, let's say, how many puddles Laura spawns and how does it feel to launch Mortal Strike, like those game design devs have very little to do with what the story of the game is, with what the music that the boss encounter plays, with what the color of the armor is, right? Like there's different teams that handle different things, right? And most of the actual game designer devs probably have very little to say when it comes to how fast the patches launches, or how many people get to be on the QA team to test all the bugs so that we don't have bugs on release. That's usually handled by different departments, right? So there's departments and departments that handle different types of things. That's how you usually handle big projects with a lot of people involved. Now, with that being said, you know, when you criticize, you probably want to be very specific who you criticize, because you cannot just put everybody in one bucket. That's, first of all, not fair for the people. Second of all, your criticism is not going to mean a lot because it's not attacking exactly what needs to be attacked. Now, with that being said, the fact that a lot of this is just pure fantasy, and like so far I would say about 70 to 80% Warcraft juice. A bunch of it is in Warcraft as far as I'm concerned. But there's too much Warcraft in this passion project than should be legal. Like, most Warcraft stuff should already be in the game. Like, there shouldn't be somebody outside of designing the game that could do a better job at you. I feel like this is probably the biggest takeaway. This is, as far as I'm concerned, a little bit unacceptable, man. I don't know what to say. The biggest thing to me during that part was that the arrows stayed in the enemy. Oh my god, is that what sold you to it? Yeah, see, so we're saying stuff like this, and this sounds great on paper, But this is, again, this is also, I don't know if this, everything that we see in the cinematic is 100% replicated in the game, right? Do all of the enemies have arrows in them? If you're fighting 20 enemies around at once and you have like 3 of the ranger dudes, do you have like 70 arrows all in enemies? Like there's a bunch of stuff like this, like, right? Okay, it's nice when we show it on a one-to-one combat situation, but it's different when we're like putting into perspective in an actual combat, right? So yeah, it's pretty, but okay, let's not get over ourselves that this is all perfect, right? Ascension WoW has 70 new specs, and here we are begging for Amani and more druid races. Yeah, I don't think druid race. Yeah, you're not winning me over with druid races, man. I don't think we need more druid races. That's exactly what Ascension is not doing. It's just putting personality into stuff, I feel. At least that's what the vibe I'm getting from this. If everybody can be a druid, then what's the point in even having a race? I mean, we've been there. That's where I sit with more races for classes. Give me Mechanome Druid. God damn it, I don't want to really read the rest. Because problems with downloading there will be second stress test tomorrow. What does that mean? What are you saying? Imagine if all private server devs all gather and make their own MMO like PoE. It's not such an ideal situation, man. Like if anybody with good ideas could be making a game, we'd just have way more games, right? We've had, for instance, StarCraft devs and RTS good devs making Stormgate. I don't know if you know about Stormgate. I don't know if you've been fans of StarCraft. And that game tanked. And it was made by devs that worked on StarCraft 2. So it's not all rainbows and sunshine. I'm not necessarily interested in how Ascension plays and how fixed it is. What I'm interested in, the fact that these ideas have been at least practiced and put into the game, while we are sitting on Haranir and don't think about Amani too much, just play Haranir. And we're getting butterfly trading posts, like, and I have to talk with new age players and explain to them like what the Warcraft that we have right now is not the actual Warcraft that we came in love.
Give trolls beards, Armani troll build body type, and give Vulpera's druid class, that's it.
Fine, Vulperas are animals, they can be druid. I completely agree with why it's not fully in the game. Oh, the Mechanome druid, you mean? The design team, if Blizzard are of the garbage bin, sorry for being honest. The design team, if Blizzard... Yeah, you need to form an actual sentence, man. I don't know. The design team, if Blizzard are for the garbage bin. I don't understand what that means. I know, I get the vibe of what you're saying, but I don't know exactly what that means. I kind of don't want a new race. I want more customization to the old race. That could be also something like... we probably don't need more classes. We could use more specs. Like a bunch of these classes could actually be specs in WoW. And for instance, you take the Ranger class, you can take like a third of its abilities and talents and then just make marksmanship better instead of just being so bland. A lot of WoW specs are just very bland. They don't have a lot of dimensionality to them. They don't have a lot of depth in terms of their class flavor, not necessarily gameplay or complexity. That's not what I'm saying, right? But Prot Warrior, for instance, which is one of my all-time favorite specs, is just that it's just put shield in front and hit with weapon hard enough until you build rage. That's mostly its identity right now. Shield Wall is a bigger shield. Avatar is a bigger, angrier warrior. Ravager is a bigger axe. Shield Charge is a bigger shield. Like, okay, that was fun in the first year that it came out, but give me a links form, yeah. Not to mention that with Arge's comment on the links form, the fact that druids are not getting a new cat, bear, or chicken form almost every time we get a new tier set is crazy to me. Like, how are we pretending that we want things to be fair for all of the classes, but everybody gets a new tier set aesthetic except druids, because they're always shapeshifted, right? Why don't druids get this? Why don't shadow priests get like a new expression of their shadow form? It doesn't have to be every tier set. That would be a little bit outrageous. We would have like 20 versions of shadow form by now. But like stuff like this. Bro, if I play in the World Within as a feral druid, I should be a lynx, right? If I play in, what do we have right now? Midnight as a guardian druid, I should have one of the new bear forms as a form. Don't just give it to people. I don't know who said it earlier. Just give us a quest chain that unlocks it, man. Like Apex Talents just being planted in front of you with like no context whatsoever. Like I just thought about this, how weird it is. You log into the game and suddenly you just have like base, like super killer Apex sounds, but you know, super killer in terms of flavor, not in terms of like what they actually do, right? And you're like, oh shit, that's so cool. But there's like no gameplay explanation, no NPC saying, hey man, you've been a demon hunter for so long, you've slain so many Burning Legion enemies that now let me teach you how to get to the apex of your powers. And then you get Apex sounds like the final boss is your wallet. Did not play since the Origin Season 1. Any hints on final boss rate of midnight? Yeah, it's probably going to be Zalteth. Shaman travel form. Why is it always same old wolf model? Sure. Let's not forget what they did with DH. They introduced Vengeance as a tank spec with lore background in game. They introduced Eldrachi Reaver with no lore in the game. All of the context that justifies the existence of Vengeance and Eldrachi Reavers existing in the same obscure old books. That's fair, yeah. Like, for instance, they did really well with Devour, right? Like, every spec, every new spec, and every new addition that expands a spec should be exactly like how Devour was. I don't know if you guys unlock Devours, but you actually go through a quest that explains why Devours are in the game. I feel like that does more for Devours than the entire Harrendar storyline does for Harrenir, personally. WoW's issues is less about it not being Warcraft, but rather it's lost the RPG and MMORPG. I don't really think so. WoW definitely lost the a good amount of RPG from the MMORPG, but I feel like WoW would have been fine if it was Warcrafty, rather than more RPG-ish. That doesn't mean that it has to be one or the other, and that one necessarily trumps the other. But I loved playing Heroes of the Storm, and I loved playing Hearthstone so long as it felt like the magic of Warcraft was in them, right? So I love the Warcraft world. I love Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3, even Warcraft 1. I loved the original Hearthstone before it became like goofy. Well, it was already goofy, but before it became crazy with every card being Yogg-Saron. I loved WoW before it became like weird, which was basically in Shadowlands and Dragonflight. So it's not necessarily about the RPG. I actually think WoW not being Warcraft is an actual problem. I feel like people who don't like, who don't see it that way have to be people that have started playing recently, which is fine, but doesn't mean you're right. Devour was really well introduced, yeah. In fact, the quest for both Devour and how Void Elves can be DH2 is done really well. Yep. I have met that was it the lead designer on Devourer, Jade Austen? Did I say his name right? Jade Martin, Jesus Christ, Jade Martin, I'm sorry. We even interviewed him and Paul Cubitt during Gamescom last year. And I don't know how much influence Jade Martin had over the quest chain to unlock Devourer, because he mostly handled the actual design of the spec, like the spells and what they do. But that was a man that loved Warcraft, loved the Demon Hunters, and loved what Devourer was supposed to be. And you could tell. And if you've played Devourer, and I did, I just mained it, I can tell that that's true. That's definitely how you put the passion of a developer, its creativity into the game as well, and you represent it the way that you do. And I felt like that they did such an amazing job. If we would have had a Jade Martin for every spec in a game, for every class in a game, every class would feel absolutely peak. The fact that Devourer kind of matches the philosophy of class design in Midnight, but also understands what fun means and how to reward players for playing well, is just a sign of a good Warcraft dev. That's why when I criticize Blizzard and the WoW team, I tried my best to be very fair with my criticism, because I cannot put everybody in the same boat. We have met a lot of awesome devs that are so passionate that just want the game to be good and want people to like the game. Obviously, we haven't met everybody. So when you guys say stuff like the devs don't care, that's definitely not true.
The side quest line hinting Void DH in War within S3 was great.
That was really good. That's what we were talking about. So when you guys are saying stuff like the devs don't care, I hard disagree. I would recommend, this is ideally healthy, but it's not realistic for everybody. I would recommend not to make up your opinions about people you've never met. However, it's very hard to do that. Not everybody can get invited into events and stuff like that, and you shouldn't really have all of the opinions that we have, or that other content creators have, or other internet people have, but try to be at least fair. Now, With that being said, I know there are plenty of devs at Blizzard of whom's vision I would not agree with. I definitely don't like a lot of the stuff that's being done into Warcraft because I just cannot see it as Warcraft. This has kind of been the theme of today's stream. When it comes to modern WoW, I always think back to Legion. It did so well in combining progression, gameplay, and story with the class halls. Yeah, it was a lot of Warcraft love poured into Legion. It did a lot of stuff poorly, like the legendary system, the artifacts progression system was atrocious. You could only play one spec. But people still remember it fondly, right? It made every decision that you made feel more impactful. And if you kept advancing on your one spec, you just felt rewarded for constant progression and constant power that not everybody had access to. So if we've met the devs at Blizzard, can you tell us whether they actually like the Horde or if they're just Alliance mains? Oh, lol. Yeah, we gotta be honest, never really talked about that. The thing is, man, the Alliance and Horde doesn't exist in WoW, man. I mean, we call it that when we make our characters, but Alliance and Horde essentially died off in...
As someone who works as a mid-senior management in corporates, I actually sympathize with devs at times, because I witness firsthand how corporates stifle creativity to optimize profits on a daily basis, and I'm glad you see that, Flame, one of the few content creators who
That's what I'm saying, man. It's very hard, because I was surprised too. Like, everybody thinks Ian is the devil and he should quit. But I'm 100% sure that everybody who says that actually has no idea what Ian is like a person. He's also one man and he's very limited. I'm not shilling for Ian. I'm pretty sure that a lot of the stuff he should be responsible for, right? I honestly don't know how much power he has over the direction of the game. I'm pretty sure he has almost nothing to do with trading posts, having pajama parties and butterfly transmogs that have nothing to do with Warcraft. But I can say that it might have something to do with the patch cadence, with what classes get reworked, what goes into the PTR server, I'm pretty sure. But they're also running on limited resources, right? And you would think that that shouldn't be a problem for a company as big as Blizzard, but there's a reason why the QA team has been sacked. And I'm not convinced that Ian sit at his desk in his big comfy cushiony chair and said, oh, fuck all these QA people, just fire 50 of them from our team. I know we have 30 QA people, but fire 50. Fire some from Xbox too. That's not what Ian does. And a lot of people they find it very easy to put a blame on him because he's a name and he's a face and he's a head, and it's easy to point at one person and say you're the bad guy. But that's just not how simple, things are not that simple, right? Blizzard execs wanted WoW to become an esport plus RPG doesn't mix. That's true. But then again, you know, we have examples of non-esports, non-live service games that are doing great, right? I'm not saying that WoW is one of them. And if you want to make it an esport, sure, but they want to make an esport with probably very minimal investments. I feel like, if anything, esports should be totally devoid from the RPG section. I think esports should be a version of PvP that you have templates on. Everybody has X amount of HP or 10% more HP and 10% less damage in PvP encounters. You can only crit up to like 30% of the time and not more than that. Like stuff like this, like stuff that can make it easier to balance. That would be very boring if they added in PvE. And then they could make a competitive esport, right? Like a good example is StarCraft 2. I don't know if you guys have played StarCraft 2, but StarCraft 2 is primarily a multiplayer esport game, right? Obviously, it has its story and campaign. But if you've played StarCraft 2, a multiplayer and the campaign, you would know that the multiplayer is just very basic. It's rock, paper, scissors. Everybody has almost the same amount of units. They're very strictly balanced. The damage points are balanced to the individual individual digit. Some of them are balanced to the point decimal to the decimal, right, to make sure that they're properly balanced. But that is in multiplayer. In campaign, you have all sorts of crazy upgrades for units, crazy tech trees, insane tanks and battle cruisers and Zerg monstrosities and all of that shit. Nothing is balanced in campaigns, which is the PvE version of StarCraft 2, right? That mentality is what WoW needs if it's going to pretend that it's going to be a competitive esport. You have to have the PvP that's just the crazy stuff, like all cool abilities and synergies that's just wild. Like one class is just exploding everything, the other classes are just a little bit like quiet in the background. It doesn't really matter, right? But when it comes to like arenas, battlegrounds, PvP, competitions, maybe even Race World First, everybody plays by very strict rules. There's no like a crazy trinkets. Maybe there's no hero talent or whatever. I don't care. I don't know. But you have to have more strict rules for PvP. Otherwise, it doesn't work. If they want to make both viable at the same time, it's just not going to happen. We've seen this for so long. It's been the same with Ghostcrawler. Yeah. Well, the reality is, man, you can look at it however you want to, but Blizzard lost a lot of talent over the years. Some of it had to leave. Some of it was just unfortunate. But it's clear that the game was doing, at least in terms of vibes and player reception, way better. I've got no issues with Blizzard outside of their writing. I get their getting the Bungie treatment, and that Activision and corporate Blizz have the writers by the balls. I just want more Horde story. Yeah, I wanted to, man. It was good. This is just not gonna happen, man. I don't think WoW can go back in time. I don't see how that's possible. Nothing that they're doing tells me that, oh, we like Warcraft the way it used to be, and we want to make Warcraft feel like Warcraft again. That's why I was saying earlier that seeing those Devour Demon Hunter quests made me even more pissed off at Blizz, the corporation, not the people, because they clearly have some great ideas, but more than half never see the light of day. There's also probably a lot of politics there as well, because if you've played the Dragonflight expansion side quests, my particular favorite is the Bane Bloodhoof one. A lot of people like the Blue Dragonflight. At least the Bane Bloodhoof one, it was definitely a Warcraft side quest, dude. It definitely had Warcraft conflicts, violence, and resolution styles and tragedies and stuff like that we've come to know with Warcraft. So clearly the writing team has actual devs that actually like Warcraft. They're just relegated to like side quests and side devs. A lot of the side quests in the World Within were fucking incredible. There's the Body Cop duo side quest with the Earthen and the Lamplighter in Dorn and Isle of Dorn. There's the mage in Hallowfall that's trying to build the portals to contact the Empire, the Arathi Empire, whatever. I don't remember exactly what the thing is, but it was a very emotional, very good and well-written quest. There's a bunch of them, and those are the talented writers, and they're just like being squeezed in side quests because they probably are not, you know, in tune with the vision, right? The modern writing, all of that shit. Like, I don't know how else I can explain it when side quests are better written than main quests. It's baffling to me. And as a point of closure on this, I don't know if you guys have listened to the Ethereal's audio story before the last patch of the World Within started. It's on YouTube. It's a 3-parter. It's incredibly well written. It is so good, and I love all of the characters there. And it doesn't even have the talking points of masculinity and femininity. The cooler characters right there are probably the female characters, and they're fucking dope. Kaiviza and Venari, fuck, man, they're some of the coolest written characters, and the entire story is so good, and it just gave me so much hope for WoW. And that's where it ended. Once we got to the gaming part, we just had farts and diarrhea in the story once again, as always.
The class you play, the spec you choose, your talent choices inside your class and spec trees, and the spells you decide to cast in any
Infernal
given
Doom,
moment
Sargeras Embrace,
informs how you challenge the world, what creatures you have an advantage against, and where you'll need to make smarter choices. All of it comes together in a dynamic, exciting world that changes on every encounter and every pull. As you pick your choices against Azeroth's expanded RPG creatures, you'll find that they drop more than just treasure. On Conquest of Azeroth, enemies have a chance to drop the actual items they're wearing.
Oh shit, the actual items they're wearing? What a revolutionary concept.
Allow you to hunt creatures wearing the gear you want. And on Conquest of Azeroth, that takes on a whole new level of meaning. Imagine taking down the trolls of Stranglethorn Vale as a witch
strength and
doctor
agility
to find immersive
stats on the
gear
same
with
item.
the stats you need. Or cleaving through Venture Co. goblins to find engineering equipment that suits your tinker.
Oh, that's so cool,
Azeroth
man. It's
is
so
filled
thematic.
with the lore and power that COA's classes are based on. Slay cultists, Scarlet Templars, Pyromancers, and more to find gear suited to your new class. You can even hunt for the items that suit your specific class and spec. As a glyphic rune master, you might strike down casters specifically wielding staves to get spell haste.
Oh shit.
But as an engravement rune master, you might instead cut down casters that you can see are wielding swords and daggers to get those essential
I think they missed a lot
weapons
by
with
not putting a
power.
spell breaker.
Every creature in Azeroth
spec.
has a chance to drop the gear they're wearing
Big
when
miss.
slain. You'll find base stats like strength, agility, or intellect, and also stats that previously weren't available at lower levels, like armor penetration, dodge,
Oh my
parry,
God.
block chance, spell pen,
So
haste,
this
and
types of gear,
expertise.
this type of gear that was available at the beginning in vanilla WoW was more akin to how Dungeons and Dragons plays. Like I always look at vanilla WoW, and I don't mean TBC. I mostly mean vanilla, like original, first 60 levels. It felt like a Dungeons and Dragons game. It felt like build your own adventure. Every item felt unique. There was like there were not a lot of items that felt they were just carbon copies of them. And each main stat did something different. I feel like a lot of RPGs have more depth, and it's so easy to do this depth by having multiple stats be viable, as opposed to just strict templates that we have right now. For instance, strength always gave you gave you attack power and raw damage on weapons, what agility gave you crit chance and hit chance and dodge chance, right? Intellect gave you spell power and mana and stuff like that. But now everything is so templatey, everything is so streamlined right now that it doesn't really matter. Like we've talked about this before, that items right now in WoW don't actually exist. Like look at this item right now on the screen. Can you see it by the chat? Let me take off the chat. Right, this is a one-handed axe with 1 strength, 1 stamina, 1 intellect, right? If you put this in modern WoW, people get confused. Strength and intellect, what does that mean? But it was a time when, as a hunter, before they had focus, they had mana. And they used agility for crit chance and probably attack speed. I don't remember if agility used to give you attack speed. And strength for raw weapon damage. Intellect to gain more mana, and probably crit with stuff like arcane shot. Like there were all sorts, every stat had like a bonus to you, right? So you just had a wider range of options when it came to items. I remember one time when I played my hunter, this was in TBC, but you know, it still applies. I was running mana tombs. To this day I remember this, dude. Like you cannot ask me about items that I've looted in the last 6 years, but I can tell you an item that I've looted about 20 years ago. In mana tombs, there was a staff that dropped. I think it might have been a green staff from one of the trash that just had intellect, stamina, and spirit. And I took it because I was spamming arcane shot and I was just running out of mana all the time. And I took it as a hunter and I did not give a fuck. And I spammed the shit out of the arcane shots and viper shots back in the day. Remember viper shots? Holy shit. And being able to feel like you could interact with so much of the world just felt more filling, as opposed to only wear plates, only loot strength items, and more so make sure it's crit haste and not anything else. Like super strict. And it's the exact same templates we have every season. Every season there's the crit haste pants, the haste verse neck, the crit mastery ring. There's the ring that procs your stat, or the ring that procs the damage, or the ring that does all of both of these passively. It's so homogenized, man. I think there were several years where many of the developers didn't have the same appreciation that we do for the original lore. That's definitely true to this day. Why is the best quest dev squeezed out like that? I don't know, man. I don't know. And I mean, that's obviously my opinion, but that's why whenever I play a new expansion, I like to like delve into the side quests. And to be fair, Midnight actually didn't really... I'm trying to think of side quests that I really enjoyed. I think the only real side quests that I enjoyed were probably in Voice Room by Riftblade Malia, like the Void Elf chick. I don't know if she's a demon hunter or not, I forgot. But that's like the only character that I can tell you by name that I liked, that I enjoyed. Because she's snarky, she's witty, in terms of her personality, and she has like a decent, cool role in the story, even as a side character. I couldn't tell you like half of the other characters.
Immersive item drops add over 9,000 items to vanilla.
Is 900 a lot?
To unlock new ways.
How many do we have now?
But creatures aren't the only place that you'll be finding incredible new items.
World Forge RPG. I like how this guy uses RPG constantly.
Azeroth on your new
to kind of like twist the hammer in the wound of Blizzard.
In ways unique to you, you might stumble on World Forged items. Treasure scattered across Azeroth that makes sure that wherever you choose to explore.
Yeah, see, so okay, so when you guys see this, you're probably thinking, "Oh shit! If I get to that little hovel over there, I can loot the Vigilant Glaive main hand sword, 6 agility, 6 stamina, a super awesome Warforged world item." What I see when I look at this is like, oh, there's probably 50 people under this very same hut because they all want this sword because it's obviously the best sword, right? And you have to like see who's the first one that can click on the sword fastest when it spawns. Oh, this is nice, but motherfucker, I've been playing WoW for over 20 years, man. I'm reading between your lines. You're like, yeah, this is all cool, but you're not fooling me, dude. But you're not. I've been playing WoW for like so long, dude. Speaking of corpo, can I give Blizzard some money for more trader post tenders? I want more so I can buy all of this stuff. We were just trashing how shit the trading post is this month apparently. Some private servers had some cool system they should copy. Yeah, clearly.
From shimmering trinkets to forgotten potions, helmets, necklaces, rings, and even weapons.
However, the sheer existence of these type of items make it so interesting. 1,800 items in the open world.
Seek out and loot. These items have exciting, unique effects on them. And on Conquest of Azeroth, they help you realize your new class. Imagine finding a ring on your Harvest Reaper that fears enemies when they strike you, forcing them to run in a panic as they bleed out from your Dark-Rend sight.
Oh shit, that's so cool.
An amulet on your Rot Weaver that seeps sinister petrification magic into your spells, turning creatures to stone.
Oh my god, imagine playing as an Erubian, bro.
You might discover a blazing ring or a pair of burning boots that wreath your Hellfire Knight of Zoroth in even more flames.
Oh shit.
Using Shadow Flame Heart to increase their damage and chase foes down to their doom.
This is so cool, dude.
Forged items add a completely new dimension
range attack to increase your hit rating by 20.
Your character. Find unique effects that further enhance the theme and immersion of your class and spec. You'll start finding these items scattered across Azeroth from the very beginning. Hand-placed in interesting, thematic locations that add depth and dimension to the world.
So cool.
With over 1,800 to find, you're sure to stumble on something amazing no matter where you choose to explore. The best part? Once you reach max level, you can upgrade your favorite Warforged items using Runes of Ascension.
No way they've added this into the game, dude. This is never going to make it into WoW, bro. No, this is exactly what I've been talking about an hour ago, man. I cannot believe this. So let's play this one more time.
You can upgrade your favorite World-Forged items using Runes of Ascension.
This is what leveling needs, man. This type of systems where you could take what you've searched all of those times leveling up into endgame. We need more of this. We need ways to make items feel memorable, persistent, and to make progress feel meaningful. Imagine yourself leveling, bro. I never played Mists of Pandaria, dude, and I really want to level a character through Mists of Pandaria. And you do, bro. And you manage to find a zone with like cool pandas and dragons. You're like, bro, I kind of like this. I want to see what there's more to do here. And you do all of the quests, and you manage to find a treasure that gives you like a specific panda, dragon, sword, shield, whatever the fuck shield, let's say. that's made from the scales of a cloud serpent, and you like the cloud serpent story so much, Lord, that that's your new favorite shield, as a unique aesthetic, right? And then you finish leveling, you got to max level from Mr. Pandora, you go into Midnight, and now you can use some ascended cores to transform that green or blue shield that was item level 20 into like item level 300, and now you can actually take it into raids, right? How cool would that fucking be, dude? How cool would it be to feel like, oh, there's this one item that I really like, but it's all the way in Westfall, and it's the only one of its kind. It does a really cool thing, and I want that. Then I want to use it at max level, and you go into Westfall, you search all the Defias hideouts, and you manage to find that one dagger that's also really dope, and then you just fucking, like, how cool is that, dude? I think people were talking about the July one, yeah. Will be shut down. Yeah, I know it will be shut down. That's not the point. The point of watching all of this is to see creative ideas that could make Warcraft, that could make more Warcraft, like that just put more Warcraft out there, and they just exist outside of the WoW team. That's the whole point of watching this. Like, I'm afraid to say that, you know, what these guys are doing, although it's great in terms of creative juices, this is also not legal, and they're definitely going to be shut down by WoW. But it also feels like it's a passion project and kind of like a cry for help from actual Warcraft fans saying, hey, yo, Blizzard, check this out. We can do it better. And listen, to be honest, on a lot of fronts, they're definitely doing it better, at least in terms of optics, right? I don't know how these classes play. I don't know if their synergy is cool. I don't know if they have enough proc chance to make me happy about playing their particular one of the 70th spec, right? Because we've been glazing these guys for how awesome their 21 classes and 70 specs are, and how cool and Warcrafty necromancers and tinkers are, but we don't know how they actually play. And to be fair, Blizzard and the WoW team are actually doing one of the best jobs in the industry at making really good, feely, punchy, and smooth gameplay. No matter what you want to criticize about WoW, you can hardly criticize their gameplay for not being good enough. It's one of the crispiest gameplays ever, and it's definitely what's carrying WoW. And because it's so good, a lot of people just overlook all of the bad shit, and the game keeps selling because the gameplay is good, and the people that make the shit part of WoW never get the message that their thing is shit, because the game keeps selling, and they're like, oh, well, if it keeps selling, it must be good, right? The July one is ass. Only the gunslinger had for 50 tenders. Could be nice. All right, cool. Oh, was the 30th today? There have been some EverQuest EMU servers. I don't know what that means. I assume that's EQ is EverQuest. And now those devs from the EMU are working with the EQ. Like, I don't know half of those acronyms, bro. Those sort of things you're wanting WoW to. The thing is, that's what I mean. This is all skeptical. Like, I need these people to actually work at Blizz, or for Blizz to pick these up. As much as this sounds cool, I don't trust WoW Ascension to do WoW really great. They have good things, and they can definitely point to the right direction. But like I said, emulation servers, okay. Like I said, I don't know if you guys are fans of StarCraft 2, but a bunch of the devs that worked on StarCraft 2 and a bunch of other RTS devs that are working, as far as I know, on other big RTS games that are very big on the market, have pooled their efforts together to make Stormgate. And when you hear that, you're thinking, oh shit, then this has to be one of the best RTSs ever made. And it's not. It's one of the worst RTSs that's ever been made, right? So just because there were devs that worked on one of the greatest games ever, and now all of those devs are going with other devs and making their own game, that doesn't necessarily mean that that game is going to be good, or is going to bring in all the cool stuff that you've ever wanted from your own game, right? That doesn't necessarily translate one-to-one. So that basically all the original good devs got fired or are gone since Activision Bobby Kotick. Yeah. It was clear that there was a lot of talent that got swept in the rug, and now we just have a lot of very basic talent. Like, as much as it might suck to hear, a lot of the things that WoW does feels like they're done by an intern. Indie games do better stuff. And I don't mean this as a meme. Oh my god, Blizzard is an indie company. No, I mean you've guys played games like, I don't know, Hades, right? Slay the Spire, simple games that just do like certain things really well. It's hard to compare. It's not fair to compare like single player RPGs, roguelikes with an MMO. It's not the same, it's obviously, but at a certain point I can compare the quality of a game and its delivery with WoW, with WoW's quality and its delivery.
you'll get from completing quests, taking down bosses, winning battlegrounds, and more. If you find a world-forged item that draws out the perfect theme of your class, you can take it
look
with
at this,
you
man.
all the way through the end game.
I think eye level is one of the worst things that happen to
With
gear.
immersive item drops and world-forged items, you will have thousands of ways to gear up on COA. But sometimes, you want something specific. Maybe you're a Black Knight Witch Hunter searching for male gear that has dodge and parry.
Some Van Helsing
Maybe you're a
looking
headhunter
motherfuckers.
barbarian hunting for strength-based throwing weapons to hurl. With 70 specializations across all 21 classes, every class needs unique stat combinations that help realize their potential. And if you need it,
A lot of
you
these
can
tooltips are
forge
made
it
in Photoshop,
with
motherfucker.
professions.
I can make
on
better
Ascension,
tooltips, bro.
you can
All right, look at
stack
this. Or maybe
combinations.
that's their intent, right? Look at the text layout between intellect and requires level 50, right? Spirit and healing, they're of a different shade. Maybe that's the cool part, but they're also layouted a little bit differently. That's fine. Listen, I've worked on creating artificial tooltips for items for certain videos to kind of point out certain things, and they looked almost just like this. WoW's main problem is its lack of content. Okay, I need to talk to you about that. Every expansion, the other 99% of the game becomes invalid. It just sits there existing. Yes, upgrading items would work. The solution is to fix the old content in 0.5 patches and add them into M+ rosters. Like 3 or 4 dungeons every patch cycle. Scale the world up to max level and make it complicated again. ESO has been doing this for years. Items in their Durotar, for example, can be upgraded to plus 160 and gold tier through crafting. Interesting. Okay, so I have a lot of things that I want to argue with you about on what you said. I don't know how ESO does it, but if you say that ESO has done it successfully, it's a lot, but it's literally the main problem with WoW and how to solve it. I don't think it's the main problem with WoW, but it's definitely a problem with WoW. So before we have any type of discussion of comparing what other MMOs do better than WoW, we all have to start with the premise to understand that, you know, there's a reason why WoW is still #1 and why ESO isn't. While WoW has more players and ESO doesn't, right? There's a reason. I'm not saying that it's because of the items, but there's clearly something that can be done or should be done or is done at WoW that WoW does better than a lot of other games. Now, with that being said, I think scaling content is problematic. I think that's what ruined player progression, because scaling content implies power creep, player power creep, since every patch you need to feel like you're progressing. If the content is always scaled, you always need a little bit of extra power. And you're never really... If you scale... I don't know how what you mean by scaling. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. But content shouldn't scale anymore. Or we should have, like we have in Diablo, once you level through, and once you get to level 80, you can go into Silver Moon, talk to a Bronze Dragonflight, and activate the Heroic World Tier. And then in Heroic World Tier, every mob is level 90, right? Everything is max level. If it's like that, then that's fine. That's great, right? But when you level, the reason why you feel weak whenever you get a new level is because your stats are being squished down, so that at max level you don't end up with like 10,000 haste, 10,000% haste, and 5,000% crit, and you cast spells in 0.1 seconds because you've accumulated so much haste, right? If you have 50% haste at the end of the War Within, you cannot start with 50% in Midnight and just keep adding to that 50%. In 3 expansions, we would end up casting 5 spells on the press of 1 button, right? So that's the scaling issue. So in order for that not to happen, every new level has to scale you down. This is true in every RPG, right? Your stats have to scale down. So 100 haste rating can mean 10% haste at level 1, but it will mean 9% haste at level 2, right? You still have the 100 haste rating, right? So each point of stat gives you less overall power as you level up. The problem with the scaling content is that you level up, content levels up with you. Your stats go down, but the mob stats go up. So if you're not looting items at a power relative to the open world, at a power level way higher relative to the open world, then you're leveling, right? So can I do this paint bullshit? Because I don't know how to explain this. Okay, let me do this paint bullshit. So, let's say you are level 82, right? Level 82. This is your player power. This is level 82, right? This is you. This is you at level 82, right? The monsters that you're facing are around this bar, right? You're just like killing everything. They're way weaker than you. Well, let's make it a little bit more obvious. They're way weaker than you. So you are absolutely demolishing them, right? You have double their HP, you have double their strength, right? At level 82. Now, once you go to level 80, let's say 85, right? Theoretically, your power hasn't really changed. Or let's say it has, but it hasn't really changed, right? This is your power. Let's make it different. Let's make it here. This is your power at level 85. Actually, no, it's better if it's similar. Okay. And the monster's power is this, right? So now, if you go to, if at level 82 you go to Eversong Woods and you fight a little lynx, a mountain lion, you're double its stats, you're crushing it, right? If at level 85 you go back to fight the same mountain lion, it takes you 20 to 30 seconds longer to kill it because it's way stronger. And in order for this difference, right? For this difference of power to exist between you and the mob, you have to loot items. So that you need to loot this level of items here to push your power above where the mob is, so that you have more stats. The problem is you don't get that loot anymore. You don't get that loot because the monster keeps scaling and you don't loot strong enough items to keep you. If like here you are at 20% haste, here you would be at 15% haste, right? Right here. 20% haste gets you to almost like one-shot the lynx. 15% haste doesn't let you do that, right? And there aren't enough items to get you to be not necessarily 20%, but you need to be higher than 20. Because if you're at 20%, then you're just relatively the same level of strength relative to the content, and you don't really feel like you've gained 3 new levels, right? That power that you gain through the levels is not expressed in the game properly enough for you to feel like you're growing. This is the problem with scaling content, right? And so it needs to be done right. But if you would gain this level of power every level, then you would be a titan at max level with mythic rating gear. Understand that? And then every season would have to increase that higher, and then every expansion at the end would have millions of HP and millions of DPS, and every new expansion would have a number squish. So the numbers would stop meaning anything, and they kind of already do not really mean a lot. Levels are the problem. I don't know exactly. I think scaling is the problem. Something ESO hasn't raised the cap since. Yeah, that's definitely it. Okay, then that would definitely address the problem. I'm from what you're saying, it seems like they fixed it, or they don't have that problem. But yeah, think of it as you are max level all the time, and a new expansion launches, new sets come out, new skills to make your character better. The skill like skill lines you get. So it sounds like is that horizontal progression? You're rooting for Belgium? Well, it's weird, bro, because I like how Senegal plays, but my buddies, one of my best buds is Dutch, right? So I kind of want his team to win, but I really like Senegal a little bit more. So what do you want from me? They have heroic world tier, which is hard no matter what. Okay, fair enough, yeah. What? Hashius? Where are you from, man? Netherlands lost. Yeah, so this is the problem with scaling. This has been the most obvious, has been made with Diablo 4. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing, but in Diablo 4, when you make your character and you go into and kill the first bear, you two-shot the bear, you kill it, right? If you level like 20 levels more and you go back the exact same bear, it takes you like 10 seconds to kill it, right? That's the exact same situation that happens as well. That's what the open world scaling is. It sounded great initially because that means all of the zones were more relevant, but I feel like just scaling them once you're max level, everything to max level, that's probably better than when leveling. It's just a matter of game design. I'm not a game designer to be able to verbalize this very well, or to express this in words very well, because I don't know the lingo, or I don't have the technical expertise to be able to put into words what I want to say. But it's about player progression, and WoW has been built upon player progression and constant gaining of player progression, which is true for probably a lot of RPGs, right? Now, WoW has expressed that through leveling, but leveling has stopped meaning stuff when you're level 89. At level 89, you have 170 item level from questing and from dungeons, right? I don't know exactly. It's 170, 180, something like that, right? Or 200 rather, I think. I think it's 200, but doesn't really matter. And once you get to level 90, which is max level, that same content awards you with over 50 item levels increase, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but I think it's quests give you 205 item level at level 89. And then world quests give you 240 or something like that. It's probably not 50 item levels, but it's around there, right? This difference in power is why anything before level 90 is pointless. Nothing matters. It doesn't matter if you do a dungeon at 89. It doesn't matter if you finish more quests than the other player. Everything is... You might as well be naked compared to the amount of power you will get from like one world quest or one quest even at maximum level. Oh, you could hear WhatsApp? Jesus. I don't know what that is. Let's mute. It's not like I'm getting feet pics or some shit. And even when we look at the gameplay of Wrath of the Lich King, when DK had tons of strikes attacks instead of the 3-4 buns we have now in our base rotation in retail. Yeah, that's like a whole different, like, WoW has about 7 avenues we can argue about. One would be story, one would be aesthetics and vibe, one would be gameplay, one would be items, what we're doing right now, one would be class complexity, right? We've been where class had more depth, and it took us all the way to the War Within, which was crazy, so we had to step away from that. Now, of course, with anything, whenever there's a problem, people tend to overcorrect more than actually accurately correct. It's easier to overcorrect, right? When your car steers into the ditch on the right, you pull on the wheel hard to the left, right? You don't just adjust it exactly perfectly to redress yourself, right? You overcorrect. That's just human, that's natural, right? And then you adjust course occasionally. So the only real hope or copium that I can have, and maybe you guys as well, I don't know, is that this overcorrection can keep happening until the ship is slowly getting to get the exact path ahead that it needs to get to give us what we want. That's the only thing I can hope for. Legendary is the best example. There is all these insane legendaries, lore breaking items, but the second the next patch comes out, it's suddenly garage, and that shouldn't be the case. You mean in WoW? Yeah, it's not like, it just doesn't, like a lot of the content just doesn't translate. At least we can't hear your grinder. I keep that to myself, man. You don't need to know shit.
Flame getting Sylvana's booty pics on WhatsApp.
Booty. You can forge it with professions. Professions on Ascension are already better than ever.
No more coffee.
You can upgrade your crafted gear multiple times with upgrade kits.
God.
You can experience every time you craft or gather an item relative to how difficult that item is to get. And you'll have access to all of the brand new crafted item recipes and craftables that Ascension has introduced over the years, like belt buckles, gambesons, and food items. These integrate professions into your leveling journey, feeling like a natural part of your adventure instead of a side quest to go do later. On Conquest of Azeroth, the 21 new classes have unique interactions with professions. Certain classes gain additional proficiency, like Witch Doctors gaining a boost to alchemy. And
the classes, not the races. Okay,
then,
interesting.
Certain classes can create places to work, like the Knight of Zoroth dropping an anvil to forge at, or the Pyromancer being able to kindle a small fire for cooking.
Okay.
Some classes even have unique ways to use professions. Rangers can utilize bushcrafting to transform leather into potent consumables, making skinning a natural choice.
What consumables are you making from leather, bro?
Rune Masters and Primalists
Jerky?
can
What
use
the fuck?
enchanting essences and dusts to cast certain spells. These aspects integrate professions directly into your class's identity, making you stronger and bringing immersive,
I don't know, I think something about the
thematic
aesthetics of
depth
this
to your
is all very
classes.
nostalgic to
But
me.
that's only one way professions get even better on Conquest of
The
Azeroth.
armors are not like super
On
high
COA,
res and
you'll
flashy.
find
and
a wider array of random
high
affixes
fantasy.
on crafted gear, letting you forge unique stat combinations on items that might be just what you need for your unique COA class and spec. Imagine blacksmithing as a Knight of Zoroth and forging an Arcanite Reaper with strength and spell power.
Oh, strength and
Or
intellect,
using
check that out.
enchanting as a Chronomancer to carve a wand with spirit and haste. As a Rune Master, you'll be able to forge daggers, swords, and even two-handed weapons
Oh, I'm not
with
playing
intellect
Private Service,
and
don't worry.
critical
No.
strike.
I have
Whereas
very
a
little
tinker
desire
might
to
engineer
play
guns
this.
with spell
I don't
power.
like to...
You can even forge all
What's the
new
word? What am I
gear.
looking for?
Put all that wood you've been stockpiling to work with a
I don't like
brand
wishful
new
thinking.
profession: woodworking.
What I actually like
Woodworking
is
a totally
putting this
new
vibe out
profession
there that
and
WoW could
designed
be
to help
better,
you
and
craft
people
items
are already
that other
proving it. That's
professions
really
don't.
my interest in
Transform
watching
the
this.
wood you collect from woodcutting into staves.
And it's very
wands,
refreshing to see that
bows,
there are other people out there that
crossbows,
actually
throwing
want
weapons,
Warcraft, and I'm just not being
offhand
crazy
items,
here.
arrows, and more.
Yo.
Get random
Yo,
affixes on
Sega with the
every
3
new
months,
item
appreciate you,
craft,
man.
Unlocking the potential to forge gear like shields with strength and attack power for your gladiator, or armor penetration crossbows for
Oh,
your witch hunter.
Blizzards will
As
swat your
secondary
house now.
professions,
Bro,
you can
the
get
Blizzard cannot do
woodworking
anything for
and
me looking at
woodcutting
this.
in
It's just
addition to
public
your
video. What do you
primary
mean? I'm not...
professions. So
I
forge
haven't
incredible
even
new
told a
gear
single
that's
person to
perfect
go
for
play this. I
your
don't recommend
unique
anybody
class.
to play this. That's not what I'm doing.
While you're leveling up,
Relax,
making
it's
choices
fine.
with your spec, and either
I've even said it that
finding
this
or
is not okay
forging
what they're doing.
badass gear to
The reason
become
I'm looking at
stronger,
this is for different
you
reasons.
can choose if you want to engage with other players doing the same.
As much as this is like
Conquest of Azeroth features
5 times as cool as we have right now in
PvE
WoW,
and PvP
this is not
options
okay.
that
They
you
don't
can
own the
change
IP.
at any time
They didn't create WoW.
By
They're just
opening
playing
your
off of it. They
activities
cannot
menu and
monetize
moving
something
to
that
the
they didn't know.
PvP
I don't know
rule
what the
set
legal
tab.
stance
You
is
can
on the
toggle
code
between
and how much you can own the
PvP,
code and what you can do with it. I don't know if
high-risk
this is like
modes.
fair use or something.
You'll start your adventure
I'm pretty
in
sure it's
PvE
not, because
mode,
otherwise private
meaning
servers
you'll
wouldn't fall
never
left and
have
right.
any player versus player combat. You'll still interact with the entire community. Maybe you're a chronomancer keeping the timeways safe, running around reversing wounds to aid adventurers you come across.
Okay.
Or maybe you're a guardian keeping watch over your faction, using Battle Rush to leap into danger and take the heat from
Look at that,
overwhelmed
protecting
allies.
the
These
allies, the low
interactions
levels.
Make Azeroth feel alive and give you
To be fair,
opportunities to play
Project
your new
Ascension has
class
done a
and spec to its
big
fullest.
crime,
But maybe you're looking
big
for
sin,
a
has committed a
danger.
large sin
When you're ready to PvP,
for not introducing ogres
head
into
to a
money
city
trolls as
and
playable
turn
races.
on War Mode. While in War Mode, you get
War Mode?
increased experience and can fight members of the opposite faction, making contested zones like Hillsbrad Foothills and Stranglethorn Vale a thrilling adventure.
Jesus.
But sometimes, you're out for the adrenaline and blood of high risk. While playing
this is
in
when you
this
drop
game
your load?
mode, you'll gain
Yes,
an
lol.
even greater experience boost than War Mode. And you'll gain the ability to find
Oh,
blood-forged
it's not?
PvP gear off of creatures you slay in the open world.
PvP power.
But if you die, you'll drop a chest of your own gold and
Oh, there you
loot.
go, lol.
Slay high-risk players to steal their spoils, and avoid dying yourself in the ultimate
Yeah,
PvP
this is so funny. So
challenge.
this dude
Gold.
killed the human, and a chest generated with the human's loot, right? You can loot the items of the player that you killed. And then before he
Slay
loots,
high-
then this chick killed
risk
the orc,
players to
and now she gets to loot. She gets to loot both items. Then she gets to loot both the human and the. Imagine like a free-for-all fiesta with like 10,000 chests of everybody's item. Everybody's naked because they ran out of items, and they're all trying to loot the chests. This is the kind of stuff I'm thinking about whenever I watch this thing. The creativity with this is insane. Exactly. Wish Blizz would take some notes. A lot of cool shit to learn from here. That's exactly what I was saying, man. This is exactly why I'm looking at it, because this is pure creative juices, right? Not all of the classes and specs feel like belong in WoW, but that's like 10-20% of them. Like 17, 18 of them are fucking crazy, and that's already more than what we already have in WoW. That's wild to think that, sure, maybe they didn't nail everything correctly in what I would want a WoW game to have, but the fact that they nailed more than what already WoW has is insane, dude. Unreal. I'm using our player profile, yeah. I'm not sure what happened with the last update, but my primary target after a few seconds shrinks into what I assume is what the fuck? Doesn't seem to matter which settings I adjust. Okay. That's definitely not been my experience, and I've been using it ever since. Are you sure you don't have any other add-ons that might conflict with it? Like maybe multiple... That sounds silly what I'm recommending, but I don't know how you have that issue. I haven't had it. Marcelian hasn't had it. A lot of people using our player haven't had that issue. So it sounds like it's a specific thing that happens to you. Maybe it's an add-on confliction thing. I think as long as the right people who know and understand the soul vibe of WoW don't come back, it will be hopeless. That's what I said before too. As much as it is lore-wise as it is with the gameplay. Gameplay is fine. Gameplay is really cool. The gameplay is a little bit more technical. I don't know how much gameplay has to do with WoW, because gameplay has changed over the years. I don't, although there is a level, a specific degree of recognizable gameplay that makes Warcraft, but I'm pretty sure what makes Warcraft is mostly the vibe and the tone rather than the individual gameplay. You don't shoot pyroblasts in 2026 the same way you did in 2005, man. So it's very hard, right, to say that. But yeah, I don't think the people that are currently working at Blizz either know what Warcraft is, care what Warcraft is, or want what Warcraft should be. It seems like all of these people want to make their own version of Warcraft, which doesn't make any sense. Just go make your own game. Why change what Warcraft was to so many people? I'm tempted to ask directly to Jeff Kaplan, even though I know he is very occupied with his own game, just for them to regain what belongs to who created the game. I don't know what you think you're gonna talk to Jeff Kaplan about, man. Gameplay got really good. It's awesome. The problem is vibe and lore. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And now for a bit, catch you later. Yeah, thanks. I got distracted about this, but I appreciate you helping out on the PTR.
Steal their spoils and avoid dying yourself in the ultimate.
Dude, imagine being a tinker
challenge.
and this is your robot meta form, right? You just hop into a big ass mech, shoot flamethrowers and rockets at enemies. What is more goblin-y and gnomey than that? What is more tinkery than that? They will shut down this like everything else while related, yeah. But if they do Classic Plus, they will get so many people to play it if they do it right. Some will hate and some will love, sure. So I run out to stop dog from bugging a foul, so missed out on chat. No worries, man. Yeah, like I said, this is not about playing Project Ascension or advertising Project Ascension to people. This is about showcasing a good use of actual creative juices about what makes Warcraft. Ideally, to put the message out that, hey, we can have tinkers, we can have necromancers, we can have really fun game systems and open world content that feels Warcrafty, not this super Final Fantasy Disney bullshit that we have. I'm sure people are tired of hearing that, but fuck it, I don't have anything else. That's all I have.
No matter which PvP mode you're in, you can toggle on mercenary mode to attack your own faction.
Shit, get the fuck out.
Maybe you're a witch hunter with a nasty grudge against necromancers.
You can betray your own people.
Or a cultist looking to drive all the races of Azeroth to madness. Be careful when you think you're good enough to betray your own faction, because they'll be able to attack you too. Toggleable PvP mode lets everyone play together on the same realm to quest, challenge dungeons, raids, battlegrounds.
Yeah, see, this sounds great in practice, but what are they doing with loot tags? Can anybody loot the same monster they tagged, even if they're not the same faction? Can like 1,000 people tag the same monster? No, everybody gets loot. Like, there's a lot of stuff that obviously having an open world with a lot of people makes sense for, but I don't know how that translates into practice. It's even the worst lack of respect they could have done, in fact, to Warcraft. What are you saying? If you're saying that the current devs don't really respect what the Warcraft IP is, then I agree. Yeah, I even said that in a video. Worst case, you get another version of WoW to play Red Paladin. We don't need more Red Paladins, man.
Still allowing you to toggle on your preferred playstyle when you set off into the world. This ensures the biggest population possible and the most meaningful interactions between players on Conquest of Azeroth. But what if you're not satisfied with a normal adventure?
Oh, they have hardcore?
What if you really want more excitement, more danger, and more wild conditions that really add some spice to your journey? Hardcore trials are optional challenge modes that completely change up how you level. And on Conquest of Azeroth, attempting them will be a totally unique experience as you face them with your new class, spec, and abilities. Imagine Pear in the Lair as a tinker duo. One of you constructing mechs and turrets.
Like, look at this. Like, this is so cool. So they actually took leveling, instance content, group content, specific challenges, and world affixes, and just made a system out of it. How in the world did a bunch of WoW fans that probably, I don't even know if they have experience making a video game. They obviously didn't make WoW. They're just working with the WoW client. How are they making this and we're not getting this shit? It's not about respect. It's more the few outweigh the many because of woke stuff. Yeah, but you know, respect factors into that. Can't wait to see what color sweatsuit I can pull from Trader Post next month instead of playing something cool like this. Well, you know. We need new systems as well. Spamming dread dungeons and raids doesn't do it anymore for me. Or constructed PvP neither. Some world PvP content would be nice. Yeah, like just... It's just too restricted, too inside of the box thinking. I feel part of the problem is how tight Mythic rating is tuned and how PvP is interacted with, which restricts new systems and classes. Because in my opinion, when the game wasn't as tight, the devs were much more free to be creative and fun. It just had to work. Yeah, see, that's you're actually saying it in a really interesting way. The problem with WoW is its formulaic design, which is something that we've been talking about for years. And it's funny because Ian addressed it about a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, I don't know when it was, that they do agree that WoW has become very formulaic. It's just about raids and dungeons, the same type of world quests, the same type of scenarios, the same type of events, the same type of PvP, the same type of Mythic Plus. It's just the same old. It's just a different name. The spell is no longer a cone, it's a circle. It's no longer fire, it's ice. It's no longer in the air, it's underground, and that's about it. It's like this, the level of diversity is very small.
As you try and engineer your way through Azeroth's dungeons as a two-man group, or challenge lonely artisans,
everything is focused on max level.
Experience by crafting as a knight of Zoroth, dropping your anvil to forge weapons and armor as you wander Azeroth's wastes. You can even use your unique strengths to gain an advantage over certain RPG creatures.
Jesus Christ, I remember this guy from
your
Red Ridge
Venom
Mountains.
Blade, Deepwood Poison, and Ravaging Venom make you the perfect assassin to cut through the heavily armored foes required to take on the
quest lines
hardcore
were so
Gathazon
iconic
challenge.
back then. It was so hard
Speak
to
to your
infiltrate the
challenger in your race's starting zone to see all the hardcore trials you can take on. If you reach level cap under these intense new conditions, you can earn incredible rewards that prove you are one of the few strong enough to complete these trials. If you love the thrill of doing multiple hardcore trial runs on the same character, or just love the immersive adventure of leveling, you can do it as many times as you want with
prestige on leveling? Get the fuck out.
You can return to level 1 while keeping everything about your character.
Oh my god, imagine WoW now. Imagine there was a feature in the game that you could activate and it would reset your character's level to 1 and you would start over. What would the game have to have for you to have that feature exist in the game? What would that look like? What would you get? What would you have? What would it take for you to want to do that? Imagine the game would actually give you enough incentive to want to do that. How would that look for you? Oh my god, but then I won't be able to log in and do my Mythic Plus and raids with my friends. Oh, what will I do if not the same thing I've been doing for like 12 years in a row? I always think of Herod's axe. Oh my god, dude. How big that was in vanilla to get as a... Yes, as a shaman, my brother knows! Oh, dude, that was like I played so much on private servers and re-leveled so many shamans. My goal was always to get to Scarlet Monastery. It used to be one of my favorite places ever because you could do it at like level 30 something and you would get male armor, and at 40 you can learn to wear it, and you would hop into Stranglethorn Vale with blue male armor that even looted at level 33 to 38 was still better than what you would get up until like level 50, dude. How fucking iconic would that be, man? Oh, I remember those days, dude. I played through that shit so much. Not to mention the armor, the male head piece and the shoulder. That was the only shoulder piece. That was one piece, on one shoulder, and that's it. And the hooded coif with the visor and the horns. That was the like one of the only one of its kind at the time. There are probably like 2 other pieces. Fuck, dude. God damn it, man. Let me keep same character and switch class. I'd love not having so many characters. Yeah, but that's Final Fantasy, bro. I wouldn't like that, for instance. That I feel like that's lame. That works in Final Fantasy where classes are jobs. This is not jobs, this is classes, man. I don't know. It's very thematic to have like a Work Warrior, a Tauren Shaman, a Night Elf Priest, or whatever. I'm leveling in Classic TBC from 1 just because I am sponsoring this boost era Blizzard that's going on. Got a 2-hand boost era. What do you mean? 200 mace yesterday that is good for 11 levels. Jesus. Yeah, that feels so great, dude. Like I read Mythic Laura and that was more fun to get that mace than progress on Laura. Right? How hard is it, man? And it's not even necessarily about classic, dude. It's just fucking, dude. It's meaningful gameplay. 60 euros to get a 58 character boot. Oh, yeah, I don't know what that is. Is that a classic thing? Just keep WoW what it was. WoW keep all the other bullshit out of it. Politics and the like. Why should fantasy games need to address everyday bullshit that we play games to take a break from? Yeah, that's true. Hopefully next time if you interview some devs again, you could explain to them the right thing to do. Lol. I think they don't listen to the right. They won't listen to us either, man. Do you think that they don't know what people think? There are definitely devs that watch content creators and watch streams. I don't know if they watch ours. I feel like sometimes they watch our videos. But listen, I'll show you right now. Listen, there's no point. The thing is, you cannot do that in interviews, bro, because you put them on the spot. And if you put them on the spot, that's very bad interviewing. You cannot put them on the spot that hard. They're not public people to constantly talk about things. They're just game developers, right? They're not trained in... They're not like us, right? We're content creators. We are accustomed to talking to you motherfuckers and you guys telling us we suck dick and you fucked our moms last night. We don't care, right? But most people are not like that. Most people don't sign up for that stuff. So you cannot have interviews go that aggressively into a direction that puts them very uncomfortable. Plus, they won't know what to answer. Even if we ask Ian, bro, like, did you see Project Ascension? Why don't you do that? He will probably just say like a generic answer. Oh, that's just not our thing. We don't think that's okay. And that's about it. It's not like he's going to give like an in-depth answer. How many times have you seen content creators, interviewers asking a difficult question and the most that they would answer is like, we'll see, everything is on the table, right? Do you want to see like 20 minutes of that? Oh, we'll see. Maybe it's all possible. Oh, we're focused on other things. Like, do you want those kind of answers? That's what you get when you ask those type of questions. So you kind of need to know what questions to ask so that they have the answers to those questions. Because if you ask those hard questions, like even if Ian wanted to make Project Ascension would probably cost them like $10 million above the regular I don't know how much it costs to make a WoW expansion. I assume in the range of millions of dollars. Even if Project Ascension would cost them more than the normal expansion, the higher ups that actually probably approve all of this stuff would say no, you just keep doing the same thing. So it's not just about the devs. You need to understand a little bit how things works. Like, we don't know exactly. I don't know exactly what I'm saying, but what I can say to what you've just asked, give me a second. We actually have a video on it. Let me find it. Give me a second. What would ruin the class fantasy? Oh, if you can have more than one class per race. Warrior rework. I've plugged this video a bunch of times, but I don't know if I can find it. What was the name of it? Yes, there we go. We made a video in 2025 April, like over a year ago, and this was back in the War Within. It was one of the seasonal downtimes where there was nothing really going on. And I need to show you this video. Well, we're not going to watch the whole thing. You don't need to. You can watch it if you want, but this video and wow head. Oh my god, if I only had the access to this, but they ruined it. But I'll just show you for the sake of it. This is how I know that they watch our content. I'm sure that we probably weren't the first ones or the most original ones with these ideas, but we're the ones that made the video. Okay, perfect. I think this is it. Can I zoom this in? Oh, is this gonna zoom all the other websites? No, just Wowhead. Okay, cool. All right, so we made a video in the War Within with the Warrior rework. I'm gonna mute it because you don't need to hear me talk twice, right? Where we figured, okay, if we could rework Warrior, what would we do for Warrior? So you can watch, I'm not gonna go through all of it. You can watch like a whole bunch of stuff. Part of the things that we wanted, that we showcase here, is that a different vibe for Warrior. We talk about the problems that Warrior has, and what we agreed is that, you know, Gladiator stance has to come back in some form. People really like the Gladiator stance for a reason. The gameplay was really fun, and we need that back somehow. Maybe it can be a different spec, maybe it can be a sub-spec of a talent, maybe it can be a hero talent or whatever, right? But what I want to, this is what I wanted to showcase. So we're big fans of Diablo, we're big fans of, you know, other RPGs of other kind, and usually in those games, warriors or the equivalent of barbarians, but we don't have barbarians in WoW. We have Fury warriors, which are the closest to barbarians that we can have, actually have shouts as combat enhancers. They can be shouts that buff your damage, and Warrior kind of has that, but they're so low impact that you kind of always forget that they're even there, right? So we put out stuff like maybe improvements to current shouts. For instance, we suggested that maybe Battle Shout should have either a talent or should be an increase, like it will also give you 1% crit, or not necessarily the player power, but maybe 1% movement speed or 1% execute damage, so that Warrior actually is brought in for the execute damage, which is what the whole system of damage profile has been named after, the execute ability, right? Warrior was the original one, the first one with execute. And Battle Shout is already pretty bland and one of the weakest group buffs you can have, because first of all, usually magic classes are always way better because they're always the majority of the range classes, and range is always better than melee. So you're hardly ever gonna want attack power, right, over anything, right? And even classes that benefit from attack power also benefit for some magical buffs, like the Demon Hunters, Demonic Wars, that'll make them like unholy do magic damage. Red, like every melee spec except Warrior, Warrior, Outlaw, and maybe Feral Druid. Outside of these let's say Fury and Arms, outside of these 4 melee specs, every other melee specs does magical damage, meaning that they get buff from the Demon Hunter debuff, right? So we said we recommended stuff like this, like like shouts actually be made into a core part of Warrior. Now I don't know how they would be introduced. Probably you won't have access to all the OP shouts all at once, because that would be ridiculous. But maybe Rallying Cry should give you a 10% healing received. Do you know what the first version of this buff was? That was put on the PTR in Midnight, in beta for Midnight. Rallying Cry used to give like 10% leech, which is basically healing received. So, and they added this talent period, a talent that just worked more on shouts and improved the shouts, right? Nobody talked about shouts about Warrior on any platform that we've been able to see, at least not in the last 5 years or so. We did it, and then they added this into the game. Now, you can think what you want. I know what I'm thinking. It's up to you. However, we did put out stuff like this, and the most, and we by the way, this is like the lamest thing that we thought Warriors should have. Where is it? And this video didn't even do that well. It got like 17,000 views in a year. That's unfortunately nothing for modern YouTube. It was a lot of work for us that didn't really pull attention, so people weren't that interested. Piercing Howl should slow or increase attack speed of everybody. I felt like that would be really iconic. But Berserker Shout, increase to 40 yards. This also an effect that I thought was very iconic to Warriors. While you're affected about this, you will heal for 1% of your maximum health when you hit enemies with spells or abilities. So this can work on both spellcasters and physical damage dealers, right? So you shoot out your Berserker Shout. That's on a 1 minute cooldown. And once you hit an enemy with an ability, you heal for 1% of your health up to a total of 10%. So this is a 10% health guaranteed for your whole party. 10% is not a lot of healing, right? It's not gonna game break anything. I still stand by WoW just needs shaman tanks and ogres and game. Yeah. It should be that. Those are core things for Warcraft, sure. Diablo 2 barb shouts, yeah. That's what I was thinking. So boring if you press it once and you just say, yeah, it's just a 1 hour buff to forget about it, right? There's a bunch of other stuff, but what I really want to show you guys is banners. So a whole concept of banners. So shouts is one thing, but what about banners? We used to have banners. You can make a banner for each spec. We had the Maldraxxus banner from Shadowlands. That was one of the best versions of Prot Warrior that I've ever played. At the time, it was giving you 5% mastery and 30% movement speed, which is very strong at the time, but also generated 4 rage per second. And what you could do at the time is you also had a conduit for this banner that spending rage extends its duration, and it didn't have a cap. And you could, if you were playing well enough and if you were geared enough, you could have 100% uptime on this banner. And that gameplay loop felt so impactful, and it changed how you feel on the spec. And you couldn't, it's not like anybody could do it. It wasn't necessarily overpowered. Probably were still the worst tank in that season, even with this. So it was not like a game-breaking mechanic, which Blizzard is so afraid of doing these days. Like cooldowns that are maintained and that are extended, they are allergic to this game design, period. They killed almost everything except meta for the Devour Demon Hunters, which is probably going to go away too. You're not going to have the concept of maintaining meta for as long as you can, for a very long time. By the end of last Saturn, I predict Metamorphosis for Demon Hunter will also have a fixed duration. So banners is another thing. You could have Berserker banner for Fury Warrior, where you get 5% crit chance, and then you remove all empowering movement effects from you and your entire. Also, all this is applies to your entire group, by the way, not just to you, because you want warriors to be helpful in a group, because that's one of the warriors' biggest problems, that their utility is ass wipe, and nobody wants a warrior for their utility. They want it for the damage. The fact that they bring some level of utility is great, because otherwise they would actually be in the gutter. I'm super against anything over 2 minute cooldowns these days. Yeah, they just don't feel like they work in the meta anymore. But if you give like a big cooldown, have like a unique gameplay around this. So I don't mind big cooldowns. Most of the gameplay right now revolves around 1 minute cooldown. But if you give me something like a 3 minute, make it something that I can maintain. Make it a buff for a very long time. Make it something that it's worth more than 10 seconds every 3 minutes, right? Oh shit, this is not what I wanted. The last thing that I wanted to show you, where is it? Banners, not banners. This is the one I wanted to show you. This ability, which, funny enough, I don't know if you guys played Fury Warrior recently. Why are you not? There you go. Right? So I thought that it would be very iconic for warriors to have a Mak'gora style mechanic. Now, obviously, implementing this is very difficult. I don't know how they would do it. It probably cannot be like an actual Mak'gora, but it would have to be something that you and your enemy, you fucking duke it out and something happens, right? The way we thought about it is that if you kill your target, you gain a buff for a minute. It doesn't have to be like an amazing overpower buff, maybe like 5% extra haste or whatever. Something small, but it would be impactful. It would be thematic. It's like you choose your target, you fucking challenge that target attacks you. If you're a DPS spec, obviously you cannot tank an enemy in dungeons and raids, so you would have to like compensate for that somehow. So for instance, the protection version of Mak'gora, you taunt your target for 10 seconds, and while the effect lasts, both of you do 5% reduced damage to everyone else, right? So the target does less damage to your group, and you do less damage to everything else. It has to be a drawback, right? Because otherwise it's just overpowered or overpowered. 5% is just a number. It can be a different number. If the target dies during the duel, you get 10% health increase for 1 minute, right? Just have like a rewarding system where you actually do something cool. And this would be the protection version, right? The arms version would be that you get 3% crit chance, and you take 50% less damage, right? Because you would be taunting an enemy. You can take 90% less damage if it has to, just from that one target, but you do, let's say, 90% less damage to everybody else, right? So you really are in this 1v1 situation. Obviously, you have to target something that's low HP so that you can kill it in 10 seconds, right? Fury the same. It would get haste instead of crit, and so on and so forth. And of course, Bloodlust. Warrior is clearly the next class that gets Bloodlust. If not, then I don't know what WoW people are cooking these days. If anybody wants to watch this video, it's on our channel, the warrior rework we need, basically. I know we can't be that much direct, but it's more of a discussion and not having like shallow generic responses. Maybe Ian will transmit those ideas and concepts internally. I don't see any other way. Yeah, the most that we can do, especially with our platform as content creators, is to put these ideas into videos. Ideally, people want to watch those videos because there's no point in making a good video for like 100 people. That's not realistic on YouTube, not for content creators. So it would have to be something that people can resonate with, and somehow that information trickles its way to Blizzard, like they did with the with the Ascension Wall, which currently has 250,000 views after 1 day, which is crazy to think.
Your gear, bank, gold, etc. When you prestige, you just reset to level 1 so that you can enjoy the leveling adventure again.
I would 100% play this,
by the
by the
next
way.
round of
I love
hardcore
leveling.
trials you want to take on. Once you reach level cap again, you'll get a chest of spoils including runes of ascension and gear, making prestige a great way to gear up for
Imagine leveling
up
to max level is how you get myth items. I imagine raids and dungeons didn't reward myth items anymore, but you would get them by leveling, and then you would prestige to get another myth item, and you can add difficulties to you leveling, like handicaps or whatever, and you can increase chances of getting more myth items at level up, and then you'd spend like a couple of weeks leveling, and that's how you get your myth gear. Imagine that being a way to get myth gear. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? I'm improving on the system that this guy's talking about, by the way.
Beginning of your journey. When you're strong enough, you'll challenge the deadliest parts of Azeroth. Once you reach level cap,
Jesus Christ, this feels like a feature film of awesome
every unique
Warcraft
choice
canon
you've made
that we could have.
Wholly distinct, unique, and powerful. It's time to group up with other adventurers who have done the same thing, adding their strength to yours and tackling Azeroth's endgame
Old school
together.
dungeons, man.
First, you'll dive into endgame dungeons. Classic ones you love, and brand new dungeons you've never explored before. Purge the evils of Karazhan
Oh my god, look
crypts
at
on your zealot
the Shadowlands
temple.
Knights.
Use your holy blades
Moss
to burn
Ward.
back the shadows, or usurp Muzah the Shadow Hunter on your witch
Look
doctor.
at trolls with
Claim
meat on
his
their
dark
bones, bro.
blades
What
as
is
your
that?
own as you walk the road to the other side. Every dungeon, new and old, is outfitted with new mechanics to challenge you and your allies, and you can face them on normal, heroic,
You know what?
and
The more I look
mythic
at this, the more a
difficulties.
couple of
As you
things
gear up
really
and grow
stand out,
stronger,
and they're interesting in
You
this.
can even take
In
on
terms
a
of
full
originality-
Mythic Plus system to pit yourself against tougher enemies and savage affixes.
It's not as original as you may think. Like, a lot of the stuff is being inspired by what already exists in WoW. It's basically taking what WoW does and just improving it a lot, and I think that's actually better than just creating new shit.
Raids are massive undertakings that you can challenge with anywhere between 10 to 25 allies, bringing everyone's class, spec, and talent choices together to fight colossal
And then you go to
bosses
Onyxia and a
for
Venomancer,
chance at
they'll
every
triple the
reward.
damage of a Necromancer.
With over 70 specializations and thousands of talents to choose from,
Thousands of talents.
no two raids on COA will be alike.
COA.
You'll
We're
change
already
how you play
abbreviating the-
depending on
the
who
game.
raids with you, creating a fresh, dynamic experience every time. On Conquest of Azeroth, raids are overhauled with completely new mechanics, bringing a totally new experience to one of Warcraft's most iconic features.
Well, obviously, pretty much
As you
everything is
delve
changed,
into
right?
classic raids like Molten Core, Onyxia, and Blackwing Lair, you'll outfit your
Mace
new
of the
class
Dragon
with epic
Knight.
gear to further bring out your chosen strengths. But tread lightly. Raids feature multiple levels of difficulty, with Ascended Raids
Ascended
being the
Raids?
ultimate pinnacle of PvE challenge. Charge
Mythic
into
Raids?
danger, slaughter your foes, and begin your ascension with raids. But maybe you want a reason to charge back into the open world. World bosses await to give you both an insane PvE and PvP challenge.
Ooh.
On COA, you can tackle world bosses in two unique ways. First, you can seek out world bosses in the open world like normal, competing with other raid groups to tag the boss. On COA, world bosses are massive PvPvE brawls.
You
The
can
raid
fuck
who
with it.
takes down
Nobody
the
gets to
boss
kill the
gets
world boss
spoils.
because we're just killing
But
each
it's not
other.
so
Is that how
easy
this
to make
works?
the kill. You'll have to fight against other raids in PvP, Bring
Yeah, that's
all of
basically
your new
the
spells
boss
and
one-shotting
strengths
everybody
to
because
bear.
everybody else is
Tag the
PvPing.
boss, take it down, and claim your spoils. Alternatively, you can also challenge world bosses by taking your raid to their instanced version, where you'll face a stronger version of the boss with no interruptions from outside
Oh, that's
players.
so cool.
By
I
using
wonder if the
altar
lair
associated
bosses
with
in
each
the
boss,
next season are
you
going to
can
be similar
enter
to
an
this.
instanced arena, pitting your raid against the boss in a colossal challenge. If you can defeat the boss, the spoils of war are yours to claim. Not only will you face off against classic world bosses overhauled with new mechanics, but you'll even discover new world bosses to test your mettle and the strength of your resolve. But if you're looking for a way to gear up solo, take on quests from the Hero's Call Board, an endgame quest board that sends you out into deadly locations like Winterspring or the Plague.
Oh shit.
As you complete call board quests, you'll make progress towards earning a call board cache, a treasure chest of powerful
Oh my
items.
god, dude!
Fill the
Like,
bar,
imagine
and you'll
imagine there actually being max level elite quests, kind of like what Praise are, but actually fun. You'd actually just go and do quests, and they're actually hard. Then you actually need gear for them, and they actually reward good items, and it becomes like another pillar of endgame. Sure, you can do dungeons and raids for your hero and myth gear, but you can also do quests in like super heavy packed elite areas, probably instant, so that you don't easily get help from raids and then just like one shot all of these. But this sounds really cool. Makes me want to actually go out in the world and do shit, and just play an RPG and not just go in dungeon from dungeon to dungeon.
Raid. Callboard quests send all adventurers to the same location, meaning you might find potential friends to ally with, or deadly enemies to compete against. But for the truly bloodthirsty, honor and glory await in Battlegrounds and the Arena. And on Conquest of Azeroth, the battle rages like never before. Charge into both new and classic maps, like Warsong Gulch, Twin Peaks, and Arathi Basin. Bring your full strength to bear by unleashing hundreds of new spells and abilities on your enemies to
That sounds like a... Oh, I see the augmentation and spell animations.
You can truly put your new spells to the test. Buy
I like
some
how
time for your
animations
flag
are, some
carrier
of
as a
them are from
chronomancer
2004 and some of
to
them are
secure
from
your team flag
2022.
cap. Or join forces to trap the lumber mill with blast mines as tinkers, creatively preventing enemy capture. Burrow into an enemy as a Venomancer with Parasite.
What the
Then
fuck?
ambush them once they're away from
Burrow
allies.
in an enemy?
Or pull off the
Bro, I'm
ultimate
inside
Eye of the
you.
Storm
Can you
victory
feel it?
using hexing effigy on an enemy as a witch doctor,
so bad.
befriending the hexed beast as a
she'll
ranger,
never talk
and
about
suddenly
this ever
having
again.
3 allies capturing the objective for your victory. On COA PvP, everything changes, and you'll combine your unique strengths with others
I
to
think like
bring in
seeing
the win.
old school WoW
Of
spell
course,
animations
if you
makes this
prefer
feel way
more
more nostalgic
competitive combat,
than it
look
should.
no further than arenas. Charge into small skirmishes for 2v2 and 3v3
Oh my god, I'm an Erubian.
on COA.
I'm a wolf.
You can look forward to an entirely new meta and an infinite number of new team
Infinite
calls.
number.
Figure out how to best combine your new skills to dominate the competition. Queuing with a dedicated group, or playing solo queue to queue up for battle automatically. What
Yeah, solo
deadly
queue,
new
everybody's playing
combinations
solo
will
queue.
you come up with? And what team comps will surpass all others in 2v2 and 3v3 fights? Only time will tell as you test your might in the arena. Welcome to the beginning of a new era. A completely new experience like nothing that has ever come before it or will ever come again.
Remakes of
Opportunity for
Wargrimmar
you
and
to
Thunderblood.
return to the world you love in a completely, dynamically reimagined way, where you'll become one of 21 new classes forged from Warcraft's lore, where you'll step back into an Azeroth enriched with all new places to explore, where you'll level up and grow stronger.
Watching all of this
make
world design
meaningful
makes me
choices as you choose your
realize how
spec and pick from
claustrophobic our world
thousands
has
of brand
become.
new
Everything's so
talents that help
tightly
you define your
packed and
strengths.
so dense.
Where you'll take the choices you make and wage war against a dangerous Azeroth filled with different RPG creatures that challenge each and every class in different ways.
Go make
Take them
classic
down
character for
battle
one
after
stream, see
battle
what you
to
missed. Oh, I've
discover
played classic, but I don't need
incredible
to go there
immersive
again.
items and world-forged gear to add even more depth and dimension to your class. If you can't find it, forge
I've
it
played
with expanded
I've played
professions
vanilla
and
WoW
ascend to
TBC
even
for a very long
greater
time. I don't
heights.
like I'm fine, and I
All
have
the
a
while
classic hardcore
engaging
character that I
with thousands
wish
of
maybe
other
one day I can go back
adventurers doing
to.
the same thing. Coming
I know
together
what
as
I'm missing.
allies
That's fine. I don't want to
and
play the same
waging
game again. I
war
want a
in
new
PvP.
game. I don't want to revisit
Everything
the
comes
same
together
things.
in a dynamic environment where every decision you make matters.
I have hundreds
where
of
old
hours
meets
in
new, and
classic
where
and TBC
everyone
WoW.
can join in the adventure. Whether you're an Ascension veteran ready for a new challenge, a classic player searching to recapture your love of the world, or even a brand new player who has never stepped foot into WoW before, you can join tens of thousands of other players and embark on the adventure together.
I see the lag.
This is the beginning of the next generation of custom WoW. Prepare yourself, adventurer. The next chapter of your story
Alright, this was
is
very
about
nice.
to be.
I'm curious to see how this evolves. I'm curious to see if this actually takes off. I'm curious to see how long this will last for, though. Well, okay. I've watched your Project Ascension. It was it's like a bittersweet pill, man. It feels like, oh, imagine if we could actually have all of this, dude. We could actually have it, man. It's right there. The devs obviously know at this point. They have to know. There's no way they don't know about Project. It garnered 500,000 views in one day. No WoW video does this. Insanity. Let me refresh the page. How many views does it have? It had 250,000 when we started. 254,000. We started about an hour ago. Why can't I load? 262,000. It got 8,000 views more. This video gets about 10 times more viewers than we do. Oh, it's a good video though. We need some Guild Wars videos now. Yeah, I don't know. Guild Wars 3 is basically so all of this is great if it scares the WoW team. If it scares the WoW team into changing stuff. Because I think we can all agree, especially us being here, that if we really had it our way, we would want WoW to be like the best thing ever, right? We want WoW to be like the coolest thing ever. Is it? I have a legit question to ask you guys. You've listened to me rant for like the past 2 hours. This video has 39 minutes. We took about 2 hours to watch the whole thing. You've heard me rant for the past 2 hours, and obviously, and honestly, for the past couple of weeks about WoW needs to be better, right? And I know this is a conversation that circulates the community every couple of years or every couple of patches or whatever. But I'm really curious. Do you guys feel like now more than ever the conversation of WoW needs to get better is being had? Do you think WoW is actually such in a bad state that we need to have this conversation more about improving WoW? Considering like all of the stuff that Midnight has done that were arguably successful, right? We have to admit there are a bunch of stuff that Midnight does really well, right? But I've never felt like the conversation of WoW needs to improve has been stronger and louder than it is now. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm living in like a very sheltered little echo chamber. So I'm curious what you guys think. Do you guys think that this is an actual conversation that we need to have? Is it louder now than it ever has been? Does it have to be louder? I'm betting Blizz is shutting down all the private WoW stuff because they are gonna launch their own. They can't launch their own without enforcing their copyright. Launch their own what? You mean Classic Plus, I assume you're referring to. If they don't, they lose the right to their own game. Yeah, so, okay, so that's true. To my knowledge, as much as I know about the legal system in the US, if you hold the rights of an IP, you legally have to enforce those rights or you lose those rights. So for instance, it's not as much about Blizzard wanting to shut down these servers, is that they kind of have to, or they lose power over their intellectual property if they don't attack these when they happen. That's what I know. I don't know exactly how this manifests itself in the legal landscape. We as a community need to demand more from WoW considering their price points. That's a very good point. I honestly think that players have been taken for granted for a very long time. The fact that we get like AAA super...
WoW isn't bad stake per se, but look at the market with Riot MMO saying they will launch by 2030. GW3 coming out fall 2027 is WoW isn't significantly improved by then. We might see some sad days for WoW. Like, I'm not saying it will kill WoW, but it will definitely hurt it.
Okay, so just to respond to that really quick, I'm not necessarily sure that's true, considering that Shadowlands didn't kill WoW. Players will always be emotionally attached to WoW. I think WoW will probably die once our generation does. I don't know if WoW will continue for like 40 years to come, but once our generation stops playing WoW, that's probably when WoW will likely die, because it's not pulling in new numbers and it's no longer the amazing game that we once knew. Your mic went quieter after you stopped the video. Oh, it shouldn't be. Hey! Is it still quieter? I don't think it is, right? Their own classic project, yeah. Can't be loud enough. We need changes. WoW needs to do better. It's been the same game in a different skin for way too long. Yeah, so well, I was actually saying that I feel like the WoW players are being taken for granted with how expensive WoW is, how botched the patches come in, how shitty the PTR cycle is being treated. And there's no incentive and no reward for players testing the PTR, and we're very heavily advised to test the PTR so that we can have a safe patch, but it's not our responsibility to make sure that the game delivers in a proper patch. Like, we are not missing the monthly payments for the subscription. We are not pirating WoW, so we are doing our customers' duty of paying for the game. I don't feel like a lot of the times the devs are doing their diligent duty of providing us with a good service that's worth the money that we pay for, right? On top of all of this, they're also having an in-game store, so the game has like a triple monetization system where you buy the expansion, you pay monthly for the subscription, and you also have a microtransaction store that sells you services, cosmetics, and in-game content. I think that once you add all of this three, you literally leave almost little room for excuses when it comes to a shitty service, which is what we've been getting for some time when it comes to like buggy patches. In the last month, I feel like the current game is missing something, yet there is so much to do. But when I log into the game, I feel empty. I play WoW for Lich King era and it was never boring. That's definitely how I feel, and I feel like a lot of other people probably feel as well. Like, seemingly from what it looks like, it seems like this should be one of the best expansions ever, and it still feels like it's missing something. I don't their priorities making WoW great. I think it's to make money at this point. That is definitely true. So even if devs wanted to improve WoW, the cost of doing it wouldn't make sense unless acquisition of new players was guaranteed. That's definitely very true. That's what I said earlier as well. Even if the devs wanted to make the game awesome, restrictions, whether it comes to resources, could come from above and say, no, you get to do the same shit all over again. This is probably why we don't have a QA team. It's not like Ian wants there to be buggy patches or doesn't give a fuck if the patches are buggy. I'm pretty sure that the devs are not even making good money off of working at Blizz. It's been very publicly known for a long time that Blizzard has been underpaying its staff for years. This is before the woke thing that you guys are talking about. This is way before that. So it's not like the old guard of Blizzard were like a bunch of saints, right? Or like perfect people or perfect designers, right? People are people no matter what. And Blizzard has been using their brand to hire people and give them their dream job of working on their dream game, despite them being paid like shit, right? But to be fair, in that era, working at Blizzard also meant something once you put it on your resume, right? As opposed to now. Shadowlands hurt WoW, that's what I said. Yeah, it did hurt, but it didn't kill it. These games won't kill WoW, but they should hurt it. We need competition. We need WoW devs to be on their toes like, holy shit, they can actually take over. I do not think the game is in a bad state. Just want the game to go towards more about just coming up with fun systems that can go forward and not just be a one expansion systems. I want to see more fleshed out races and some new classes and stop worrying about the top end integrity. What would be nice to see is the game just be more about fun and not competition. That's a very good point. It's a very good point. the optics have definitely skewed for a long time around the 1%ers. I mean, we've said stuff like this for years as well, which is what pushed us into what Midnight is right now, where it's a lot less sweaty as a game, right? We can all agree it's not as sweaty right now. A Race World first and overall endgame progress has been simplified. Mythic Plus has been simplified, right? Like over the course of the last couple of expansions, we can probably agree that this is the easiest season we've ever had, right? So in that sense, that I guess they're working towards not making it that very competitive, but there is the competitiveness will always exist as long as rating and Mythic Plus are the only criteria for endgame progression, or the only concept for game progression. I suspect all the nostalgia is for the times we were young, had no responsibilities, internet is new, and Azeroth was a mysterious world. All these cannot come back no matter what Blizzards do. Yeah, I know, but they don't have to. Like, we're not, I am not asking for those. Not by a long shot. That's not even close. Fuck nostalgia. I don't want to play classic. I play classic. But Blizzard trying to acquire new players is what has led to all of this. Holly's statement about wanting to make the game for everyone is a desperate attempt by Blizz to acquire new players. Instead, WoW has always been the kind of game that acquired players through word of mouth, and right now the word of mouth is not very good. That's a very good point, because existing players are unhappy. I get them wanting new players, I do, but they need to change their current approach or else will they exist. Yeah, because the optics of all of this has just changed, man. It's no longer about making a cool game that people enjoy. It's like, what do people, how do we get more people into the game? It's kind of like putting the cart in front of the horse or whatever it's called, right? We're just thinking from a different perspective. Just make the game cool and people will come. But no, they want to make sure that people come and then worry about the fact that the game is cool or not. And I think a lot of that stuff has been lost over the years. All right, this was a good watch. Props to Essential WoW for putting so much work and love into Warcraft. This is more Warcraft love than I have seen from the WoW team. As much as this sounds shitty to say or to hear, but this is true. This definitely feels like something I would also work on making if I was salty enough and I just wanted good WoW, and I would want to send a message, hey Blizz, this is what a good WoW would be. And although I don't know if everything that's in this video is marketable for WoW, I'm certain that the majority of it is already amazing. Like, we don't need to have the Guardian and Barbarian classes. We just need to have those two transform into specs for Warrior. We don't need to have the Templar class. We just need Seraphim and whatever to be specs for Paladin, right? Necromancer can be a spec for Warlock or whatever. Mike got a lot louder. Mike is back. Okay, so then that's, I think it's a problem when I switch to this, right? When I switch to this, apparently the mic gets muted, but when I go back here, the mic is louder. Really? This is so strange, because when I look at it, the volume on OBS just doesn't change whatsoever. That is so weird. Like, the audio output that OBS does not change whatsoever between those two scenes. I don't know why. Maybe it's a compression shit. I guess slightly lower when switching scenes, not by much, but a little. Yeah, I get it. Like, I'm not saying that you guys aren't hearing it. I'm just saying it shouldn't happen. Yes, it changes. Yeah. Right. So I recommend you guys give this a shot. Like, I'm not big on reacting to things. I think people who make the content deserve your view. If you enjoyed this, I recommend you you give it a watch, give it a like, do that stuff, right? People work for this, even if it's not, you know, ideal. It's not, you know, what the fuck? That was so weird. Why did that happen? What is that? You guys see that shit? The fuck? I'm opening like a different page that you're not supposed to see. Interesting. Obviously people work for it. Like, I'm not incentivizing people to play Project Ascension, right? This is not a legal WoW server. I'm pretty sure it's against the terms of use. What I want is this information to be out there and to be very loud. Look at what Warcraft love can turn into. This is basically what I want to take away from this to be. As much as I feel and I love the passion that these guys have working on a private server based off of the WoW IP that they do not own and marketing this and from what I understand selling it to people because you can buy stuff off them and give them money. Like they're not in a contract with Blizzard and giving them a share of the revenue. Like I'm pretty sure that's not the case. So it's not really okay what they're doing, right? But this is just an expression of passionate people. And I think that needs to be celebrated, the expression of passion. And the fact that they could make better Warcraft than the current WoW team, in my opinion, don't tell me I told you to say that, shows a lot. Again, max level in 0.0 patch when they introduce a new system, in 0.5 patch, and again you chase that, and then 0.7 patch brings another system to climb. Yeah, that's only recent though. Yeah, there was a decent experiment. Remember the time when they didn't used to put anything in the 0.5 and 0.7 patches? Remember the time when 0.7 and 0.5 patches were just tuning patches and that's it? We didn't have weekly tuning. Now we have weekly tuning and content in 0.5 patches. And when we didn't have content in 0.5 patches and 0.7 patches, people were complaining that there's nothing to do, right? You have to be able to see the broad spectrum of things, man. That's why it's very hard to criticize and you have to know exactly what you're talking about. So we don't just like spin around chasing our own tail and never actually accomplishing anything. What I hate about WoW now, sadly, is... Oh, this is Bob. We like Bob. Next season, Bob is dead and he didn't matter. But we killed Bob and everything was around Bob for one season. It's a seasonal game, yeah. It's not an MMO anymore. Like I've been saying this for years. It's an ARPG. RPGs are seasonal. You only care about the seasonal insofar as that season is live. Then you don't care about it. You care about the new things. Because it's always new, it's always refreshed, it's always reset, it's always new, it's always more power, it's always more. It's the consumer slop of constantly vomiting new content for the sake of the content, not for the sake of the actual game. Maybe this is what we're feeling right now. Content can be horizontal progression, yeah. Yeah, definitely. All right. Thank you everybody for tuning in today. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. Love y'all. Catch you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye-bye, everybody. Peace.